30 seconds. And go. And good morning, everybody. Welcome to another edition of the Pete Sheppard Show, live from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio on the Riptide Media Network. Man, oh man, it's already Hump Day Wednesday, April 24th. How are you this morning? How you doing? My Tampa Bay Lightning fans. Oh, ouch. Seeing that Bobrovsky save in your sleep from last night. And right out of the gate, Angel Martinez, executive producer and host, co-host of this show, host of Martinez and Defo Unscripted. We'll enter day 3 today, but already we have breaking news. And the breaking news is road teams can actually win in the NBA in the playoffs. Yay! It happened last night. Oh, the Milwaukee Bucks came back to true form like they've been playing lately. They stink. Indiana Pacers all over them last night. Yes, the road team can win. And the Dallas Mavericks won on the road tonight, too. Chuck finally got one right. Charles Barkley got a guarantee right last night. We got lots of videos, lots of funny videos to play for you today as well. Here on the Pete Sheppard Show. Live at the Naples Wealth Planning Studio here on the Riptide Media Network. To text the show or call 727-858-6650. We're going to do, obviously, NBA playoff and Stanley Cup playoff recap. Lots of great video and lots of great sound as well. We'll have an MLB rundown. NFL draft is one day away from that. We've got some college football news that hopefully we'll get to as well. And even I may have a little college football / NFL trivia for Angel and for you guys out there. It always involves, it's when I say college football / NFL, it's about draft picks, about this player or that player. When's the last time this player at this position was drafted, number 1 overall, and that kind of thing. What player from this conference last made it to the NFL from this position? That kind of thing. We'll get to that. Like I said, TNT videos. I got an hysterical video. Frank Borelli, who works on Barstool. And every year, Borelli's, his family owns a nice, quaint little Italian restaurant. I think it's on Long Island, Nassau County somewhere. And it is absolutely hysterical. The start of the game of the Islanders and the Hurricanes the other night, 2 nights ago, when the Islanders were up 3-0. You got the audio won't do it justice, but we'll have it anyway, obviously. But the video is hysterical from start to finish when the Islanders were up 3-0 and then eventually lost 5-3. But you will be thoroughly, thoroughly entertained. Jason, yes, Tugats. How are you, Jason? That was another nickname of mine.
Nice. Well, it's going to be a good day when the comments start already at 7:03 in the morning.
Don't you have homes? Every time I come here, you two, every time. Don't you work? Sorry, I got to take my coffee. One thing here at the Naples Wealth Planning Studio. Plush Naples Wealth Planning Studio. It's going to look more plushier than it does now, trust me. But I ain't taking my little background of stuff and backing me down. So I am what I am. I'm a New England sports fan overall, so that's what you're going to get. I try to be fair and objective, except when it comes to the Jets, who will suck every day of the week and twice on Sunday. Doesn't matter. If they won 87 games in a row, they still suck. Other than that, I think I'm pretty fair and objective with everybody, including all my teams. I rip them when they deserve to be ripped. I praise them when they deserve to be praised. Just so happens now the Celtics and Bruins are playing at the same time tonight, which stinks. But I have a poll question out there as well at pshep326, which, by the way, you can watch the show on Twitter X at pshep326. Follow me. It's also on my Facebook page and the Broad Street South Facebook and YouTube pages, Rumble, LinkedIn, Spotify, and on Sports Radio 102.9. The links are all there. So my poll question before I get to more breaking news that has to do with somewhat has to do with this show. I put the poll question out there on my Twitter account. Attention, all New England sports fans. What game is on your big screen tonight? And I realize that many of you will be using multiple devices tonight to watch both games at once. If you have YouTube TV like I do, dual box is available, and maybe on some other platforms, the dual box is available too. Actually, on YouTube TV, you do quad boxes if there's enough basketball and hockey games going on. But curious about what game gets your biggest video device tonight. So far, I put the poll out a little while ago. 113 votes. You have 23 hours left to vote, by the way. So which game will you be watching on your big screen tonight? Bruins at Toronto, game 3. So far, 113 votes. 59.3% say Bruins at Toronto, game 3. Heat at the Celtics, game 2. 40.7%. I got to be honest with you. I will probably split it. I will start, obviously, because the Bruins play at 7. The Bruins play at 7. By the way, we're told everything sounds good, Angel, which is good.
Awesome.
The Bruins start at 7 o'clock tonight here in Southwest Florida. I don't get in Essence, so it'll be on ESPN here. So the Bruins start at 7 o'clock, and the Celtics will start. Actually, I'm my bad. They both at 7. Why did I think the Celtics were at 7:30? But they are not. Both games start at 7 o'clock. Heat at Celtics is on TNT, and the Bruins and Maple Leafs is on ESPN. So, all right. I'm probably going to start for me anyway, with the Heat at the Celtics in game 2 on my big device, which is my 75-inch high-def TV, which is just right for me. And I'll have the Bruins on this laptop right here, at least to start. And then that may switch, and there's a good chance I'll be in the dual box all night long. So I'm really curious in the beginning of I'm very curious at the beginning of both games what's going to happen in the Bruins-Toronto series. If William Nylander is going to come out and try to play, it's still 98 points on the bench with Sheldon Keefe, the head coach, keeping his cards very close to the vest. And I'm interested to see. I want the Celtics to come out and pound Miami again. I'm not saying you have to jump out to a 14-0 lead like last time, but I don't take your foot off the gas pedal with this team, even though they're shorthanded with Jimmy Butler, and even though I think the Celtics are going to sweep. And I think it'll be a more competitive game tonight. I don't think the Celtics will jump out to a 32-point lead like they did at the end of the third quarter last game. I still think they win by double digits. Do they cover the 14.5? I think Miami gets a backdoor cover tonight, if I'm honest. I think they get a backdoor cover tonight, if I'm honest. But we'll get into all of that and so much more. And so glad you guys have been joining us, and more people are finding us on the Riptide Media Network video platform. It's been outstanding. A lot of it has to do with that man right there, and he is the subject of breaking news, everybody. And the breaking news is we have royalty on this show. We have royalty on this show, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I give you Angel Martinez, a.k.a. Mr. and the ambassador of the Orlando Predators Arena League football team and Arena Football League ambassador, Angel Martinez. That is actual breaking news, quoted to you by people, mucky mucks, big time in Arena Football. So congratulations, Mr. Ambassador. I'm not worthy.
No, neither am I. Neither am I. Good talk yesterday between the GM and the owner of the Orlando Predators. So the Spanish play-by-play announcement will happen. The courtesy call I ended up getting was I was supposed to do just the the home games. Now I'm doing the home and away games. So all 10 games will be in Spanish. So for those like to hear me speak Spanish, Saturday night will be the first time over on the app, Sports Radio 102.9, home of the Orlando Predators. So you guys can hear the Spanish play-by-play on there. There's going to be, I'm not too sure which Orlando station as of yet, but I'll let you guys know through social media which one will be also simulcasting the game. And there's still other stuff, maybe one or two other networks that'll be thrown in there. Oh, and there was another thing too he had told me. There's I don't know if it's Cleve or something. So what will happen is after broadcast is over, there'll be a replay on a Spanish network. So you guys will be able to hear the entire game played back in Spanish. I don't know if they're going to take the...
We're still playing clips. We're still playing clips from every game on this show. I can't wait. Some of your best calls. I can't wait.
Yeah, I'm going to wait for my best calls too, because the pressure will be insurmountable. But I plan to have fun with it. We had a really good conversation for about 20 minutes yesterday. It was a lot of fun talking to John, the owner of Orlando, and Sean Knapp, the GM. It's been a fun time. It's been quite the process, a lot of patience. But now the foot is on the neck as far as the getting around to. Getting around to
memorizing of the roster and all that stuff. And then the biggest thing is to make sure, and I don't have to tell you this, but having done some play-by-play in the past, the biggest thing is to get all the names, the phonetically pronounced names that, if it doesn't say Smith or Jones, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And hopefully every organization on the flip card, which is, the offense and defense that's there, all the names are not only spelled out like they should be, but will be phonetically there, so you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah,
because that's a huge thing when you're doing play-by-play, even in high school. But high school, college, and in the pros, no matter what sport you're doing, you want the flip card to be accurate, and you want to have all the names phonetically, spelled out for you, which I'm sure there will be. But that's so awesome, Angel. Congratulations, man. You are the man. Congratulations. Charles' mom says, does your wife have a say about what's on TV? Of course you don't. Yeah, it'll be on. I'm not a fan of. I'm a fan of the dual box and the quad boxes when I'm ready. Right. I mean, when I'm watching football, NFL, if my team isn't playing, I don't mind going to that for a while. But overall, I'm not a big fan of dual games on at once unless it's absolutely necessary. Tonight might be one of those nights at times, but laptop will have, to start, we'll have, for me, Maple Leafs and Bruins, and then on the big screen will be the Heat and the Celtics.
By the way, there's also next week there'll be the another conversation with BJ Daniels. I'm heading back up to USF next Wednesday. The next conversation we're going to have, which I call it the conversation with BJ, we're going to be talking as far as football strategies. So because I asked him a question the first time we were together, why doesn't a certain quarterback stay in the pocket? And so he was giving me the description on how he ended up doing it. So we had such a fun time with it. I told him, okay, the next time I come up here to USF, that's going to be our conversation. So that should drop the week after. And going forward, it should be a weekly series leading up to the start of the USF season. So lots of stuff coming up. I'm losing my mind.
And we gotta play clips of that too. That's big stuff. I mean, college football cannot get here fast enough for me.
Yeah,
I mean, it just can't. I mean, the NFL draft is fun and everything, and we'll dissect and analyze it a little bit today. Obviously, tomorrow, all the speculation of what's going to happen. I got some great numbers, by the way, on J.J. McCarthy a little bit later on. That Coach Clemens actually I got it off of his tweet from tweeting somebody else, but it's really good stuff. But anyway, lots to discuss. We had NBA road victories last night in the playoffs, which is unbelievable. And some teams took a commanding lead in their series, and not only in basketball, but also in the Stanley Cup. So shall we? And then my guest today, by the way, I got a funny exchange later on between Tyreek Hill and primetime Deion Sanders on the Money Worth the Game podcast, which I think you'll like. Some quotes from Ryan Poles on taking Caleb Williams and what the Bears plan to do for the number 9 pick. We'll hear reaction from that. And like I said, tons of fun stuff today, stuff that happened last night on TNT. Kenny the Jet Smith fell asleep at one point during the break. you gotta get to see all of it. Charles makes a guarantee that it's, and then there's also some shenanigans. They had a punch out with Kendrick Perkins of ESPN, which you'll see it. You'll understand why. That Charles and Shaq beat the crap out of him last night.
Oh boy!
They troll him all the time because he trolls them, and Perkins had some ridiculously wild takes, hot takes in his NBA, especially against the Celtics, because he's still pissed off he didn't get the local TV gig a few months ago. But anyway, we digress. So without further ado, let's start. We're gonna start with the Stanley Cup, Angel. And I want you, if you can, scroll down. I'm gonna play the audio cut first after some of the highlights. And then I want to have the Bobrovsky save last night for those of you who are hopefully all watching on the Riptide Media Network video platform. Some unbelievable stuff last night. So let's begin with the Florida Panthers and the Tampa Bay Lightning. And I'll call for I'll let you know, Angel, when we can punch that up. All right, in the first period, courtesy of ESPN, Sam Bennett got it going for Florida.
Taken by Kachuk. Dragged ahead to Verhaeghe. Rink wad Bennett. Bennett around Lillibird. Gets to the corner and circles the net. Throws one out in front. Kachuk. Put it in on Vasilevsky. The rebound. Score! Bennett is able to putt one. And the Panthers have the early lead. Contacts in the blue paint on Vasilevsky, and he was out of position.
All right, and then the Florida Panthers will extend their lead in the first period.
Tarasenko at the point. 13 on the power play. Ekman Larson to the half wall in Lundell. Down low, Bennett spins one past Tarasenko. Ekman Larson a drive. Save Vasilevsky. The rebound. Score! Tarasenko puts it home. Power play goal for the Panthers. 2-0 Florida.
They're up 2-0, as you heard right there, thanks to ESPN in the first period. Let's head to the second period. The Lightning finally struck.
Point leans in, waits for some help, and drops it off. Radish carries deep behind the net. Across to Kucherov. Played to Hedman. Thought about a shot. Instead, it's across to Duclair. There is the shot. Score! Did Point get a piece in front? Exactly what the Lightning needed. An early goal to begin the second period. They are right back in the game, and it looked like the redirect by Braden Point got the job done.
Absolutely, that was it. And then later on in the period, the Lightning tie it.
To Stamkos at the half wall. He puts it behind the net. There's Forsling. Tied up by Paul. Kucherov has it. To Hedman. Bump to Stamkos. Drive. Score! Stamkos caught the post in the first period. Makes no mistake in the second. A power play goal, and we're tied.
That tied the game at 2. Now, here's maybe the save of the year from Sergei Bobrovsky. I'm going to play the cut from here first, Angel, and I'll show you the video. Here's how it sounded on ESPN last night.
Cirelli with some speed. Cirelli looks over his shoulder. That wrister partially blocked by Montour. Out in front, Bobrovsky dives to his right with a robbery. Took one away from Dumba. What a save by Bobrovsky.
On an opportunity from Dumba, he works his way around. He's out of position, but he turns around and grabs it with his glove. Huge save from Bobrovsky. The save of the playoffs so far, no question about that. Keeps this game 2-2 late in the second.
All right, now. Enough of that. Now the video you're about to see is from last night, the radio booth call of the save, but you'll see the video going on as well from the Florida Panthers radio booth. Angel, if we could play that whenever you're ready.
This into the Panther zone, has a man trailing in, let a shot go wide off the end board, played up front, Stamkos back, and what a save, Bobrovsky! Bobrovsky with the trapper to deny Dumba, the defenseman who was open in front with a yawning cage. Sergei Bobrovsky displaying acrobatics to keep this game tied at 2.
Acrobatics. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. But we head to overtime, and here's what happened.
Nice spin move by Kachuk. Freed up to Lundell on the doorstep. Holding. Shot. Score! Verhaeghe does it again in the playoffs. The Rats fly, and game 2 belongs to the Panthers. Callie, there are some guys that are just clutch. And that guy is clutch. Carter Verhaeghe, the 6th player in NHL history with at least 5 overtime game winners in the postseason.
All right, Panthers win 3-2 in overtime. They take a commanding 2-0 lead, but you never, ever count the Tampa Bay Lightning out of it. They'll have the next 2 games back in Emily Arena, right down the street from where Angel lives, which will be nuts. I think they play tomorrow night. If not, actually, I should know that. They play because the schedules are so messed up. Yes, they play tomorrow night. Play tomorrow night at 7:00.
Yep.
On TBS, by the way, and then they will play again on Saturday afternoon at 5:00. There's a quirk in the schedule today, by the way, in the NBA. Tomorrow I should say. Tomorrow. I mean, it's not tomorrow. Or is it Friday? Yeah, it's Friday. The Milwaukee Bucks at Indiana in Game 3 with the series tied at 1. We'll get to those highlights. 5:30.
I know.
5:30 on Friday on ESPN. On 8:00 on Friday, Clippers at the Mavericks, and then at 10:30, Timberwolves at 5:30 on a Friday.
That one.
Downtown Indianapolis. That sucks.
Yeah, rush hour bad enough as is out there in that area, and I've been in the area, so I know that it's it's quite tight. But I don't know who came up with that ingenious idea at 5:30.
I mean, it's all because of TV. ESPN has all 3 games on Friday, so I guess they get to dictate what time you play. But that is bizarre. That is bizarre. The New York Rangers and Washington Capitals went at it last night once again, and Washington finally got a lead in this game.
He backhanded it to the line, didn't get it in deep. Rangers changing. And it's scaled around by McElrath, the 2010 first-round Rangers draft choice. Great chance at a goal! It's Connor McMichael. And Washington is first on the board. They have carried the play here in the first 5 minutes plus.
Yes, they have. Sean McDonough with the call last night on ESPN, but it didn't take long before the Rangers tied it.
Face-off won by Trocheck. Down low, they score! Tipped in by Trocheck off the feed from Gustafsson.
And then they took the lead not too long after that.
Zibanejad tried to go cross ice, and Dowd intercepted. Capitals well aware of those seam passes. They love to go east-west, the Rangers. Trocheck. Zibanejad scores! Mika Zibanejad, a power play goal. And the Rangers lead 2-1.
Yes, they do. And then in the second period, a beautiful goal by K'Andre Miller,
whose brother Ryan was a New York Ranger. Here's Zibanejad, the takeaway, has it back from Kreider. Beautiful pass, and they score! K'Andre Miller, a short-handed goal. And the Rangers lead 4-2.
Tom Wilson would score a power play goal for the Capitals, by the way, in the third period, but too little too late. The Rangers win 4-3, and they take a commanding 2-0 lead in that series. A big story there. Alex Ovechkin, big goose eggs again. Just can't get it going. Yeah, no points at all. Crazy stuff. Colorado and Winnipeg. That series is now tied at 1.
10 more seconds of 4-on-4 hockey. The dangerous Morrissey sends it across to Ehlers. He settles, turns on Lehkonen, falls down, can't do anything with it, and Lehkonen steals it. And McKinnon's on the ice with the final 10 seconds. Here he is to Manson, out of the box. Josh Manson scores! From the sin bin to the scoring sheet, and it's 4-2, Colorado.
Sin bin, by the way, you pervs, is a penalty box, just so you know. So Colorado wins that one 5-2. That series is tied at 1. Nashville and Vancouver also last night, and the Predators. It was all Predators last night.
Didn't quite happen in game number 1, but so far it didn't quite happen in game number 1, but so far in game number 2, you just haven't noticed him as much as you did down the stretch for Nashville.
And you asked Andrew Burnett about that, and he said that those guys were a big part of the turnaround.
Forsberg, net front scores! Walking in to make it 2-0.
Yeah, it was all Nashville last night. They beat Vancouver 4-1, and that series is tied at 1, and that's your Stanley Cup recap. We'll do an NBA recap later on the program and also an MLB rundown as well. But time already for our first break because of my first guest is coming up. Bill Sparrows will make his weekly appearance here on the Pete Sheppard Show from Bookies.com, senior betting analyst, and of course the Boston Herald, great columnist for the Boston Herald. We'll get his thoughts on usual stuff on this show: life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. I'm going to ask Bill if he knows any ambassadors. I know one I've met face-to-face, Ambassador Angel Martinez from the Orlando Predators, newly named ambassador. So that's great stuff. Great stuff. I think you should wear a robe, some sort of robe, and I don't know, some sort of a crown. Is there something we can do to, spruce you up? I mean, you are an ambassador. I mean, you need to look the part, and you could be called to other countries to participate in, I don't know, killing livestock or something. I have no idea.
I'll see what we have around the house here. Maybe I can get a possible and just make it a crown.
All right, this is the Pete Sheppard Show here on the live from the Naples Weather Planning Studio on the Riptide Media Network. We're back after this. Bill Sparrows will join me in just a couple of minutes. Hang in there.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad, just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
All right, class. Let's hear what everyone did this weekend. Jill?
Well, I raised my older sister to a big oak tree. It was at least 100 years old. My mom said I must have set a record or something. And then we went down by a stream and perched up on this huge rock and saw all of these little minnows swimming around way below us. And then I rescued my little brother from an evil slug king who was guarding him at the bush fortress. And my sister and I brought him back to our super twig fort for safety. And then we all laid out and told stories until it got dark. And the Big Dipper led us all the way home.
Wow. Awesome. Where were you, Jill?
Yeah. We went to the forest. It's not that far away. Anyone want to come this weekend?
Ask your parents to take you and your friends to the forest this week and find the fun, adventurous you. It's closer than you think. Check out discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
That's all I got for the dance moves. I got the dice roll and I got the John Travolta thing going on. That's about it. That's my game at 57-year-old Caucasian Italian-American man that I am. It's about all I can do without dislocating some part of my body. Welcome back to the Pete Sheppard Show live from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio here on the Riptide Media Network. And I wanted to play this for Bill Sparrows because Donna Summer is from Massachusetts, the late, great Donna Summer, of course. And I Feel Love, which is how everybody feels at this time every Wednesday when Bill Sparrows joins us here on the Pete Sheppard Show. William, good morning.
Good morning, Pete. You forgot to pick the apple. You do the pick the apple. That was a dance move we learned. In
Oh, yeah. That, well, you know what? I never cared for that. I never cared for that. I never cared for that at all. How you doing this morning?
I'm doing all right.
Look at that. Where'd you get that from? The cast of Friends? That cup of coffee?
Oh no, this is from the Masters.
I can't see it. Oh, okay. That's a big cup. Oh, look at you.
I have all three. I have the yellow, the green, and the white. I have all three Masters mugs.
That is fantastic. Is that the gifts, or did you actually purchase them there in Augusta?
Well, someone purchased them for me.
Of course.
One of my dutiful scribes who was covering the Masters. I placed my order for swag and it was executed. Since you can't buy this stuff online unless you're going through like eBay, they don't sell it online, so you have to buy it up there.
Well, Bill Sparrow's joining me again. He is a senior betting analyst at bookies.com, but also a great columnist for the Boston Herald. And you see him all over TV stations in New England and in Florida and different places and times. Before we get into it, I want to remind me to get to you about Scotty Scheffler immediately, because I think we should all bet him every single week for the rest of the year, regardless. I mean, it's got to be. It's amazing what he's done. So I did a little poll question early today on my Twitter page, Bill. I don't know if you saw it. And maybe you'll even participate. So far, 142 votes. I said, attention, all the New England sports fans, what game is on your big screen tonight? And I said, and I realize that many of you will use multiple devices tonight to watch both games at once. If you have YouTube TV like I do, Dual Box will be available. But curious about what game gets your biggest video device tonight. So far, 142 votes. It's been out about 45 minutes, this poll. Bruins at Toronto Game 3 got 60.6% of the votes. Heat at Celtics Game 2, 39.4% so far. And Bill, I'm just wondering for you, is there you're gonna watch one device on your laptop, say like I am, and one on your TV or your phone, whatever? And if so, what What game gets top billing in your house, biggest screen?
Well, I think it's the Bruins. I mean, they're already in crisis mode. I mean, they lost home ice. They did the goalie thing, and I'm the only person in America who believes, that Swayman might have actually held Toronto to two goals in that game. That second goal that Ullmark gave up was atrocious after the power play. And I understand the Bruins defense is non-existent. I understand that they were flat on the other end of the ice. But yeah, they're already in crisis mode. They're
Why do you say that? Why are they in crisis mode? They're not in crisis mode. That's a bit.
They lost home ice.
So what? That means nothing. What does that mean? They won Game 7 in Vancouver in 2011. Home
yeah,
ice.
well, okay. And that
ice
team had Chara. That team had Bergeron. That team had Tim Thomas. This team doesn't have any of that. This team and this coach in particular, they're lacking something. I'm not sure how to define it, but you look at last year when they blew that series against Florida, and I understand now he's trying to fix the mistake he made last year of keeping Ullmark in goal when he should have started Swayman in Game 5 last year. So he's apparently fixed that, hopefully, but this team should be a lot quicker and should be a lot more aggressive in the Toronto zone. And I understand. I mean, they're down bodies on defense, and I don't know what's up with Charlie McAvoy. I don't know where his head's at. It's not on the ice. So that game the other night sort of manifested all the concerns that everyone had about this team, especially in the.
All right, well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. How'd you feel after Game 1?
Well, with Swayman and net, I felt pretty good. I'm a big Swayman guy. I have instituted an emotional ban on all Nordic goaltenders, whether they're from Finland or Sweden or Norway. I'm down on the Nordic goaltenders. Frankly, I think it's sort of a cultural thing where they don't have like the kill or be killed instinct, because in those countries, everybody enjoys 56 weeks of annual vacation and 14 years of maternity leave. I don't necessarily see the killer instinct that, like a guy like Tim Thomas or the Russians have. The Russians were like, wrestling bears when they were kids.
Is this a dig at Tuukka Rask? Is that what you're saying? That he never?
Well, he is from Finland, and he did like totally no show in Game 7 against the Blues, along with the rest of the team. So,
well, they were just outplayed in that game. Just like it's the Stanley Cup playoffs, Bill. Well, you can't be so over dramatic from one game to the next. As we could do all this analysis for every single team. We could say from one game to the next. I mean, this series is a couple things here. First of all, it's the Maple Leafs, Bill. They are going to lose. You know, it's only a matter of time. They would have got their butts kicked last year if Tampa Bay had been reasonably healthy. They still played them fairly tough before the Maple Leafs bought it in the next round. It's Toronto, Bill. They will find a way. The Bruins will get it together. They'll find a way to lose. I agree with you a little bit about Swayman, only because he was 5-0, including the regular season, against Toronto this year, and his goals against was them like 1.21, whatever it is, microscopic. I'm sure he's going to be back in net tonight. But Game 1, Bruins look great. They simply got outplayed by the Toronto Maple Leafs, a desperate team trying to get a split in Game 2. It happens all the time in the NHL, so I'm not surprised. I expected you didn't think they were going to sweep them, did you?
Why, when, and you could have this discussion with the Celtics as well. When are the Bruins going to be desperate? When are the Bruins going to start playing like they're desperate? Because you can't wait until Game 7. We saw that last year against Florida. So don't you think the Bruins, when they have a chance to go up 2-0, that's tied third, going into the third period, game's tied. Don't you think that should have been when the Bruins were going to play desperate instead of being tentative? To say, we have a chance to finish off these clowns, we're at home. Let's go out and play like this is the third period of Game 7. Don't you want the Bruins to have that mindset? When they have a chance to go up 2-0 on a team that's never, that, like you said, doesn't win, hasn't beaten them. They would have wrapped that series up with a win the other night, and they failed for whatever reason. Again, I know there's injury problems, but still, again, I think Charlie McAvoy, the guy, was a complete no-show, and I understand. Marshawn, it hasn't generated much offense. I understand there's guys on him, but you got to play through that. I'm just, again, from what I saw the other night, everything that you thought the weaknesses were sort of manifested themselves. So that's why, to your question, why I think tonight's game is the must watch between the two, because are the Bruins going to sort of go back to game one, or are they going to stick with game two? There's an actual sort of underlying drama with the Bruins game tonight, because you don't know what team's going to show up. And that's why we watch, right?
Yeah,
Whereas I think with the Celtics, I think we pretty much know which team's going to show up there.
All fair analysis about the Bruins. I get that. They've kind of been that way, but it's still a pretty remarkable season considering who they lost and where they are now. And I just think there's certain times in Stanley Cup playoffs, you get outplayed. I mean, it happens. It happened last night. I mean, it happened. It happens throughout the Stanley Cup playoffs. It's every game. It's its own separate entity. Now, will they be like they were tonight in Toronto, like they were in game one, or they're going to be like they were in game two, or is it going to be someplace in between? I don't know. All I know is Toronto deserved to win that game the other night. They out-hustled the Bees. They outplayed them. It happens. It happens. I am not going to go into panic mode, nor did I go into overconfident mode when they won game one the way they did.
Oh no, I am totally into panic mode or overconfident mode after. I mean, yeah. I mean, this is the look. If you're going to be irrational, this is the time of year to be irrational. I mean, this is when you should, like, every game is like they're going to win the cup, or you're taking your number at the Zakim Bridge to jump off it. So I don't
do that anymore, though, Bill. I'm too experienced now, and so are you. I don't go jumping off bridges because of one period of one game anymore. This is not the 1978 Red Sox anymore, or the 86 Red Sox, or the 03 Red Sox, or too many men on the ice. I'm way past all that.
Too many men on the ice. They called that penalty twice. I swear, I was expecting Don Cherry to come on after the game and talk about the difference between his aunt and his uncle. After that, they had too many men on the ice penalties. It literally was 1979 all over again.
Yeah. But I've just gotten away from going crazy. And because being more seasoned now and older and having experienced so many great championships and some heartbreaking defeats too in the last 20 years. But nevertheless, I've just trained myself. I'm not jumping off bridges from one game to the next, because it's somewhat unpredictable in basketball and in hockey, because everything changes. Every home team won in the NBA playoffs until last night. Then Dallas won, Indiana won. I don't know what Milwaukee is. Milwaukee going to come back and do what they look in game one, or are they going to continue to crap out and look how they did and play last night and how they looked at the end of the season? I mean, I can play this jumping off the bridge game every single night. Now, if they got whacked, the Bruins get whacked like 7-1 the next 3 games, that's a different story.
Well, you talk about past performance. The last time I checked, isn't Doc Rivers coaching the Bucks?
Yeah.
Wow. I think you just answered your own question there.
Well, look, they have not. They started off okay right after the All-Star break. I think they went 6-0, and they have not been the same since. There's no question. And I know it's Giannis Antetokounmpo, but I liked Indiana in the series anyway. I bet Indiana in the series anyway. Before
Caitlin Clark playing for them?
Ask Greg Doyle, that piece of crap. You saw that, right? Oh God! Well, you do it. It's funny when he does it. It's creepy. I'm not creeped out when you do that.
Anytime when you're talking to a woman in a professional setting and you veer away from the professional discussion, it's creepy.
When he said, "I'm glad you're here."
Yeah,
that, like, if I were her father sitting in the stands or wherever, I would have gone up to him and seriously punched him in the face. I would have done the time in jail. No, you know what? It would have got dismissed, because even people in Indianapolis.
Hey, her boyfriend is a big guy.
Yeah, but
I mean, her
everybody in
boyfriend
Indianapolis,
he's
his readers know what a jackass he is. In fact, he should have been fired a
he
long time
was,
ago.
you know,
But
he was Idiot's wingman on Deflategate anyway. So he's
oh,
Travis's wingman on Deflategate. So
remember, he got eviscerated when he went on radio and TV in New England. Eviscerated by people. I thought he was going to cry on one show. I'll never forget it. But we digress. Let me get back. So, as far as series numbers, betting wise, did you do any action on anything in the Stanley Cup or the NBA playoffs? Did you? And I hope it's not a trap. I liked Indiana before. Giannis Antetokounmpo went down because they've had their number and they continue to have their number in 5 out of 6 meetings now. So I love them in the series. I did not bet. I bet Edmonton to reach the Stanley Cup final for the West. I did not do anything in the East in the Stanley Cup. But do you have any analysis for any of the NBA series prices and Stanley Cup series prices? Did you do anything?
me personally, no. Frankly, I've been tied up with some other stuff, personally and professionally, where I really didn't have a chance to look at any of that stuff. But we get updates every day in terms of where the action is, where the action is lying, and who's catching what. Like you said, it's a lot of home teams, a lot of favorites. I think this early in the playoffs, you don't get a lot of action in terms of teams, people betting big upsets, people looking for long shots. I think at this stage, people are trying to build up their bankrolls.
Bang. Mm-hmm.
Exactly. You have a lot of you've had a lot of chalk. You've had a lot of favorites. You had a lot of favorites win. You had a lot of favorites cover. Celtics the other night barely covered.
They covered by 5.5 points. They're up by 32 going into the fourth quarter. They still covered.
Yeah, think about that for a minute. They were 17.5 point favorites, and you had at one point that lead was 34 points, and then they covered by one shot.
I got it at 14.5, but you're right. It went up to 17.5 at tip off. I got it early in the morning at 14.5, and but yeah,
well, that's obviously the peril of these, especially these playoff games. You have to understand that the odds makers have a full season's worth of data on each of these teams, so these lines are going to be really, really tight. And it's going to be a missed free throw or a missed dunk. That's going to decide the spread in a lot of these games, because at this point of the season, there's so much information. There's so much data out there that, you look at these lines and it's like, they're really, really nailing it.
They usually are. You're a senior betting analyst at Bookies. That's what you do. That's why Vegas is Vegas.
Well,
but one thing they cannot measure sometimes, and this sounds a little cornball, but that's okay, is heart and grit and guts. That's the one factor sometimes that Vegas, you cannot. You don't know, like the Lakers the other night, prime example. No heart at all down the stretch. Being up by 20, they took their foot off the gas for some reason. LeBron chokes at the 3 at the end of the game, and then they blame the officials for Denver coming back. Well, the Lakers covered, but it's the Denver Nuggets that had the heart and the grit and then the determination, defending world champion attitude to overcome a 20-point deficit. And I'm talking strictly if you bet the money line, you would. But you know what I'm saying? That's one thing Vegas sometimes gets wrong. It can come down to a coaching decision or guts and heart by a particular player or team.
Well, you have to remember too that when betting lines are set, there's probably 100 data points that are scored numerically in all of these games. So these are numeric data points based on previous outcome. Mm-hmm. So these are all just numerically driven. Nobody is saying, "Oh, I'm going to throw in an extra half point because I know this is so and so's last game." It doesn't work that way.
But do you ever think a coach or a particular player is actually, and this gets brought up on the NFL all the time too, do you ever think a coach or a particular player or maybe even a home field advantage in whatever sport it is can sway Vegas to make it a half a point favorite or underdog here or there?
All of that is factored in. In other words, when you're looking at the Celtics game right now, they're 14.5 point favorites tonight. Okay, when that line is being determined, there's dozens and dozens of data points. Who's healthy? Where is the game being played? Who are the coaches? You know, how does the Celtics starting five do against Miami's starting five? How does Jaylen Brown do against the Heat? How does Jason Tatum do against the Heat? How does Tyler Herro do against the Celtics? There are all these data points, and they're all factored into the equation. So every possible instance that could influence a betting line is factored in. It's given a numeric value. This is all done. You know, these algorithms are already thinking ahead of the curve of the bookmakers. What the bookmakers and the odds makers control are the points used to determine the line. In other words, math sets the line, but the data used to determine the line, that's still chosen by odds makers. They determine what data points are used in determining a line. For instance, you know, you look at home court. Now, the Celtics, like last year, for instance, they had a terrible home court record. You know, they've lost consecutive series at home the last 2 years. So the home court for them might not be worth as much as the home court for a team like Denver, where you have an altitude issue involved, where teams, you know, come in from out of town and might be slow, especially out of the gate if they're playing at altitude, or get tired late because they're playing at altitude. So all of these factors, everything you can think of, is factored into determining a line. So at the end of the day, that's that line again, and that line is always based on the final score. It's not based on who's up by 20 with 4 minutes to play. It's based on the projection of the final score to generate enough money on both sides to where you can balance the books. Doesn't always work that way, as we know. You know, you'll have lopsided liabilities all the time because the public disagrees. And again, the house isn't always right. The house almost went bankrupt on Super Bowl Sunday. And the only reason why it didn't go bankrupt on Super Bowl Sunday was because the Chiefs didn't have to kick an extra point after that touchdown in overtime. Because if that game had gone over, they would have got wiped out. So the house isn't always right. It doesn't always win. The average hold is 8%. That means they're paying back 92% of what they take in. They make 8% profit. So, you know, when you're looking at these games and you're looking at these betting lines, you know, anytime you know, and again, this is me. I'm jaundiced. I don't have. I can understand why somebody in Ohio would be looking at the Celtics game and saying, wow, they won by 20 the other night. They were up 34. This line of 14.5 seems pretty good. But of course, you know, someone like me who's still scarred from, you know, freaking 1985 looks at that and says, well, you know, I can see them being up by 30 and then, you know, like taking the fourth quarter off because they don't have that killer instinct. Although I will say, after the other night, I don't necessarily think that they're going to be. I think that little deal with Tatum there at the end of the game, hopefully that wakes him up. Hopefully that, you know, lights a fire under their ass that they've been missing these last few years.
Well, I thought they came out pretty good. The fire under. What are they?
You want to bury people.
They were buried. They were burying by. They were burying by.
They don't
32.
have that. Maybe they'll have it.
I disagree.
So
I disagree.
look at this game.
I disagree. This team is not like last year.
Depleted, obviously. The Celtics are fully healthy. The Celtics and the Knicks are the only two teams in the East that are like 100% going into the playoffs that have a chance. And you look at that and you say they should win this game by 40. You know, this is a game tonight that if everything clicks for them, it'll be like that game against the Warriors where they blew them out of the building.
You can hear me. Can you hear me?
Because of what happened the other night, I think with them, I think that they're going to toughen up. Maybe now the second nut is finally going to drop with this team, and you might see that tonight.
Can you hear me now, Bill? Because I was trying to. Can you hear me? He can't hear me, Angel. He can't hear me. He can't hear me.
I can hear you.
You can hear Angel, but you can't hear me. Okay, hang on. Processing. All right, there we go. Can you hear me now, Bill?
No, I can hear you just fine.
I can hear Angel, but he can't hear me. Angel, can you hear me? Bill can't hear me.
See a picture.
I don't know what that means. Well, it's almost time for a break anyway, but I mean, I want to make sure that Bill hears me. All right. Can you hear me now, Bill? No, he still can't hear me.
Still can't hear. All right. Well, Pete's talking, so I'll be the on-screen translator. I don't know what happens as far as the communication, but Pete.
Well, last question for Bill. I want to know, Scotty Scheffler is not playing this week, but should we bet Scotty Scheffler versus the field for the rest of the PGA season?
Okay, I'll press one for English, but Pete says Scotty Scheffler's not playing this week, and should Scheffler be in there?
No. Should you bet Scheffler the rest of the year against the field?
Should we bet Scheffler for the rest of the year
versus the field?
I think Bill lost me now too.
All right, let's just.
All right.
Sorry, Bill. We'll just go to a break. It's that time anyway. Bill Sparrows, thanks so much for joining me. Senior analyst at bookies.com and Boston Herald, great columnist. This happened last week too, right at the end. For some reason, he lost me for whatever reason. Anyway, that's okay. Ambassador Angel Martinez is on hand. He'll clean it all up. Quick break. When we come back, we'll play NBA rundown for you. Some more TNT shenanigans, MLB stuff later on in the program. Chris Palin, Executive Vice President and Chief Revenue Officer from the Florida Everblades, will join us. Everblades in Jacksonville tonight, Game 3 at Hertz Arena in Estero at 9:05. The semifinals of the ECHL Kelly Cup Championship, or the ECHL playoffs. The two-time defending Kelly Cup champion Florida Everblades will be in action. Then at 9:30, hopefully Mia O'Brien from 1010XL and from her show Helmets and Heels will join us as well. We'll talk a little NFL with her. All part of the Pete Sheppard Show here live from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio on the Riptide Media Network.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
The following is made possible by Dad.
Why was the basketball court all wet? Because the players kept dribbling all over it.
The dad joke. Corny, grown-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
Why do you have to be careful when it's raining cats and dogs? Because you might step in a poodle.
And kids that spend more time with their dads grow up to be smarter, more successful.
Can I tell you a cat joke? Just kidding.
And with any luck, funnier adults.
Why didn't the skeleton go to the dance? Because he didn't have any body to go with.
Dad jokes rule. So take a moment to make a moment and give your kid a laugh. It's as easy as going to fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
That's really funny.
Okay, men. This is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping, cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. I know you won't. Because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen. Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
It's hour number 2 of the Pete Sheppard Show, live from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio on the Riptide Media Network. How's everybody doing on this Wednesday, April 24th? Angel, I'm told this was the last couple of minutes. That was because of something on Bill's end. It had nothing to do with us. It was on Bill's end, so that was on him.
Yeah, because I was listening between here, the social medias, and also on the radio app, and everything was audible on your end. And so I believe it was coming from his end because he started kind of squinting a little bit as it kept progressing. But no, it wasn't on that end. By the way, I didn't see, or excuse me, let me do this again. So you know how the mayors have the challenges, like if your team makes it.
Yeah, silly bet. You get fish, or you get meat, or you get lollipops. I mean, yes. Why, is there a silly bet out there I haven't seen?
Well, here is the mayor. Of course, now the series is 2-0, but here's the mayor of Fort Lauderdale.
Okay.
And he talks about, I guess, with Mayor Jane, and they're kind of back and forth-ish.
Hey, Mayor Castor. The road to the Stanley Cup starts Sunday with the battle for Florida. Our Panthers versus your Lightning. These teams are sparking a renaissance in our downtowns, which have it all. Vibrant river walks, incredible art scenes, and amazing restaurants. Fort Lauderdale is buzzing with the Panthers' new Baptist Health Iceplex at the heart of it all. And I think we can both agree Florida is dominating the hockey scene between our 4 combined Stanley Cup final visits. So, Mayor Castor, up for a friendly bet? Loser lights up their city in the winning team's colors. Let's show the world why Florida's the new hockey hotspot. Let's go Panthers and vamos gatos.
Sriracha bottle. Where's my sriracha bottle so I can blast it all over my face? There's nothing worse than when politicians get involved in sports. Most of them don't follow like we do, and they just try to make themselves look good during playoff time.
Yeah.
He's probably watched one half of one period all year, if that at all. I remember when John Kerry was running for president and showed up at Fenway Park, and they all claimed to be big sports fans. And you can't ask these people about sports because it's kind of funny to watch them stick both feet inside their respective mouths. It's not just John Kerry, it's everybody. You start asking them about players or anything else, especially in a presidential election year, and you ever want to embarrass any politician, and I don't care, Republican, Democrat, Independent, it does not matter, with very few exceptions, and they want to talk sports. Ask like a basic question and see what comes out of their mouths. You wouldn't believe how stupid, or I shouldn't say stupid, just ignorant that they are. They claim to be sports fans, a lot of politicians, but they're not. Very few exceptions. Anyway, Ambassador Angel Martin is in the house. That's, the Orlando Predators' new Spanish play-by-play voice, and been called the ambassador of the Orlando Predators. And I'll just tell you, to me, you're the ambassador of the whole league, of the whole Arena Football League. Gas Pump Guy says, good morning, Pete. Have a good day. Just getting to tune in. Don't know if you talked about how about the Panthers and Lightning game last night. Crazy. Yeah, we did talk about it. Actually played the video. Bobrovsky, the unbelievable save of the year. And, he's just tuning in. Angel, can we play that again?
Sure, let me cue it.
Well, why not? For Gas Pump Guy, loyal listener, this was the save of, not only the save of the playoffs, this might have been the save of the year last night in the Florida Panthers victory, 3-2 win in overtime over the Tampa Bay Lightning. And Andrew will get that video up for you as well. Then we'll do, there's another NHL thing I want you guys to see. And then we'll get into the NBA from last night. And as always, you can text the show 727-858 or call 727-858-6650. Watch the show on Twitter, X, at me, at PShep326. Check us out on my Facebook page, on the Broad Street South Facebook and YouTube pages, LinkedIn, Rumble, Spotify, and of course on Sports Radio 102.9, where you can actually listen on the app while we get our Riptide Media Network app and webpage going, hopefully very shortly here. Anyway, all right, Gas Pump Guy, here's the save of the year so far. Last night.
The Panther zone has a man trailing in. Let a shot go wide off the inboard. Played up from Stamkos. Back and what a save! Bobrovsky! Bobrovsky with the trapper to deny Dumba, the defenseman who was open in front with a yawning cage. Sergei Bobrovsky displaying acrobatics to keep this game tied at 2.
Yeah, that was from the Florida Panthers radio booth, but here is on ESPN. Here's the winning goal.
Nice spin move by Kachuk. Freed up to Lundell on the doorstep. Holding. Shot. Score! They're hanging! Does it again in the playoffs! The Rats fly, and game 2 belongs to the Panthers. Callie, there are some guys that are just clutch. And that guy is clutch. Carter Verhaeghe, the 6th player in NHL history with at least 5 overtime game winners in the postseason.
Yeah, he is a royal pain in the butt for anybody in the postseason. He's amazing. I also have a poll question out today. I said, attention all the New England sports fans. This is on Twitter at PShep326. What game is on your big screen tonight? And I realize that many of you will use multiple devices to watch both games at once, or if you have YouTube TV like I do, dual box will be available. But curious about what game gets the big screen. 169 votes so far. Bruins at Toronto game 3 is 59.2%. Heat at the Celtics game 2, 40.8%. Anyway, all right, Angel. Now, just getting with a hockey theme real quick. I just scroll a couple down on Barstool last night. Frank Borelli has, this was 2 nights ago. Frank Borelli, who has a thing with Barstool, works at Barstool Sports. He's also a pizza maker, as it says on his family owns a nice Italian restaurant in Nassau County somewhere. Might be on the island, but around Nassau County. So this video is going to be 2 nights ago. Start to finish, Islanders, Hurricanes. They're all New York Islander fans, but this is hysterical to watch. And we've all been there. We've all seen our teams start out hot and then only to have the guts ripped out of us. But this is actually quite the funny video. A couple of nights ago, thanks to Barstool Sports for this, with Frank Borelli and his family members and a lot of friends. And I think his dad might have jinxed the whole thing, but you'll find out why I say that. Okay, here's what happened 2 nights ago on the island. Not playing that. No, I thought you're gonna play the video.
Oh, wait a minute. Which one?
It's the one that's scroll down a couple. It's the one for Barstool Sports. It says Frankie Borelli.
Oh, hang on. Barstool.
Yeah.
I see it. Hang on.
Yeah, that's the one.
See, that's me once again.
That's all right. You're only doing a million things.
But you got a text up there on the screen as well. Follow up text.
Okay. Gas Pump Guy said, that was a crazy goals last night, but a clinic on last night. No, I mean, it's a great game, and Tampa Bay's coming back home at Emily. And look, I expected that series to go 7, so that series far from. Okay, here's what happened on Long Island last night at Frank Borelli's restaurant.
We are live from Borelli's Italian Restaurant since 1955. My dad, obviously, here. Great to have him sitting here next to me. Great to have everyone here at Borelli's. And we're just going to rock and roll.
Now 1-0 Islanders. For those of you just on audio.
Dad's leaving. It's a lot. They're scoring goals. I'm jumping all over him. I wanted him here for puck drop. He stayed for the first period. He's going to go home. It's too crazy. So we had him here for the first. Let's hope it's not a jinx. No, we're going to win this one for him. We're going to win this one.
Three 3-0 Islanders. Second period.
What a pass.
Hurricanes score, make it 3-1.
How the mood changes.
It's a fucking 3-2. For those of you on audio, just on audio.
No.
3-3.
You can't make it up.
This is where you play the Incredible Hulk and walk away music.
A lot of WTFs. Yep. Tied at 3. Third period, tied at 3. Not anymore. Four 3. Hurricanes.
What just happened?
He scored.
What the fuck just happened?
We've all been there, man.
Yep. Sure have. 5-3 as he start exiting out the restaurant.
Empty net goal. I give him credit, Frankie, for putting this together because he did the music and everything else.
It's tough.
He has one last final speech.
We are live.
Oh, no, he doesn't. Okay, I thought he had something at the end. But that is absolutely hysterical. Absolutely hysterical. Watching that. Anybody who's any kind of passionate sportsman, I don't care if it's ping pong, we've all been there.
Oh, yeah.
You talk about the thrill of the old wild, wild world of sports, the thrill of victory, the agony of defeat. Spalding says, hey, gents, what's up? What's up? I was going to have you tell a story about, well, we'll save it for later.
Yeah.
If I remember it. We'll save it for later. It's very funny. It has to do with Angel Martinez, the new ambassador of the Orlando Predators Arena Football League team. He'll be doing play-by-play, Spanish play-by-play, and I can't wait because we're going to have cuts galore out of you because play-by-play in Spanish on the whole, it just sounds more exciting than in English. A lot of the time. Not that we don't have great broadcasters, doing it in English. Like Kevin Harlan and others that I love, and Gus Johnson and stuff like that. But I don't know. I think because of all the World Cup soccer that I always watch on Univision because it's just more fun. I may not understand exactly, but as soon as there's a break of any kind, the team, it doesn't matter what country they're from, and they cross midfield and you hear the excitement build and build, the crescendo build and build up, and then even if there's a miss or it's just the Spanish play-by-play on Univision and other, it makes like a corner kick sound like the greatest thing that's ever happened on the planet. I love it. Gas Pump Guy says, man, he looked like someone kicked him in the nuts. Yeah, and look, Gas Pump Guy, you've been there. I'm sure you've had some of those moments, good and bad. We've all been kicked in the nuts before.
Yep.
Or my groin. George Hawk 66, definitely watching the Celtic team tonight. Have to. I was Joe Mazzulla's English teacher and guidance counselor at Bishop Hendrick High School. Well, yeah, I mean, you're going to watch both. I get that. And, and Joe is great, as I brag about him all the time. Yeah, I'm saying which one gets priority on the big screen. For me, I'm starting with the Bruins on my laptop, Celtics on the big screen.
Oh, yeah.
Because I'm curious to see how the Celtics come out in this one. Say not that they have to jump out to a 14-0 lead, but nevertheless, I want to see how they come out. And right now, it's a 14.5-point favorite. They are. I would wait if you're going to take the Miami Heat because, like the other day, this might go up to 17.5 points. It might before tip-off if you're taking the Miami Heat, which I probably will tonight because I think that game has backdoor cover written all over it. I think the Celtics win by easily covered by double digits, but I'm not saying they win the game by 20 again. They were up by 32 last time going into the fourth quarter. They won by 20. They covered to 17.5, but we'll see what happens. Meanwhile, Angel, last night in the NBA, the Phoenix Suns, with all of that talent, they just cannot get it going.
Devin Booker, really physical at that wing position, does a great job.
Look out, Booker and McDaniels have to be separated. You can see it as they came down the floor, a little pushing and shoving between them. Officials quickly get between to try to diffuse things.
And you saw Devin Booker, give him credit, he understood the moment and didn't retaliate, sensing you do something foolish there and you're out of this game. So that was smart.
Booker is feisty as he is elite.
Yeah. Anyway, that was at the score, 46-40 at the time. J.D. McDaniels. We head to the fourth quarter. It was all T-Wolves to start it.
3-point percentage, so they can get it up and get it in with the best of them.
Boy, what a pass! Go Bear! Conley dropping dimes. Mike Conley Jr. again running that pick and roll action. Go Bear going no look to Towns. How about the freshman? McDaniels weak side. He's been huge tonight. Offensive rebound. Conley, speaking of huge.
And without your best player on the floor, and Anthony Edwards, so impressive here what the Timberwolves have been able to do.
McDaniels slithers in as they punch him in the mouth again.
This game here in the second.
Remember, Minnesota was down a point at halftime. McDaniels keeps on coming. The bottom has just fallen out from beneath the Suns.
Lights out. Lights out. Spalding says, what about the Red Sox? What screening priority do they have? They will be on my phone. I do have the baseball package. They will be on my phone. So That would be. Thanks to TNT with the call there. Minnesota pounds Phoenix 105-93. Take a commanding 2-game-to-none series lead there. Indiana won on the road. They beat Milwaukee. The Bucks played like they had been. The Bucks have basically played one good game the last 6 games. We're counting regular season and postseason. But last night it was all. It was all Indiana last night.
Lillard skipping to the basket. Connell making him work hard. Outlet pass. Sheppard on the move. Double pump. Holy mackerel! High off the glass and in for Sheppard. It's playoff high in game 1, and we have 9:17 to go in the fourth.
Gus on NBA TV last night. It'd be the only reason you're talking about bad studio people. And Gus is obviously great play-by-play guy in all sports. That put Indiana up 96-88. Their next game is Friday at 5:30 in the afternoon. 5:30 in the afternoon on Friday. Good luck getting downtown Indianapolis for that one. Good luck. All Indiana, 125-108. That was the final. Dallas, they also went on the road last night. How about that? And they beat the Clippers.
Close out there by Cleveland, then the back off. Doncic gets into it quickly, winds it up. Luka Doncic is lethal.
Luka Doncic is it takeover time for Luka in LA.
Yeah, it was. That put them up 76-73. The Mavericks right there, and the final score would indeed be Dallas 96 and the Clippers 93. Kawhi Leonard did come back and play in that game at 15 points last night, but not enough. All right, so there's your NBA rundown from last night, and let me see. Mia O'Brien says, I will keep you posted once they get me in the shuttle. Then we go from there. We will make it work one way or the other. So either way, Mia O'Brien at 9:30 via video, or
can they put her in the Star Trek tele thingy and just zoom her home? And
excuse me. Do not disrespect one of my favorite shows of all time. It is called The Transporter.
There it is. I forgot what it was. That's why I said
you're the ambassador. You don't forget my geekiness. Jeez Louise. God, it's really disappointing. I expect more out of the ambassador.
I was gonna, you know what? Then I need to bring it up the next time and have it on the soundboard. So when we have to send me home, just zoom. All right.
All right. Speaking of that, and as long as we're talking shenanigans here, if you can, Angel, scroll down NBA on TNT last night. Let's start. Kenny had a little catch up during the break. If you see it on my Twitter feed, let's start with that one. Always shenanigans on TNT. Actually, hang on a second before you play. Let me play this audio last night. Here is inside the NBA crew debating on the refs releasing the latest 2-minute report. And this happened during the Indiana game at halftime.
Why does the NBA do that?
I agree. That's dumb. It's
what?
It's for transparency.
So what does that mean? That don't help the Sixers.
I know.
No, it's for a viewer. The league wants you to know that they do monitor referees after the fact, and they let you know that
you do. I think you do that privately. Because it serves no purpose
for the Sixers.
It does for anybody. It just makes the officials look bad. I think they should do that privately.
I don't think they should do it at all.
Well, if you're going to do it privately, you would never know, though.
Do it at all.
Well,
you were saying last night, you said, hey, he's pulling on his jersey. Shaq, you were right.
You guys always talk about humans and making mistakes. Yeah, you can make a mistake, but you can't make a vital mistake. This is the playoffs. You can't have mistakes like that. The guy was fouled, called the foul. Like, I know you're caught up in the New York Knicks and they need to be in the play and all that stuff, but the guy was fouled. When he got the ball, he was fouled.
Do you think he pushed off when he first got it?
No, he didn't push off. And then, the only problem I have with referees, just be consistent. If Chuck pushed me and you don't call a foul, cool. Let me push him back. Don't let him push me, and then when I push off, it's a foul. You can't make mistakes.
I don't like that.
Because hold on, let me finish. Because I agree with Chuck. Coming out now saying he was fouled does nothing for the Sixers.
Yeah, but I do think officials get a bad rap. First of all, I don't think they deliberately try to make mistakes in any sport. But the thing I think is happening now that it really pisses me off is, of course you get it right when you're sitting at home and watch 25 replays.
Yeah, but you got to get it right.
No. The game is these guys. The game is so fast. These guys are so big and strong in every sport. The notion that it's a lot going on, but to criticize these guys, I don't think officials really try to ever miss calls. But to be a Monday morning quarterback, us sitting at home, not us, but I mean us in general, watching a replay like he missed that call. I'm like, dude, he's watching
right
10 people. He's watching 10 people out there. Everything's moving. I just think the referees get an unfair.
Oh, he's sitting right there.
No.
Ain't no 10 things. You're sitting right there. Make the damn call.
He's one guy. No, the Sixers didn't lose that game because of that one call.
Yeah, they did.
Well, that's up for debate. I mean, the Sixers are just, you talk about teams that don't finish, and this goes back the last couple of years, Angel, being a Sixer fan, they have had a hard time finishing games that they absolutely should have won. You can blame the refs, but a lot of it, and there should have been a timeout. They should have been allowed a timeout, at least to have the opportunity to try to win that game the other night. But it still comes down to they gave up the last 8 points of that game. They should have won that game going away, and they do not have the killer instinct yet. Now, hopefully they get it back for you guys coming up the next couple of games. But Chuck, I agree with Chuck to a degree. The problem with him, is Shaq's right. It's the inconsistency. That is the biggest problem in the NBA, because you can always tell when the whistle blows 2 seconds. If somebody goes in for a bunny and misses it, and if it goes in, they're not going to call a foul most times. But if it looks sort of obvious that they should have made the layup, and if you didn't get fouled, you caught 1,000, 2 1,000, the whistle blows. It's almost automatic. I see it. I yell at the TV all the time. I go, 1,000, 2 1,000, whistle. Oh, because Joe Widget didn't get that layup here. That's the inconsistency I'm talking about. There's a lot of it. All right. Also last night, I forget what time this happened, what game, but NBA on TNT again, the crew, Kenny the Jet Smith ran out of fuel during one of the breaks. This was during the late game last night was Minnesota and Phoenix. Wasn't it last? Yeah, it was the late game last night. Yeah. So Kenny the Jet Smith ran out of fuel.
The highest scoring team in the league with 123 a game, and they score 125 tonight, win it by 17. Back with more on Inside in just a moment.
Are we keeping you up, Jet?
Oh, are you fading?
1:30. I was doing the break.
Come on, Jet. Hey, that looked like Chuckster.
Come on, Jet. It's 1:30 and only time I'm up this late is got to be some music, and I'm sleeping home. Sleep at home, Jet.
Hey, you got work to do tonight when you get to the crib.
Hey, Eric, you got a blanket?
You want a pillow? You want a neck pillow?
You got work to do.
I was doing the commercial break.
No.
Wake up.
I'm not sure it was.
Wake up, big dog.
That was legit sleep.
He was out. He was out.
Yeah, he was.
Oh my God. More shenanigans coming up. Some other stuff that happened, but we're going to take a quick break once again. And then I will do a Major League Baseball rundown for you. Lots of great highlights and play-by-play as well. But other shenanigans that happened on TNT last night in the NBA. Those guys, it's just, I could watch it. I really could watch it 24 hours. I swear to God, these guys are unscripted, completely off the cuff. That's what makes it great. All right. It's the Pete Sheppard Show live from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio. MLB Rundown coming up next. Stay with us.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too, but I'm glad we are.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation, and it feels good.
Wow, your story is so...
Interesting?
Yeah.
When people actually sit down, talk, and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own.
I know one thing. This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
People do some pretty cool things in their 40s and 50s. Why should saving for retirement be any different? I mean, they go back to college, learn new instruments, start skateboarding. Whoa! Okay, maybe that one's not for everybody, but saving for retirement is. With aceyourretirement.org, you can get on track with your retirement savings no matter your age. Just have a 3-minute chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach from AARP. You'll get personalized recommendations based on your input that are easy to understand and work with your lifestyle. It's quick, easy, and free. Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back.
Gnarly move, Dad.
Thanks, sweetie.
So wherever you are in your retirement savings journey, head to aceyourretirement.org and start chatting with Avo today. That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad, just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP.
I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again.
Hey everybody, welcome back. It's the Pete Sheppard Show live from the Naples Well Planning Studio right here on the Super Duper Riptide Media Network. I added the Super Duper. That'd be tough to put on a webpage. Super Duper Riptide Media Network. It is outstanding stuff. Again, great to have you. Great to have you. Nice, cool, crisp day again today, Angel. Here in Southwest Florida, about 67 degrees right now, which will be balmy for many of you around the country and around the world. And I get that, but what can I say? This we call it paradise down here for a reason, right?
Yep, sure do. Sure do. We are at 58 degrees at currently, but we're shooting up to 84, which is going to be nice.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you're Tampa people, you're a little step below us here, us people in Lee County in Southwest Florida. I'm just kidding. I love it.
I'm not worthy of the temperatures.
You got 58 lightning strikes before dawn, though. That's
yeah,
no doubt about that.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. That's the kind of the cool part, and it took me a while to get used to because we are the lightning capital of the world. Yeah, when you go woken up in the middle of the night, it's thunderous.
Yeah, and it looks like Christmas outside sometimes. No, not Southwest Florida, man. There's one thing down here, man. When it storms, it storms. It's just it might only last 5 minutes, especially in June, around even in Tampa and down here in Southwest Florida. June, it'll rain basically every day for like 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes. But sometimes you get those mini storms that come through, and you can get so many lightning strikes in such a short period of time. It is unbelievable to watch. It's something I was not used to in New England. I've had thunder and lightning snow in New England, which is also unique. But down here, sometimes you're driving on 75 or wherever you're driving, and you look up and one of those storms is coming. It might be just a couple miles off, and you see several. I mean, you see like 4 streams of lightning at once, and it's unbelievable.
It is. It's absolutely insane.
You just put this graphic up. So we the Riptide Media Network and the Pete Sheppard Show welcome Germany, Belgium, the UK, Australia, Austria, Kuwait, Armenia, Japan, Ireland, Italy. Hello, my family in Naples, Italy, Chile, and Puerto Rico, and Canada. How about that? We are worldwide, baby.
Yeah, and it continues to grow. When I check the map just about on a daily basis, which is absolutely awesome. And thanks to the folks too up in Boston, because they are the nice part that I try to do here every single day is to make sure that when the show is over, it may be towards a latter part of the evening, but I put everything together, make it sound all nice and audible, put it out on Spotify and anywhere you guys listen into any of your, Google Podcasts, you name Amazon Music, everywhere, so that you guys can catch up with the show. So if you're on the go somewhere, you're catching a plane, you can download it, listen to it. But the folks in Boston, you guys are downloading by the numbers like crazy.
Not just Boston. I got a lot of friends in Rhode Island. It's a lot of New Englanders.
Yeah.
I know, but when you say Boston, that means New England. I totally get that. But I did not want to discriminate against a lot of loyal listeners from the great state of Rhode Island and Maine and Vermont and Connecticut and Massachusetts and New Hampshire as well.
See,
Angels and Man, doing all this stuff. A little bit of NFL news before we get to MLB. A couple things here. Adam Schefter, a couple minutes ago. League sources do not expect the Steelers to pick up the $25 million fifth-year option on quarterback Justin Fields, whom the team acquired last month for a conditional 2025 sixth-round pick. Fields and Russell Wilson now both will be entering the last year of their contracts. That's interesting.
That's bizarre.
Let's see what happens. I'm sure, should one of them start to do really well, maybe there's a new contract negotiated. That is going to be one of the more fascinating stories of the offseason, or going into preseason, I should say. Who gets to start? I believe it will be Russell Wilson. I think it's his job to lose, but man, it certainly sounds like Justin Fields has so many incentives tied into his, whether he plays a certain amount of snaps, that Russell Wilson is going to be on a very, very short leash with that team. And also the Bears have signed assistant GM Ian Cunningham to a contract extension. Cunningham has been the top lieutenant to Bears GM Ryan Poles as they have reconstructed the Chicago's roster. Cunningham expected to be one of the top GM candidates in the next hiring cycle. And as I say that, Ryan Poles was asked on the Bears webpage about taking Caleb Williams.
So, unfortunately, it's one of those things I think everyone's got to tune in on Thursday to watch and figure out. But I feel really good about our process and where we are and where we're headed. So, we know what we're going to do, but everyone's going to have to wait till Thursday to go there.
Chicago GM Ryan Poles also talked about, what about the number 9 pick?
It's likely the option. Would that be to move up for a guy you guys absolutely love, or to fall back and to get one of those guys?
Yeah, that's hard to answer right now. I think as the draft unfolds, there's going to be some indicators that kind of start to educate us on how we need to move to acquire the top talent in this draft.
If a trade back does kind of become the scenario, is there a threshold where you go, okay, this is too far back to move? We want to kind of stay in this range. Is there a range for you?
Yeah, as I've said in the past, like, we need to count players in certain ranges, and that's, we would feel uncomfortable if we got outside of whatever threshold that is.
So again, it's kind of depends on the first couple picks and how they move, and we'll kind of count them up and say, you know what, here's the line. We can't go past that.
Do you feel a need to add more picks?
Right.
Feel a need to add more picks going in with only 4?
No, I feel really good at where we're at. If that happens, that's great. If we have less, that's whatever we need to do to kind of accomplish what we're setting out to do and improve our football team.
Boy, Angel, that is going to be something. The amount of pressure that Caleb Williams is going to have because of the improved offense of the Bears. We already know they have a really good defense, but you're still under the tutelage of Matt Eberflus, which I don't know. I'm still surprised he still has a job, but tons of pressure because the Bears are going to be expected to compete for that division this year. There is no question in my mind that they will be expected to compete. We'll see.
Well, Chicago's got 2 problems. They got one with the Bears with Matt Eberflus, and their White Sox are abysmal. Abysmal.
Old school White Sox back in the day.
Yeah.
Talking Dick Butkus and Brian Piccolo and Gale Sayers and all those guys. Sid Luckman, their best quarterback they've ever had and haven't really had a great one or even a very good one since. All due respect to Jim McMahon. Meanwhile, all right. Also, and I want to play this too, from Money Worth the Game podcast yesterday. You'll love this, Angel. Tyreek Hill says he would torch primetime Deion Sanders. Both of them in their prime, and they were both on hand for this yesterday.
You in your prime, and prime time in his prime. Is you putting 100 yards on Deion?
I'm putting 175 on Deion.
Prime.
Curly top prime.
Let me see if I can get him on the phone.
Hey, prime was a GOAT though, but you got to understand though, they played a lot of man-to-man back in the day.
Yeah.
You feel me? And I feel like generations has changed and receivers has changed. And we got so much stuff in our generation know so many crazy movements, and we know all this crazy stuff.
Prime used to shut a whole half of a field down.
Yeah, a whole field down. But he was going against who?
Jerry Rice.
Jerry Rice, how tall though?
6'2".
And I'm what?
5'9". 5'9",
197. I'm quicker, more agile. I can move, a whole lot quick twitch guy. I can catch screens. So it's a whole lot that go into a game. So I'm not saying I'm going to put the whole 197 up by going deep or running the actual route.
Right.
I'm catching screens. I'm doing whatever, the game need me to do to get yardage on Deion.
He said 175
on prime.
Two tubs too. Don't forget about that.
Oh, it is 2 tubs
Easy.
on prime.
Easy.
175, 2
Easy.
tubs on. You hear this?
Get what?
Hey, Pop, you hear this?
Get what? I'm so disrespectful with it. While I'm scoring, I'm doing his in the end zone.
On prime?
I'm doing his in the end zone with it. Then I'm gonna point to him like that and say, "You like that, don't you? You like that?"
Oh boy.
What is that? What the fuck is that? What is that, Private Pie?
What is that, Private Tyreek? Here's the thing. Some of what he says is correct about different coverages and all that stuff, but please, as great a receiver as you are, you can make the serious argument, Angel. If you were talking about the greatest football player to ever play in the NFL, Jerry Rice for me is number 1. He's at the top of the list. He is number 1, the greatest football player to ever play the game.
Agreed.
He is number 1. Tyreek Hill, you're a great player, no question. You got tremendous speed. Don't you dare even mention Jerry Rice coming out of your mouth, because you will go down as an excellent wide receiver. Jerry Rice, you can make the case, is the absolute best football player to ever play. So that's just me.
Agreed. No, you're 100% right, because he is one of the best.
And by the way, all these great cuts for the thanks to Total Sports Prep. And for the best articles and audio, there's only one source that provides everything you need 365 days a year to satisfy your sports craving. Of course, it's Total Sports Prep. The staff combs through the best articles and audio so you don't have to. Our sports and non-sports kicker stories will leave you laughing all day long. To get your free trial of Total Sports Prep, contact them at You can see it on the screen as well at info@sportsbroadcastingcoach.com. That's info@sportsbroadcastingcoach.com. Toto Sports Prep, the name says it all. Yes, it does. All right, now let's get into what happened yesterday and last night, or mostly last night, in Major League Baseball. Yesterday, the pathetic White Sox jump out to a lead.
White Sox looking for an insurance run. We'll leave it up to Andrew Benintendi. Benintendi comes through in the 8th. Here it comes Mendick, and Jimenez will score as well. 2 runs driven in by Andrew Benintendi. Just what the Sox needed.
Thanks to NB Sports Chicago. Why can't the Red Sox have players like that? Oh, I could say that almost every highlight that I do. So it's 5-2 in the top of the 8th inning. You're right. White Sox about to cruise to a victory, right? Wrong.
Larnach 1 for 3 with a double. Scored back in the first. Larnach is swinging a drive. Right field and deep. Back it goes and gone. A 1-run game at Target Field on Larnach's second. And it's 5-4 Chicago.
Yes, thanks to Bally Sports. And then we head to the bottom of the 9th.
Byron Buxton tonight is 2 for 3, a double, a single. A swing at glass to left field, down the line, in the corner. That ball is going to be fair and gone off the pole. Byron Buxton, a laser down the left field line, right off the pole. And it's 5-5.
5-5 thanks to Bally Sports North right there. And, of course, you knew what was coming for the Twins.
Kirilloff has 1 career walk-off plate appearance. It was a single last year here against San Diego. Twins have the winning run 90 feet away. 2 down, bottom 9. Full count to Kirilloff. Sharply hit, base hit right field. Martin scores. Twins win. Twins win. The Minnesota Twins win it.
That's the best feeling there is, meeting your teammates after a walk-off win.
It was a fastball, and Kirilloff pulled it through. Martin scored, and the Twins win back-to-back games against the White Sox, now 9-13 on the season, and have their first walk-off win here in 2024.
All right, thanks to Valley Sports North right there, and NBC Sports Chicago. Minnesota beats the White Sox 6-5. Yankees and Oakland went at it in the first inning. Anthony Rizzo.
The 3-2. Rizzo drives that in the air to right. Deep and gone. Anthony Rizzo breaks out, and so do the Yankee bats. It's a 4 spot in the first.
That's all they get. The bats of the Yankees went silent after that. They hang on and beat Oakland 4-3. Lawrence Butler and Shea Langoliers had homers for the A's later in that game in the second and the fourth inning, respectively, but wasn't enough. Detroit and Tampa Bay also went at it yesterday.
Riley Green lays into one. Center field, Arozarena looking up. No chance! Florida man homers in Florida. 1-0 Tigers.
Bombs away to dead center field. Riley Green flexing his muscles to the big part of the ballpark.
How about where the pitch was? How about what type of pitch it was? The broadcasters are getting on the whole. For a lot of these teams, are getting worse and worse. By the way, Riley, that put up Detroit 1-0 in the third, but Riley Green was not done.
And a sharp slider.
Riley Green tears into another one. The Tigers lead.
Oh, my.
Welcome home, Riley Green. Just down the road from Oviedo. 3-2 Tigers.
See, water doesn't do the trick. I need a sriracha bottle. I'm going to get an empty sriracha bottle and fill it up with red colored dye so I can cleanse myself from some of these horrible calls. Well, you appreciate Bally Sports. Detroit went on to win by a score of 4-2. Kansas City and Toronto also went at it yesterday.
Over the second baseman's head, so all hands are safe. Turner picks up an RBI with an infield base hit, and the Blue Jays are on the board.
Well, thanks for covering for me there for a minute here. Headset decided to take the night off.
What a call by Buck Martinez. Craig's the Sportsnet right there. 1-0 Toronto, but that would not be enough.
Line fair ball. The game is tied. Garcia to third. He's being waved home. And the Royals have taken the lead.
He was overdue for some more ribbies, and there it was. It was a changeup, looked like. Stayed right in the middle of the plate. Junior right out front. Timing was perfect. Garcia is coming hard around third base.
Thanks again to Bally Sports Kansas City. After the game, Angel, very interesting. Bobby Wood Jr., who's I remember his father pitching, was a hit or miss, but man, he had some heat sometimes. But Bobby Wood Jr. post-game interview.
You see that opening and take advantage of it. Tell me about that moment.
Yeah, we just trying to put a couple runs up for our pitching staff. Our bullpen is great, so we're just trying to put as many runs as possible to get them in the game and get the win.
This is really your first time this year dealing with a little bit of adversity with a few losses in a row. It's going to happen throughout the course of the year. What's been the mindset and the mood in that clubhouse?
Just makes us better. We try to learn from losing and then try not to lose as much as possible, and then come in today, focus on today, and then now we're on tomorrow and try to win tomorrow's game.
Here comes MJ. That's kind of news. Is that Swedish fish?
Yeah. Swedish fish.
I hadn't seen that one before. Couple more things. That moment, you always have an ability of staying calm, but you understand there were few opportunities in this game. How do you, as a hitter, keep the heart rate slow and slow things down?
Yeah, you just got to take.
Yeah, blah, 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 blah. You take it one pitch at a time, blah, 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 blah. We learn from our losses, blah, 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 blah. And yeah, Swedish fish bath. I have not seen that one. And those of you who've never been in a Major League Baseball clubhouse, a.k.a. the locker room. Of course, in baseball, you have to call it the clubhouse, otherwise you get yelled at. But it is a locker room. There are closets or shelves stuffed with all sorts of stuff, including bubble gum and Swedish fish and all that stuff. I mean, it really is amazing. I always wanted to go in and steal a box, but of course you would get in trouble if you did that. Kansas City wins by a score of 3-2. Angels and Baltimore, and Mike Trout got it going early for the Halos.
There's a drive, right center field, hit well. Mullins is back for it. He's near the wall, and it's gone! Leadoff home run, Mike Trout. And the Angels storm out of the game with a 1-0 lead.
That is why you have Mike Trout in that leadoff spot.
Yeah, okay. Well, that was good yesterday. They finally hang on and beat Baltimore by a score of 7-4. Red Sox and Indians went at it in Cleveland. It looked freezing last night. Red Sox got it going early.
High fly ball right field. He hits it deep down the line. It is gone. Wilyer Abreu stays hot. And the Sox take a 1-0 lead. So a 1-0 lead. Long time coming tonight before someone got on the board.
All we had to do was talk about how good Lively's fastball has been in this game. Well, there it is right there. Four-seamer middle of the plate. See ya.
Dave O'Brien with a call on Nesson. I don't know who that was. Will Middlebrooks in there doing color? I'm not sure. Meanwhile, that's all the runs the Red Sox would score in that game, but not for Cleveland.
The 1-2 to Jose Ramirez is hit well right field. A long way back. Refsnyder's out of room. It's out of here. Jose Ramirez with his 4th home run of the season. And it gives the Guardians a little breathing room at 3-1.
Thanks to Bally Sports Great Lakes for that one. Also, Seattle over Texas by a score of 4-0 there. Pittsburgh nipped Milwaukee by a score of 2-1. Cincinnati finally ended the Phillies' 8-game winning streak yesterday.
High fly. Rocket launch to left center. Splash down De La Cruz. His 7th of the year. 7 runs for the Reds.
I mean, I don't know many people that can go backside like that and hit the ball 110 off the bat.
My goodness. I mean, you know when you get one. He got one.
Wow. Hardest hit ball of the game and time to strike a pose. You know what he does this year.
Ellie De La Cruz, one of the great players in Major League Baseball. Yes, and Cincinnati won 8-1. Atlanta blanked Miami 5-0. Arizona really pounded the St. Louis Cardinals yesterday. Pavin Smith.
They're loaded for Pavin Smith. And Pavin trying to unload. Sends one out to right. Nootbaar looking up. And it's in the bullpen for a grand slam for Pavin Smith. And it's 14-1.
Here they go again. He's having quite a night. 6 RBIs.
He almost hit a home run out to left. And this one is hammered out to right.
14-1 is your final there, Arizona over St. Louis. Not to be outdone in the Grand Slam category.
0-2. And this ball hammered deep left field. Take a good look. You won't see it for long. How about an 0-2 grand slam for Brendan Rodgers?
Maybe that'll get this offense going. First career grand slam for Brendan Rodgers, and the Rockies have taken the lead.
Thanks to MLB Network right there. That happened in the bottom of the 4th inning with the Rockies trailing 4-1. They took a 5-4 lead. Throwing error helped as well. Later on, Colorado beat San Diego by a score of 7-4. San Francisco over the Mets by a score of 5-1. Dodgers over Washington by a score of 4-1 as well. Shohei Ohtani
with an absolute rocket. Forget about it. First game in Nats Park. First home run in Nats Park. 4-1 Dodgers. 4:23 on Sunday. 4:50 tonight.
Welcome to Nats Park.
Dodgers win 4-1. A lot of Shohei Ohtani fans there. Lots of love for the Dodgers on the road. Cubs over Houston yesterday as well. Bottom of the first. Who else? Cody Bellinger got it going.
Bellinger crushes one. Right field, way back. Forget it. Out of here. Cody Bellinger, a no-doubter into the bleachers and right. And that quickly, the Cubs jump out and it's 2-0.
Whoa. Yeah, Whoa is right. That's home run number 5 for Bellinger. And boy, he's been really swinging the hot bat here lately. A lot of damage, good solid contact, 428 feet, first pitch ambush.
Cody Bellinger, though, got hurt in this game as a rib contusion. He had to exit in the top of the 4th inning. Cubbies go on to win 7-2. There's your baseball rundown. All right, another quick break. Angel Martinez, the ambassador.
Wait. You got about 4 texts up there.
Oh, here we go. Gas Pump Guy says I may be biased, but I think Mike Evans is better than Hill, and his numbers don't lie. Oh, Mike Evans is one of my favorite players of all time. There's no question. Speed-wise, no. I mean, Hill's got him beat. Mike Evans, you can put him on my team any day of the week and twice on Sunday. No question about it. We have any more texts?
Yeah.
I haven't seen. Yeah. Okay.
Second one from Gas Pump.
The what?
Gas Pump Guy. That's the second one.
I'm sorry. You see the other one. Oh, man, the Rays have been slipping the first part of the season. Yeah, but, as I say, Gas Pump Guy, it's a marathon, not a sprint. Yep. George Hawk 66 is, by the way, when you watch the Celtics, you may note that Joe has a Celtic cross identical to the one that is awarded to all the freshmen at Bishop Hendrick High School. Yes, I did notice that. Yes, and he wears it proudly as he should. And it will be something, George, and I'm trying to think. I don't think you were there when Mike Malone was there, but that'll be something if it's the Celtics in Denver in the finals. 2 Bishop Hendrick High School coaches going at it, Mike Missoula and Joe Missoula and Mike Malone. That will be something. Stephanie and Dan say, can't wait to be in Florida mid-May, and my favorite place being a fan. Well, what part of Florida? Stephanie and Dan, welcome. Haven't seen them text before, but thank you so much. And as always, you can follow us and follow the show. Follow me on Twitter at pshep326. The whole show is there, as is Martinez and Defo Unscripted right after that. Also on my Facebook page and on Broad Street South Facebook and YouTube pages, LinkedIn, Rumble, Spotify, and of course on Sports Radio 102.9. Quick break coming up next. Chris Palin, the Executive Vice President, Chief Revenue Officer of the Florida Everblades. They have a huge game tonight, Game 3. That series is tied at 1 with Jacksonville. We'll talk to him about the week of the Everblades and tonight's game. And then later on, 9:30, Mia O'Brien. Could be by video, could be on the phone. Either way, it looks like she'll be on his shuttle. which video on a shuttle could be funny with a whole bunch of people around, but we shall see. All part of the third and final hour of the Pete Sheppard Show, here live from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio on the Riptide Media Network.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
All right, class. Let's hear what everyone did this weekend. Jill?
Well, I raised my older sister to a big oak tree. It was at least 100 years old. My mom said I must have set a record or something. And then we went down by a stream and perched up on this huge rock and saw all of these little minnows swimming around way below us. And then I rescued my little brother from an evil slug king who was guarding him at the bush fortress. And my sister and I brought him back to our super twig fort for safety. And then we all laid out and told stories until it got dark. And the Big Dipper led us all the way home.
Wow. Awesome. Where were you, Jill?
Yeah. We went to the forest. It's not that far away. Anyone want to come this weekend?
Ask your parents to take you and your friends to the forest this week and find the fun, adventurous you. It's closer than you think. Check out discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Okay, men. This is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping. Cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. I know you won't. Because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen.
Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
mic on, dummy. That's me calling myself a dummy. Turn your mic on. Welcome back to the Pete Sheppard Show live here at the Naples Well Planning Studio on the Riptide Media Network. And a great song by ELO all over the world. One of the great soundtracks of all time to one of maybe arguably one of the top 3 worst movies ever made, ever. In Xanadu. How they got Gene Kelly to star in that movie and go around on roller skates and is just the dumbest, stupidest movie I have ever seen in my life, but one of the great soundtracks of all time. Anyway, speaking of greatness, let's check in our weekly visit with someone from the Florida Everblades. And this week it is my good friend, Chris Palin, Executive Vice President, Chief Revenue Officer of the Everblades. Chris, good morning. Thanks for taking a few. How are you?
I'm great, Pete. How are you today?
I'm fine. Did you like the movie Xanadu? Did you ever see it?
I never saw it.
It was awful.
I'm glad I didn't.
That's terrible. Great soundtrack. Great soundtrack, as you heard. Well, I talked to Coach Brad Ralph last week before the series started with Jacksonville. You lose game 1 4-0, but I knew in my heart of hearts that the Everblades were going to bounce back in game 2, and man, did they ever! That is, I think the best. And sometimes we say this too often. But that's the best win of the year so far. Matthew Webb, from the left circle with 8:24 in overtime. Outstanding win for the Everblades to even that series up at 1 with the next 3 now back home here in Estero at Hertz Arena.
Yeah, I think this team has been very resilient every season, especially in the playoffs. People seem to count us out, and we win at the right time. So it's a big win. I would say, this is one of those series where, both teams are excellent from the goaltender out. Defensively, we're strong. They're strong. Was saying to a couple people yesterday, they are a very disciplined, skilled team that plays the system. They don't take penalties. They don't give you a lot of chances, Pete. And then, Vernon in net is excellent. So, you're not going to get a lot of chances, so you got to capitalize when you can. And I felt like up through overtime, we weren't really capitalizing on our opportunities. I was a little worried. Mm-hmm. I think we had 6 or 7 shots before we scored. And, just like playoff hockey, always kind of a fluky goal, right? So we needed to get one there. We hadn't won there all year. So that's a big win for us. And, last time we played them here, I thought we dominated them. So it's going to be a long series. This is a very good team. But, I think we have the makings of what we've had over the past couple of years is knocking off the higher seed and moving on.
Yeah, seeding does not matter for this team. Why should it? It just doesn't matter. Playoffs are a whole new ball game. We see it all the time in the AHL, and we certainly see it in the NHL. Just get in. You look at the NHL. You got Las Vegas, the defending Stanley Cup champion. They're the 8th seed.
Yeah, it just takes at that level. Even you look at it takes an injury like Vancouver.
Yes,
goaltending. I don't know how they win that series now. So, you're right. Get in and anybody can win. And we came from the 4 slot last year out of our division, and now we're in the 3 slot. So every game is a different matchup. Every game is its own game within the series. So that's the beauty of of hockey. I think if you watched Boston and Toronto after game 1, mm-hmm. you didn't think that Toronto had any chance, right? And they found a way to come back and steal a game, and we'll see how that goes. But anybody has a chance in any series, and like you said, just get in.
We talk about Vancouver and what's his name, the goalie, Casey. But, you disappoint me because you said, I don't know how they're going to win that series. It came out of nowhere. Well, I seem to remember some dude named Ken Dryden against the Bruins who nobody knew who he was. He ended up in the Hall of Fame. And the worst one, Chris, you're bringing back bad memories for me.
Oh, boy.
Steve Penny.
Against
Mike freaking Moffat back in the day.
Yep.
Had to suffer through. Nobody knew who Steve Penny was. Comes out of nowhere for the stupid Canadians and stands on his head.
Yeah, who knows? That might happen for Vancouver as well. But, it just seems like, goaltending is so important. Mm-hmm. And you look back on the teams that have won the Cup, like Vegas last year, would you call Hill an exceptional goaltender? Probably not. So, if you have an exceptional offense, does that outweigh. Typically defense wins championships. I think goaltending does, but Hullebuck's not playing well right now.
Oh, did you see that mistake he made last night?
Terrible. Just
Oh,
not
my
like
man
him
from,
at all.
No, he's been one of the best goalies all year. My man from UMass Lowell.
Yep.
Just
surprising.
Very surprising. But for the other teams, like the great Herb Brooks once said, right, Chris, great moments are born out of great opportunities. So you got a chance to come in, especially in hockey, and Carpe Diem sees the day. There you go. Look at me going all Latin on the show.
Yeah,
amazing.
At 9 a.m. Crazy.
God almighty, what's going on? Must be my third cup of iced coffee that I had this morning. So anyway, it had to be, and I brought this up to Coach last week. It was the day before, because game one was on Thursday, right? Last week.
Thursday.
Yeah, so I talked on Wednesday, but I said that really has to stink. And I know rink availability comes into play, but especially after losing a game like that 4-0, you want to get back out there at the very least the next day, maybe you got to, but that had to wait an even extra day, I think, because of rink availability. So you're off 2 days. You got to wait till Sunday to play in that game, which made it to me an even more impressive win by the Everblades to get that one, fight it out shooting Jacksonville in OT, 6-1, but getting that much needed win for the split on the road. But waiting that extra day sucks.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at it both ways, right? Like if you win the game, you want to get right back out there with the momentum. If you lose, you got a couple extra days to kind of let it go away, right? I think we played well in game one. We just, again, we couldn't break that brick wall of Vernon. He's excellent. We didn't have quality chances, but we had some good opportunities, and same thing in game two. Like finding the net was hard. So hopefully that's not the case here. Matchups will be better for us at home. But I think you go back to both teams have to deal with it as far as, the break goes. I think the guys got a chance to spend a little time together on the road. They didn't come back, so they stayed up there. And so, they got a little time to gel and bond, which is nice. When you're away, you don't have to worry about, the things that are at home. Some of these guys have families and that kind of stuff. So, you can look at it either team. I don't think there's really an advantage. Buildings at our level, it's tough because, like even looking ahead to the next two series is Greenville and or Orlando. They both have building issues. Orlando, especially if the Magic keep playing. So, they're
playing the same building as the Magic.
Oh yeah, they play in the big building.
I didn't realize that. Oh
yeah. So they actually had I think it's this Saturday. They come back to Orlando, and they have a Magic game at 1 PM, and then the Solar Bears are playing at 9. Ooh. So it's tough. There could be some changes even to the format. Depending, but we're not worried about that now. We're worried about game 3 tonight, and I think the other adage to throw out there is people always think we're sold out going into the playoffs because we've had such a good year, and like to thank all the fans out there. This year we averaged over 6,300 a game for the first time since 2001. So 24 years. So incredible. So thank you, all the fans. But to break the adage that, we're sold out going into this week, we're not. There's plenty of tickets left. What people fail to recognize is, a lot of the season ticket holders go back up north. They have to buy a playoff package. Some of them aren't going to be here, so they tend not to come out. So, usually the first round starts a little slow. I won't say it's slow. We're over 5,000 for all 3 games, but we're not at 7,200. So, we're doing a whiteout for first round. So everybody wear white, come on out, and there's plenty of tickets left for tonight, Friday and Saturday.
Well, I have no doubt you'll have a tremendous walk up crowd tonight. There is no
Absolutely.
question. There's no doubt about it. And it's a little cooler, today and yesterday. Only in down here, it's right now. It's the the 60s. I know it'll get up to low 80s. But you guys never. I bring this up every year around this time. There is never an issue with soft ice at Hertz Arena. Never
No.
that I can remember since I've been down here over 7 years.
Nope. When you come to the game, I remind everybody bring a long sleeve shirt, bring a whatever, bring a jacket. It's chilly. It's chilly weather here in the rink.
Yeah, and it's funny you bring up Orlando plays and everything else, and I was thinking about this the other night, and you have what they call the Bull Gang crew too, and the Bull Gang crew is the one that changes ice back into basketball and basketball into ice. It's funny the other night. I'm thinking those poor bastards in Boston when the Bruins are playing at 8:00 at night and the Celtics have the first game on Sunday at 1:00. By the time everything gets done and reorganized, those guys probably pulled an all-nighter, and they worked their tails off. I think it's quicker going from basketball to hockey, but I forget which way it is. One's like 3.5 or 4 hours, and one's 5 hours. I forget which one. But all these wonderful workers in all these arenas, especially if you're hosting teams that have to play basketball and hockey, the Bull Gang crew these guys are unbelievable, aren't they? And I'm sure you have your set over where you are too.
Yeah, and for a long time it was hard to find good help there, so that was part two of it. But yeah, they do an incredible job. I remember the days when I was back up in Rochester. We had the indoor lacrosse and hockey. Mm-hmm. So we would play 1-2 o'clock games, whether it be lacrosse or hockey, and then flip over for an 8 o'clock night game. And I'd watch them do it, and I was like, it's amazing, just absolutely amazing how they can turn that over and get it going. But we did it frequently, so I'm not surprised. I've never seen it. I've never been in a situation where we've transitioned to basketball because I've never been with a basketball team, but even indoor lacrosse with the carpet and everything, rolling that out and getting that ready to go, pretty cool. Pretty cool to see.
Yeah, and then if there's concerts at Hertz Arena, but I mean, any rink anything that's not hockey, you're going to have a good crew that can break the ice down or get it covered up immediately. And how many times in my lifetime at the Garden, you'd have condensation seep through the floor sometimes, depending on what time of year it is. It's happened at Madison Square Garden. It's happened at the Boston Garden. I think it happened in L.A. too one time, a couple of times back in the day. But it's a credit to you. Now tonight also. Hump Day Deal Wednesday, $3 beers and hot dogs through the whole game, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. So in the first round, we keep our weekly promotions the same as the regular season. So thanks for pointing that out. Wednesday deal, $3 hot dogs, $3 beers all night long. Our Friday deal, our 239 night, which is a ticket and food item, is still in effect. So you can get tickets by going to floridaeverblades.com/239. And I think Friday is popcorn. So everybody loves popcorn. So
two tickets, popcorn, a souvenir program, all for the low price of $39. You cannot beat that.
Yeah. And then Saturday, we start off with our tailgate, 5 to 7 outside with bounce houses for the kids and some live music. So it kind of sets the mood for the game. And hopefully, that'll be our end of the series, right? When we take 3 at home. Knock on wood here.
Absolutely. Chris, always a pleasure to be able to watch any of the Stanley Cup playoffs so far. Your Rangers off to a good. I mean, Washington kind of gave it up last night early, but Rangers, it should scare anybody when your team wins the President's Trophy like, the Bruins did last year. You only get the Stanley Cup about 19-point-something% of the time.
Yeah, when I look at the matchups, Washington to me just doesn't feel like they belong in the playoffs right now. Yeah. They're just not deep enough.
Especially when Ovechkin's put up goose eggs in the first 2 games. I mean, that can't happen.
He doesn't look great. They've got some good players, but they don't match up well in that. I don't think in that matchup. Other than that, I think anyone can beat anybody. I thought last night's. I did watch the game. The Rangers were better than a 4-3 win. It never felt like Washington was in that game. Mm-hmm. Florida and Tampa, I think, what a finish.
Mhm.
Two great goaltenders. I think either team that wins that series could go real far.
How about that Bobrovsky save last
Oh
night
my
late?
God.
I mean, Jesus,
Amazing.
that was crazy.
It was a throwback to Dominic Hasek. That's for
Oh
sure.
yeah. What'd you think, real quick? What'd you think of Lindy Ruff being rehired by the Buffalo Sabres?
You know what? I like Lindy.
yeah.
When I was in Rochester, he was in Buffalo. I've
Yep.
dealt with him a lot.
Mhm.
For the crap they've gone through, I think probably a veteran stabilizing force was probably a good move. He's a bit older, but you know what? The kids, they have a lot of kids. They may need that. I thought he did a good job in Jersey for a few years, and your time always kind of wears out. But I was okay with it. Rather than going back to the well and trying to find some new kid or younger guy that maybe just doesn't work, because it seems like that's kind of what they filled that role with.
Mhm.
So I like the veteran stabilizing guy. I hope they get some success there. It's a good market for sports when they're successful, but they've been bad for a long time.
Yes, they have. All right, Chris. Thanks so much for joining me. And I'm sure we'll talk again next week. If not, it'll be Coach Brad Ralph.
Absolutely, and we got to get you some Florida Everblades stuff for the back of your wall there.
Oh yeah, yes, absolutely. And I'm going to try to make it down there over the weekend. I promise. I'm trying to make it down there over the weekend, and I'll let you know. I'll text you.
Look me up. Let me know if you're here. I want to make sure we see each other. So
that sounds awesome. Thanks so much, Chris. Always a pleasure. Good luck to you and the boys. The next 3 games should be awesome.
Thanks, Pete. Take care.
All right, there it is. Chris Palin, Executive Vice President, Chief Revenue Officer of the Florida Everblades, and one hell of a guy, even though he went to Mount St. Charles. But as I always tease him, because I always beat my team, my high school, when I was there. They won 22 state championships in a row. All right. Mia says, good news in the shuttle. Should be to office in 10. Shoot me video link and I should be good to go. How about that, Angel? How about that? So, yeah, with that, okay. That's good to know. That's awesome. Again, thanks to Chris Palin and the Everblades. So there is one more funny thing that I wanted to get to. Let's see, from yesterday. Oh, the funny video. Well, there's a couple here from TNT last night. Angel, if we could scroll down on my Twitter account, Chuck and Shaq worked out on a perk punching bag in Studio J. This is hysterical if you see it. Gas Pump Guy says, great interview. I love when you talk to the Blades. Yes, thank you, Gas Pump Guy. I love it. Tell your friends. Chuck and Shaq worked out on a perk punching bag in the studio. So they had a picture of Kendrick Perkins' face on the punching bag, and all these guys don't like him, and I understand why, because the ESPN has an inferiority complex when it comes to the TNT show, and Perk has taken some pot shots at them. He started it, and they just rip him all the time. So here's the video. Last night, Chuck and Shaq working out in the perk punching bag. Okay. You're ready? That's all right. That's all right. Processing.
And now we can go.
Okay.
Oh, we go kill some roaches?
Here we go.
Let's kill some roaches.
I can't see it.
Good.
You can't see it.
There we go.
Pause it.
Gloves,
I'm fine. Hey, listen, man.
Yeah. Have to restart it again because I couldn't see it. Now we go. There we go. Now I see it.
Now?
Yep, I see it now.
All right, give me a second.
Yep.
Oh, we go kill some roaches?
Here we go.
There we go.
Let's kill some roaches.
Here we go. Good. There we go.
Chuck, you all right? I'm fine. Hey, listen, man. Hey, Jermaine, man. Jermaine,
Here we go.
Relax, man. We need him tomorrow night.
Here we go.
Hold on before we get started. I need some motivation. Don't start yet. We got it. I'll make sure he punches it right. No! Let's get to it. Hey,
let's go.
Listen, Roach. Or else. Hey, Roach. You better quit. Come on, Roach. Hey, one more. Come on, Roach. One more. Leave us alone, Roach. Hey, listen, look, see, you don't need that shot. You don't need the shot. That's your shot. That was your shot today. Boy, that's so easy. That's your shot. You gonna kill some roaches. You're a professional athlete. Jack, kill some roaches. You professional athlete. You don't need no shot, man. You don't need no shot. No, you're No, you're right here. No, shut up. Oh, crazy. No, come on, you don't want to. Come on, man. Okay. You got glasses on, man. Get him. Unload, Chuck it, unload. You on your own. Hey. He's out.
And Shaq loses a lens from the glasses.
Oh, we gonna kill the roaches?
Here we go. His glasses went flying off, and he broke a lens in his. Those are probably like $500 glasses, I would imagine. They were ones that shone. That's that's unbelievable. And Angel, if I may, one more. From TNT last night. It's the one, where is it? Okay, a couple down from that. The shake weight is back. NBA on TNT. The shake weight is back. This is Chuck on a mini workout in between. I think this was in between the first game, but this is absolutely hysterical before we go to break, and then we'll chat with Mia O'Brien. The shake weight is back. Do you see that?
I see it. You don't see it yet?
I don't see it on my screen. All
right, give it a second or two. It'll pop up there.
Yep, there it is. Okay. So in case you missed it last night, and this gets a little racy a little bit, but the shake weight is back.
Here, take a little rest.
Wait, why? Because you don't want to back out here. Come on.
Have a seat. All right, we're going to put our feet on the little pedals here. We're going to pedal out. We're going to get a little rest right quick. Feet, here we go. Put your feet on the pedal.
Okay.
Let's pedal it out. A little bike, a little cardio, but this is the recovery. This is the recovery phase. Keep your core tight. I need your core tight. You know what? I need some help. Nicole, bring your ass. Come on. Here we go. I need you to do this. Here we go. You hold on to the shake weight. You know you like to make drinks. Here we go. Hold the hand up here and shake it. Let's go.
Right there.
Let's go. Shake it.
Yeah.
Come on. I need you to look at it.
Hey,
look at it.
I had a lot of practice on this one. This is easy for me. I'm ambidextrous with this one. I've had a lot of practice with this. I don't have to hold it that high.
There you go. Good stuff. Good. Come on out. Good job. Good job. Here, take a look.
I mean, a lot of the theme was he saw Ernie Johnson and Shaq. They're all eating donuts around him while he's doing that. But yeah, it's very, very funny.
Yeah,
funny stuff. A little sophomoric, but hey, that's what we do. It's fun stuff. They would never do that on ESPN. Never. Not in a million years. All right, time for a quick break. Mia O'Brien's going to join us via video coming up. I know Angel sent her the link, so she should have it. It is the Pete Sheppard Show live from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio on the Riptide Media Network. Mia O'Brien from 1010XL. We're talking NFL Draft next here on the Pete Sheppard Show.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
The following is made possible by Dad.
Why was the basketball court all wet? Because the players kept dribbling all over it.
The dad joke. Corny, groan-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
Why do you have to be careful when it's raining cats and dogs? Because you might step in a poodle.
And kids that spend more time with their dads grow up to be smarter, more successful.
Can I tell you a cat joke? Just kidding.
And with any luck, funnier adults.
Why didn't the skeleton go to the dance? Because he didn't have any body to go with.
Dad jokes rule. So take a moment to make a moment and give your kid a laugh. It's as easy as going to fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
That's really funny.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too, but I'm glad we are.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation, and it feels good.
Wow, your story is so...
Interesting?
Yeah.
When people actually sit down, talk, and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own.
I know one thing. This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
People do some pretty cool things in their 40s and 50s. Why should saving for retirement be any different? I mean, they go back to college, learn new instruments, start skateboarding.
Whoa!
Okay, maybe that one's not for everybody, but saving for retirement is. With aceyourretirement.org, you can get on track with your retirement savings no matter your age. Just have a 3-minute chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach from AARP. You'll get personalized recommendations based on your input that are easy to understand and work with your lifestyle. It's quick, easy, and free. Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back.
Gnarly move, Dad.
Thanks, sweetie.
So wherever you are in your retirement savings journey, head to aceyourretirement.org and start chatting with Avo today. That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
It's the final segment of the Pete Sheppard Show here live from the Naples Well Planning Studio on the Riptide Media Network. And shout out to Rick Calhoun, one of the partners here, a big partner with Brian Bruneau, who brought in a mini fan today here at Naples Well Planning to, it's just enough. It's just enough cool air blowing on me because a little stuffy in here from time to time. We have a gorgeous studio here at Naples Well Planning, but now I get the cool breeze. So I feel like I'm lying in a hammock in Jamaica here on the Pete Sheppard Show, live from the Naples Well Planning Studio on the Riptide Media Network. Me, O'Brien, going to join us momentarily via video, and I want to make sure that she got it. And want to make sure that Angel Martinez is, I'm sure, get it to her as well. So, very nice. And she was busy all day. She was getting auto shop done. She's doing a million things. She's got mock drafts. She's got her own show, Helmets and Heels, which it's one of the best names of any show on the planet. That she does daily at 1010XL. Really, really good stuff. So Mia's going to check in via video. And just want to make sure that absolutely the right email was sent, correct? Yeah, I know. You're doing a gazillion different things at once, doing an unbelievable job. So hopefully we'll hear from Mia in just a few minutes. If not, a few seconds, I should say. So, yeah, you catch her on 1010XL up in Jacksonville, also on MoBrianTV.com. She does some play-by-play stuff for ESPN, ESPN Plus as well. in men and women's basketball up in that area. She does a mock draft too. She's done a mock draft for the Jacksonville Jaguars as well. I think her last one mock draft, Mia's mock draft Monday 4.0. And she said, somebody said the worst mock draft I've ever seen, as one 1010 XL listener calls it. First of all, there is no true draft expert when it comes to this stuff because it is entirely a crapshoot. So, anywho, we're waiting for Mia to come on with us. Let me see if I can find something hysterical that happened. Maybe not in the world of sports, but let's see. What do we got here? You get these crazy things. There's one headline. Experts say Ben Affleck often looks miserable as one key reason why Jennifer Lopez's popularity is decreasing. I don't know about that at all. I have no idea about that. Let me see. What else? They can't do that. Some of this stuff, no, I'm not even going to do it on this program. Anywho. All right, let's, while we're waiting for Mia, how's you think she got the email address? Okay. And, all righty. Oh, okay. Meanwhile, today in sports history, Johnny Mize of the New York Giants became the first major leaguer to hit 3 home runs in a game on 5 different occasions. He hit his trio off Johnny Sane of the Braves, but in spite of the barrage, the Giants lose to the Braves 14-5, if you can believe that one. Also, the American League umpire Frank Umont is the first to wear glasses in a regular season game when he officiates a contest between Detroit Tigers and the Kansas City A's. The former NFL tackle for the Giants, Umont still presents an intimidating appearance to most players and fans. How about that? The great Sandy Koufax back in 1962 of the LA Dodgers struck out 18 Cubs in a 10-2 victory at Wrigley Field. Koufax ties the record for 18 strikeouts, matching the mark set by Bob Feller with the Indians. I'm also going to text her, Angel, just to see, so bear with me for a second here. Okay. Let me just see. Angel trying to send you a link. A link. Yes. Hold on. Stand by. There we go. All right. Yep. 1963, Bob Cousy entered his Celtic career on a high note, helped the Celtics defeat the Lakers 112-109. Of course they did back then in Game 6 of the NBA Finals for the team's 5th consecutive NBA championship. Cousy's last game in a Celtics uniform, he did appear in 7 games as a player for the Cincinnati Royals back in the 69-70 season. And there she is, popping in right here on the Pete Sheppard Show, as I do it live from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio, and she does it from her studio in Jacksonville. Finally, we get to meet somewhat face-to-face the great Mia O'Brien from 1010XL up in Jacksonville, and the host of Helmets and Heels from noon to 2 every day. And, of course, she has come out, she's done the last few Mondays, the Mia's Mock Draft Monday 4.0. And you said that somebody actually, I better not find out who this was, said the worst mock I've ever seen. Now, I could say that about Kuiper's draft. I could say that I had Phil Yates on the other day. I was busting his chops about some things in the past. It's a total crapshoot. Don't take that crap from these people, Mia. You're better than that. Good morning, and thanks for joining me. I know it's a hectic morning for you. Is your car okay?
Oh, car is okay. It was just a matter of an oil change that probably was about 3 weeks overdue. And so with all the draft preparation and everything else, hadn't gotten a chance to get that taken care of, but we're good. Old Sandy, shout out to my friends at Tom Bush Mazda. She said we're good to go. So
Sweet.
So let's hope that's the case when they call me after my show for me to go pick up the car.
Wow, and that's great. Then they shuttled you to work from the shop.
Absolutely, the utmost care. I don't know if I should be saying this because I'm not sure they're a client, but I have been a longtime friend of theirs. So
That's
we'll
fine.
give them a plug on this program.
I plug everybody as much as possible. Everybody is great. So if they helped you, friend of yours, me, a friend of mine. No question about it. All right. Before we get into the mock draft and everything else, I was surprised earlier today. Maybe I shouldn't be, where Adam Schefter came out with the fact that the Steelers are not going to pick up the $25 million fifth-year option on Justin Fields. So now he and Russell Wilson both entering the last year of their contracts. Did that throw you for any sort of a loop? Did you kind of expect that?
Because I expect the same situation to go down with Mac Jones here in Jacksonville. Obviously, it's a little bit different because Mac is the undisputed backup here in Jacksonville to Trevor Lawrence. Justin Fields, there's a chance he beats out Russell Wilson for that job in Pittsburgh. So a little bit surprised there, but why not say akin to what we saw with Daniel Jones and the Giants a few years ago, akin to the Jaguars and Blake Bortles all not long ago, in which you say, you know what, we're not so sure about committing to that $25 million price tag. And so let's say perform this year. This is your contract year. And if you do perform admirably, if you are our future, then we can agree to terms on that 2 to 3 year more team friendly deal that we saw Baker Mayfield get last year, and we saw Daniel Jones get the year before, as well as Geno Smith too.
Absolutely. All right, let's talk about the Jacksonville Jaguars. You have number 17 overall in round 1, then number 48, number 96, round 3, number 114 in round 4, number 16 from New Orleans in round 4, 5th round, number 153, 6th round, number 212, round 7, number 236. And you know as well as I do that number 153 and number 212 and number 236 will be better than number 48, 17, and 96. It's always that way.
And that's part of why when everyone in Jacksonville has been banging the table for a corner, Pete, I've kind of like sat them down and said, look, when I look at the cornerbacks the Jaguars have spoke with on top 30 visits, when I look at the depth of the position across the board in the draft, I believe you can find value at 96 that may be better than a Kool-Aid McKinstry or a Terrian Arnold at number 17 overall. Like the name that I go back to, and he's not in this week's mock draft of mine on 1010XL.com. He's in the 3.0 version. Is Renardo Green, a local product out of Florida, out of the Orlando area, and of course Florida State. When you look at Lance Zierlein's, who of course we respect his NFL.com profiles, and he's been doing this forever, like the first 5 words of his write-up on Renardo Green are as pure a press man corner as you will find. And that's what the Jaguars need. And if you're telling me you can get that at 96, a guy that had Malik Neighbors and Brian Thomas in absolute shackles in the opener last year down in Orlando between LSU and Florida State, why wouldn't you take that kid at 96? Oh, and wait for it. You could double dip again if you wanted to and take another corner at 116 like Nehemiah Pritchett out of Auburn, who the Jaguars have had extensive talks with, DeAndre Prince out of Ole Miss. You also double dip there because you also have a hole at the nickel position, even if you say you could have an in-house replacement in Darnell Savage or second-year pro Christian Braswell. And so, yes, I couldn't agree with your logic more so.
Well said, no one ever. Meanwhile, but thank you. Are you expecting, my beloved Patriots? I hope they take May. I hope they do. And I was talking to Field about it earlier this week and stuff. And I did finally get some interesting numbers about J.J. McCarthy, who seems to be the big lightning rod. And I got it. When you look at, I won't go through all of them, but basically. Or maybe I will. In case quarterback in high school, reached the state title game as a quarterback in 17, 18, and 19. 2018 at Nazareth High School, 8-0 at IMG as a senior, finished number 1 in the nation. 2 college football playoff years with Michigan, obviously 36-2 in high school, 27-1 in college as a starter for a total of 63-3 since he was 15 years old. Does that count for anything? Heading into the draft, and why his stock may have risen, because in college he never had to carry the team on his arm. And maybe it's an unfair assessment by me, but if it's either the Patriots or the Vikings that get rid of their first or trade up for this guy or down for this guy, I don't know. I think it's a big risk. How do you feel about it?
Yeah. Hopefully, the Wi-Fi I know is skidding out a little bit, I think, on my end. So hopefully you guys can hear me.
Yes,
Okay. But yeah, I mean, I would think that Okay, perfect. I would think that part of the rise of JJ McCarthy has to do, obviously, with Michigan winning the national championship game. Part of it has to do with Jim Harbaugh running his mouth and saying that he's the greatest quarterback in Michigan history, and a guy named Tom Brady, who you're very familiar with, just kind of being like, "What about me?" I think what's fascinating about JJ McCarthy is that, and why the Minnesota Vikings have been linked to him, not just because I think it's going to be incredibly difficult for them to trade into the top three, and therefore they'd be looking at that fourth or fifth spot and thus not get Drake May, Jaden Daniels, or Caleb Williams. I think that a big reason why he makes sense is because he's Kirk Cousins with a jetpack. He's a more athletic version of Kirk Cousins. He's going to do exactly what you ask him to do. He's going to manage the game. We saw it at Michigan. He was able to beat out Cade McNamara, who's still a starting quarterback in the college football, after leading Michigan to the college football playoff not too long ago. Yes, I know that's an Iowa plug. It is what it is. And I can't help but feel like if you're the Minnesota Vikings and you didn't want to pay Kirk Cousins that money, part of it is because you see JJ McCarthy and you see a cheaper version of the same player who's younger and more athletic and potentially could have a better arm when all is said and done. We just don't know because he was never really asked to exploit that skill set at the University of Michigan. And so, it makes total sense. It would be a devastating loss if you're the Minnesota Vikings or a Vikings fan if you go out and you acquire another first-round pick, you acquire all this capital with the intention of trying to get a quarterback, and you come away with Bo Nix. I'm just being completely honest, and I do think Bo Nix has a pretty high floor. I'm not so sure about his ceiling. I know you're a huge Michael Penix Jr. fan, and I agree that I think he could be a steal of the draft, but I also, comparatively to the Drake Mays of the world, I think the ceiling is higher for those guys. It just hasn't been reached yet. I think the floor for Michael Penix Jr. coming in will be higher than JJ McCarthy, will be higher than Drake May. And even Bo Nix may be right there with Michael Penix. But in terms of that long-term play where you're saying, I didn't want to pay Kirk Cousins because I want to get younger and more athletic, that's where I think JJ McCarthy makes sense for them.
All right, simple question. If my beloved Patriots don't draft Drake May, are they stupid? Yes or no? Yes. I think so. I agree.
I think the Commanders are dumb for not taking him. And that's no disrespect to Jaden Daniels, but I've just heard so much smoke about Daniels. Like at the combine, I heard from somebody that like him and a couple of the other LSU players were like making fun of volunteers, like on the floor,
really?
and then like during drills, and then like Jaden Daniels didn't stick around for the other quarterbacks. He literally like came in, did his interviews, and left. Caleb Williams stayed through the weekend, like cheering everybody on, even though he didn't test. Jaden Daniels was like, deuces, I'm out. So I've like heard that. Then of course all the rumblings last week of like he's trying to make a play to play for Antonio Pierce and the Raiders. And so there's just been a lot there. I think his talent is unquestioned, even if he sometimes looks like Wile E. Coyote, as Mina Kimes has noted, when he's just like running into people with reckless abandon. But Josh Allen looks like that sometimes. It's not the end of the world. He'll figure it out. But I just think that Drake May has the higher floor and the better arm. And in this day and age, isn't that who you bank on, especially if you believe in your coaches and that they will develop that player?
And I hear what you're saying. See, that type, and I hope that stuff isn't true about Jaden. But here we go again. Now we're going to make excuses because they're young men, they're kids, and they do stupid things. But I still have that image. I think I've talked about this before about Caleb Williams, who's going to be drafted number 1 by the Bears. I don't think there's any doubt about that. I still remember that image of him going into the stands after they lost to UCLA. It wasn't his fault that the team gave up a gazillion points last year. And crying, I don't know. I know he was frustrated, but he is going into maybe the most pressurized situation of any of these rookie quarterbacks because he's probably going to be the starter. There's no way Brett Rippon and Tyson Bagent are going to be the starters. They're an improved offensive team. We know they got, and obviously they got Keenan Allen. They beefed up at center too with Ryan Bates. They got him from Buffalo. We know how good their defense is. Matt Eberflus doesn't impress me at all. That's the only thing I'm worried about. But this guy going into an environment where the Bears are going to be expected to compete for that division title this year, Mia, you got to wonder, still in the back of your head, the mindset of Caleb Williams in that pressurized city. This is not Los Angeles. It is Chicago. And it's going to be cold at times this year, stuff that he's not used to. How do you think that's all going to play out for him and the Bears? I know I'm asking you already.
Yeah, let's start Big picture, I was stunned last night to see on Hard Rock Bet that the Bears have not only the same odds as the Jaguars and several other teams, but I believe it's the 12th best odds to win the Super Bowl next year. I mean, I don't know if that says more about the Jaguars or the Bears. I'm just kidding. It was stunning for me. It was absolutely stunning to me to see that number next to the Chicago Bears. But, credit where credit is due. I have, between the fact that Caleb does train here in Jacksonville with a contingent that I'm very close with, but also because my co-host on Helmets and Heels, Taylor Dahl, also covers the Bears for Windy City Gridiron. I have had a unique window into his draft process as well as who Caleb is, having not officially met him, but like I've talked through other subsidiaries and back channels to him. Look, like Fred Taylor just had him on the pivot, and he came on our air on Monday and said that he came away from meeting with Caleb last week and feeling that he's incredibly misunderstood. Now, I had another leak source who then, when I told them that, said, well, misunderstood is code word for he's a punk. And I don't think that needs to be translated necessarily exactly according to that. I just think, and Caleb stressed this in the interview on the pivot, and every time, the people that I know who have spoken with him, he's an inherently emotional person. That's just who he is. He wears his heart on his sleeve. But with that said, he has told coaches, he has told personnel, and he told the guys on the pivot, you will never, ever have to question if football is the most important thing to me. And I'm not sure if that's from the playbook of Trevor Lawrence was questioned because he said that football is my favorite thing, but it's not the only thing in my life. Like, I care about my family. I care about my wife. I care about being a good person and, follower of Jesus. I'm not sure if that's like him trying to say like, well, I'm better because I am just focused on football. I'm a football guy. I believe that he believes that. And I also appreciate the transparency that he's just an inherently emotional person. I know I am as well. If anything, like, that's something I've said I'm trying to work on. And it sounded like he kind of said that he's trying to keep his emotions in check. But make no mistake, I mean, he's going to have moments where he has rookie lumps that he has to take. He will have moments where a team that the offensive line has been in shambles.
She just cut out. Okay.
It's just one of those. It's just one of those things that I think that it's not going to be perfect in Chicago, but at the very least, they are taking the steps to build around him. But it also wasn't perfect at USC. And so will we see a similar situation where he does have those moments of emotion because things around him aren't perfect? Perhaps. But it's a matter of, does he have the coaching staff that can rein him in and the veteran players that can give him the perspective he needs?
No question, and he certainly has one of the top defenses in the NFL. So that, and Eric Washington, the DC over there, they'll be fine defensively. But he is going to be expected to put up numbers. You get DeAndre Swift, as I said, you got Keenan Allen, you have DJ Moore. I mean, he's going to be expected to come in and probably it's always this way, but they're going to be expected to compete, but we shall see. I wanted to move on real quick, next couple of minutes here while we have you. And again, thanks, Mia O'Brien from 1010 XL up in Jacksonville, Helmets and Heels host, and her mock draft on Mondays is now legendary. If that's the worst thing somebody ever says to you about being the worst mock draft, then that's okay. But
because I just get a kick. I just it. I enjoy the banter. So,
yeah.
But the fact that I got, this is the worst one I've ever seen. I've been doing this for 5 years, but that's the first time in 5 years that I had, this is the worst one of all time. And it's kind of funny because I then tweeted it out and I said, this, in my opinion, is the third or the fourth most likely option of what happens for the Jaguars come Thursday night. But hey, that's all good.
I wanted to switch over to the college game if I could. You guys probably discussed it this week about the NCAA Division I board approving legislation to allow instant eligibility for multi-time transfers. The Division I board voted for that. And then they also, in addition, this is a big one. They passed the new rules allowing universities to help athletes find nil contracts. In exchange, athletes would be required to disclose any nil deal of more than $600 to their schools. I mean, this is going to be really interesting. And you saw what happened last week in the state of Virginia. They passed that state law that says any college or university in the state of Virginia can pay the players. which is exactly what the NCAA didn't want. So I don't know who has jurisdiction, the state or the NCAA. I don't know, but there's some legal battles that are going to happen here. And I want you to just address that for a second. Then I want to ask you real quick about the Gators.
Yeah, I mean, at this juncture, the toothpaste is out of the tube. There's no putting it back in. That's kind of my view when it comes to NIL, when it comes to transfer rules, especially the Dartmouth ruling with the basketball team earlier this year, in which they were ruled to be university employees. I mean, that's the beginning of the end, in my opinion. If you're trying to look for the amateur model and that these players won't be paid to play at some point in the next 5 years, I personally think it will happen, because if you had told us 2 years ago, we actually did on XL Primetime 2 years ago, we did a Super League mock draft. If there was to be 20 teams in the Eastern College Football Conference and 20 in the West, who would those teams be in this like giant Premier League separate from the NCAA? We did that 2 years ago as an exercise, and now we're approaching, between the expansion of the Big Ten and the SEC, that becoming a reality. And so that's where I can't even put a timetable on it, how soon we're going to get to pay for play, how soon we're going to get to instant transfer, because, you know, there'll be a union of some sort that will allow these players to transfer for free, because it'll be a violation of their human rights and their rights as United States citizens. And so, so I don't want to even put a timetable on what's going to happen next. But I do think it's inevitable. And I also think it's inevitable that the NCAA, at the very least, cedes control of college football, if not just ceases to exist as an entire entity.
Totally agree. And just the last thing about the Florida Gators. Did they have the spring game yet, right? Is that coming up?
2 weeks ago. Florida State was this past weekend. Georgia, Florida were the week before.
Thoughts about what happened in the game, if you've heard anything or if you were even there. And the other thing is, you know, college football for me, and I know for you, can't not get here fast enough. But we might have talked about this a few months ago, but there is no question. I have never seen a schedule like this in my life for the Gators. I mean, it is sick how difficult it's going to be with so much pressure on Billy Napier. But I got to tell you, man, if they won 7 or 8 games, that would be a major accomplishment. They could be very, very good and still only win 7 or 8. That schedule is beyond brutal.
Yeah, we've said multiple times on the air that Billy Napier is either going to be the coach of the year in college football, or he will be fired before the cocktail party here in Jacksonville at the end of October. It's literally one or the other. There's no in between. Sure, I guess there's a world in which they go, 3-3 or 4-4 heading into that meeting with Georgia, and so he keeps his job. But then you bank on, well, look, we're seeing progress from his recruits, and DJ Lagway comes in certain packages and shines, and so you say he's the future after Graham Mertz, anyways, the quarterback position, so all is well. But I just don't see a world in which there is a gray area. It's quite simply, you're either going to somehow pull off stunning victories over Miami and UCF. And yes, I said stunning over Miami and UCF, even though both games are in the swamp, coupled with, a couple gimme games there. You'd have to beat Kentucky in Gainesville, which has not been as easy as that sounds over the past 6-7 years. And so, is there a path to a 5-0 start? Absolutely. But do I think it's reality? No. I am very curious the continued progression of Graham Mertz, who Billy Napier has stood by, has said he will be the starting quarterback. DJ Lagway, akin to Tim Tebow or Cam Newton when they first arrived on campus, will probably have a package set up for him, especially knowing the nice NIL package he has in his back pocket. Probably wants to get on the field in some variety this year. And so I do think you'll see some DJ Lagway. You'll see Trey Wilson, which I think is the biggest coup of the offseason, the fact that they were able to keep the star freshman wide receiver from a year ago in the fold after losing Trevor Etienne to the portal and to the University of Georgia. And so I think if you see continued improvement, not only from those young players on offense, but also from Austin Armstrong's defense, which was highly criticized last year in his first season as a DC, then maybe even if you finish 5-7, Billy finds a way to stick around for another year.
Well, I'm looking forward to it, Mia, because I will be there in attendance August 31st in the stands with a bunch of my friends. I have one place I have never been before. Been very fortunate in my career, 38 years, doing all the great stuff. Never been to the swamp. So I'll be sitting in the stands, and I will be decked out in my Miami Hurricane gear. There is no question about it. I'm really looking forward to it.
Say hi to Leon Searcy while you're there. I know he's already trying to figure out where the cigar party's going to be. And what hotel they're going to stay at. And it's been a struggle because there's not a lot of hotels and not a lot of cigar places in Gainesville.
Yeah, well, we know we'll make our own. I'll bring a tent. We'll make our own cigar bar in the parking lot, and you can come. I could see you smoking a cigar every now and then, a nice Rocky Patel. I could see you enjoying a nice Victory cigar, a couple of puffs. You're a cigar girl.
My uncle and my uncle is a connoisseur, and so is my grandfather. But I've refrained most of my adult life. I've had a few, but I think that's more so just because of some tonsil issues. But we got those removed last year, so anything's possible.
All right, Mia, you're the best. Thanks so much again. Your show, Helmets and Heels, every day on 1010XL, noon to 2, correct?
Yes, noon to 2. Today we will be doing our media mock draft between Jaguars today, which kicks off in 2 minutes on 1010XL, and then it'll carry over into our show. And so we have media members from all 32 NFL teams who will be making the selections. And so it's one of the best shows of the year between Jaguars today, and now Helmets and Heels passes the baton or catches the baton from them. And so from 10 to 2, if you're looking for all the insight from all 32 teams, 92.5 FM, 1010 AM, or the 1010XL app.
Awesome, Mia. You're the best. We'll talk next week and do a draft recap and see how well you did. I'm sure it's going to be better than the guy who said it was the worst draft ever. Have fun. Thanks a lot. Mia O'Brien joining me here. Finally, got to meet face-to-face. So many times it's been, most of the time it's been over the phone, but because we are awesome here at the Riptide Media Network, our incredible Riptide Media Network video platform is fantastic. And going from Mia to Defoe, Jeff DeForest joining us right now as well, because Martinez and Defoe are coming up unscripted in mere seconds. Mere seconds. How are you, Defoe?
Couldn't be better, Pete. Angel and I were naturally with different interests in last night's hockey game, he being in Tampa, me being here in South Florida. And I would imagine, I don't know, are body bags strewn all across Dale Maybury Boulevard today? Because the Lightning, that was tough luck, but a hell of a game. And one of many last night that did nothing but spark interest in sports. And then, of course, we have Angel's mock draft today. I think he completed the 6th round. And I think he's going to unveil that for you today. And he's going all the way down to Mr. Irrelevant. So big show on tap.
Oh, no question. And that save by Borowski last night for the Panthers, the save of the year. I don't know how he did it. Just instinctive reach back and got the glove on it to not to the deflection. But before I forget, before I let you guys go, I did want to recap my Twitter poll that I put out there today. And Defoe, you could appreciate this maybe, but if if the Heat and the Panthers were playing on the same night, since Tampa doesn't have a basketball team. So I posed the question on Twitter this morning. Attention all the New England sports fans. What game is on your big screen tonight? And I realize that many of you will use multiple devices tonight to watch both games at once, or if you have YouTube TV like I do, dual box, all that stuff, but just curious. 59.5% said Bruins at Toronto Game 3 would be on their big screen, and 40.5% said Heat at the Celtics Game 2 would be on their secondary screen, like a laptop. But interesting stuff nevertheless.
Can you believe this? A 15-point spread in a playoff game?
It was 17.5 the other night.
Oh, was it? I mean, I have like 15 here.
It was at 14.5 or 15 before tip-off, and then right before tip-off or 2 hours before, it went all the way up to 17.5. So,
my God, I mean, what an embarrassment. Yeah, I mean, what are you doing? Are you going to go ahead and take the points?
I took the under last time, and it covered by a point. I may not touch the game. I have a feeling Miami got a backdoor cover this one tonight. Celtics still win by double digits, but I think if you're a Miami Heat fan, you wait a little while longer before going to your Hard Rock app and putting that bet in. If you're a Celtics person, go for it now because it's either 14.5 or 15. I think it's going to keep going up like it did the other night. But
I tell you where I go. I go straight to A.J. Johnson. I listened to his show tonight, and that's what I'm going to use as my guideline. I mean, this guy is on fire.
He is. Yes, he is.
I mean,
he is.
I'm relegated to trying to tap into Shohei Ohtani's bank account to pay off Louis Lipschitz, my bookie. And this guy gives me Indiana last night for the complete reversal of form from the previous evening against the Bucks.
That too. Yep.
And then, I mean, he's betting hockey over-unders. How insane do you have to be? You almost have to have a chromosome missing to bet hockey over-unders. And here he is. He goes ahead and says, take the over in that Winnipeg, Colorado game, 6 and a hook, and it goes to 7.
Yeah, and they went to 13 the game before, so 7-6. So not that uncommon. I thought Nashville was a great underdog play last night, also with the goalie for Vancouver out for the rest of the series. But tonight, I actually
Did you guys ever lose between you and AJ? It's amazing.
No,
I've never seen either of you give out a losing pick.
Oh, no, it's happened. It's happened. In fact, I lost 3 in a row to him in Vegas before I got the fourth one right. 2 by a half a point and 1, but whatever. I owe him sandwiches. There's no question about it. I like New Orleans tonight, and I think the Heat are going to backdoor cover in this one. So, you guys have an awesome show.
Thank you.
Martinez and Depot coming up, unscripted, right here on the Riptide Media Network. I'll be back tomorrow. It's NFL Draft is tomorrow, in case anybody doesn't know. So we will do all our phony baloney picks and see what happens and mock drafts. And the only thing I care about is beating Kuiper, getting more right than he does in the first round without including trades. So,
where does Kuiper's mock draft fall apart? At pick number 2? What do you think? I mean, everybody's got this Caleb Williams. I can't see. His car would have to be crushed in some accident, God forbid, something catastrophic happens. But if he's not the number 1 overall pick by the Chicago Bears, I don't even know if you can bet it anymore. You had to bet $200 to win $1.
Yeah.
On Caleb Williams being the number 1 pick. Would you be inclined to do that if you needed like $10? Just go grab $2,000 somewhere and lay out a couple of dimes and go ahead and venture a gamble on that?
I'm bad, but I'm not that bad. But I always like to see. I always once in a while in the hardware, something's like 10,001 or some crazy number. I always like to put, if it was $1, then you win like 2 cents.
No, it's nuts, and then the hedge on that. But 200 to 1. You have to bet $200 to win $1 on Caleb Williams if you can find somebody crazy enough to take that action.
I've said too much. I've gone way over. You guys are going to get your show going. So have a great, we'll take a quick break, and then it's Martinez and Depot unscripted right here on the Riptide Media Network. Back tomorrow at 7.
Before Pete goes away, there was one last text up there about a gas pump guy. He said, great show, Pete. Love the show today.
Thanks, Gas Pump Guy. You are the man. Appreciate you. All right, you guys have a great show. I'm back tomorrow at 7 a.m. Thank you, Angel, for all you do. Thanks to Bill Sparrows. Thanks to Chris Palin. Thanks to Mia O'Brien. See ya.
All right. Hang on as I switch things around. Holy moly. What a day. Give me a second, folks.
Yep.
As we're switching things. And things are going nuts here. All right.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too, but I'm glad we are.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation, and it feels good.
Wow, your story is so...
Interesting?
Yeah.
When people actually sit down, talk, and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own.
I know one thing. This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
Hey guys, so about 2 years ago, I uploaded a video which asked a very simple question to you, the audience, which was, how was your day?
Don't make unnecessary journeys. Don't take risks on treacherous roads, both today and yesterday.
Oh, hi, how was your day? And I think,
I'm tired of being told what to do by people.
Excuse me, I believe you have my stapler.
Stop arguing. Arguing is just not worth it.
I'm gonna have to go ahead and sort of disagree with you there.
I tell you what, eat, sleep, Riptide, repeat, because good God Almighty, the last 45 minutes of Pete's show leading into our show, Martinez and Defoe Unscripted, was absolutely insanity. Trying to get emails, things forwarded, bring up stuff on the screen. Holy moly, Defoe, I tell you, I need you to come down here to Tampa, or come up here, because you can't go any further than where you are, but I need you to come up here and just get behind the scenes here because I needed many octopus arms in order to make things work today. But at least a little bit of a break for a moment. But Tifo, good to see you. And I started scooping up body bags, I think about 5:30 or so this morning from down there in Tampa.
Yeah, to pick up a couple of corpses there on Dale Maybury. No doubt about it. Is there another street in Tampa besides Dale Maybury? Like if you ask somebody directions, they always tell you, just get on Dale Maybury. Is there any other way to get anywhere in Tampa, Florida?
You got the Boulevard.
The Boulevard, okay.
Yeah, you have the Boulevard.
I'd be careful going to the St. Petersburg Pier, though, because Tampa, St. Pete considered one and the same, or is it just a bunch of old farts waiting for Godot in God's waiting room over there in St. Petersburg? Are they similar at all? Because used to be considered like an area like South Florida is now, because we couldn't figure out what we were anymore when Dade County and Broward County became so diverse. And Palm Beach really isn't that much of a part of the equation, but it was always considered like Tampa, St. Pete, wasn't it? Is St. Pete now separate? Have they seceded from the union there with the Tampa Bay area, or are there a lot of Lightning fans there that are ready to walk right off the pier in St. Petersburg today? Because that was a tough beat last night. Wow, what a game. That was something, huh?
It definitely was. I mean, it was pretty bad. I mean, figure we were going back and forth last night all the way through to, I want to say the end of the second. And it looked like the Lightning had some good fight in them, no matter what. I mean, they started out slow, went down 2-0 in the first, come back and tied up in the second, and then go into the third. I mean, it was all the way through that 1-1 missed goal. And Bobrovsky, I mean, come on. It was absolutely ridiculous how he was able to spin around. But no, I swore last night they were going to be able to do so. And then OT comes and 2 and some change into overtime. And then the lights went out, unfortunately.
Carter Verhaeghe has been very, very much a clutch player in that regard. The Panthers have won their last 11 overtime games. They've won 11 straight overtime games. So they're tough in that situation. Did they figure to be better than the Tampa Bay Lightning? I mean, people use this word a lot in the postseason, Angel, and I imagine we'll toss it around quite a bit. The word pivotal. And usually that comes up when you have a game 5, it's 2-2. Here's a pivotal game 5. In my opinion, that's bullshit. Every game is pivotal in the postseason. Every single game. It may boil down to every period being pivotal, and certainly that was the case last night as the Lightning end up going down 2-0. Now, are they out of the series? I mean, what is the buzz around Tampa? I would imagine depression has set in. I would think psychiatrists today are going to do very well, making extra appointments, but that was a rough one. And that Bobrovsky save, I've been watching. I believe I may be the oldest guy. I may be the geezer of this Riptide Media Network. That's possible as far as on-air talent. I don't know. Pete goes way back. A.J. Johnson, he looks like a young man. You obviously have a long time and a bright future ahead of you. But I started watching hockey when it was the 6-team league, 6-team originals. And I don't know that I've seen a better save. You can have Dominic Hasek. You mentioned an octopus. He had like 8 arms. Patrick Waugh, was dynamite in that series going back to 1996-97 season when the Panthers faced the Avalanche, who were just dynamos in the postseason, in the finals. And, it seems like in the history of hockey, you always think the most recent thing you've seen is the best. But I don't know that I've seen a better save. The guy is face down. He's impaled to the ice on the left side of the net. And there's incredible action coming at him. I mean, he's getting hammered. He's facing a firing squad. He looked like Gary Gilmore in Utah. And then he somehow has the wherewithal to realize that he's got to peel himself back as the puck comes out on the other side and the net's wide open. And how he dives and makes that save was as good as anything. I mean, with all due respect to the Beezer and all of the other great goaltenders, Terry Sawchuk, guys that played without a mask, Jacques Plante, Gump Worsley. I mean, going all the way back, I don't know that I've seen a better save. And it turned out, I mean, you could say that was the difference, although Vasilevsky was no slouch. I mean, he made any number of spectacular saves, stopping breakaways. That was a terrific game, end-to-end action all the way through. And just part of what has been a gigantic smorgasbord of sports entertainment of late. And it's really good for us because we don't have to sit here and dwell on speculation about the draft for the entire show.
That's true.
They have a countdown clock on ESPN for the draft, like for the first pick, which we all know what it's going to be. So how dramatic is it? But no, that was great last night. It was one of, 3 hockey games that took place. And then, of course, you had the NBA going. And as Pete mentioned, the focus tonight in South Florida will be the Miami Heat and the Boston Celtics. But I believe, you know how they drive to the arena? Do they do this in Tampa, where people drive to the arena and they got the flags from the team? Do they have the lightning flags on their cars? The Heat fans now have thrown away their Heat flags and they're just waving white flags in this series against the Boston Celtics. What an embarrassment, huh? To be not even a double-digit underdog in a playoff game, and you're assuming that in the postseason you're getting relatively even matchups of the best teams in the league, even if it's a 1 versus 8. I understand the injuries are a factor there, and the first game, if that was any indication about how the series is going to go, I mean, the Celtics essentially covered the 15 that you're laying in the first couple of minutes of game number 1. But I don't know. Eric Spoelstra, for the money, even at $12 million a year, still, in many people's opinion, is the best coach in the NBA. And does he not at least figure out a way to slog it up a little bit so that the Heat can be within 15 of the Boston Celtics tonight? Or do we just go ahead and confidently, as if we were getting this information straight from A.J. Johnson, go ahead and lay the entire bankroll on the Celtics minus 15 tonight? That would take some serious balls, the kind of guts and intestinal fortitude that I don't have. I would definitely take the points in this one and hope for some kind of a miracle.
No, I think so. This series here, I mean, Celtics, if Miami pulls off a win, I would be really shocked and surprised if it ends up happening. I don't see it. But Boston, I think, is just going to – Boston's on a mission. Everybody knows they're on a mission. They're on a mission to win the Eastern Conference and go ahead and make it to the finals. As far as the Sixers, and I know that the NBA finally said that the refs got it wrong. Not that it changed the outcome of the game.
How great was that apology? I mean, how meaningful was that?
As meaningful as absolutely finding chicken inside the sea, as one Jessica Simpson said one time. But yeah, no, it was zero of an apology. Basically, it was like, listen, just deal with it, suck it up, and then hope you win game 3, and maybe we'll get it right. So I hate to use it, and I'm going to play the clip here earlier that we played on the Pete Sheppard show as far as Dombrowski in the safe. But my thing is that unless there was a wager with the refs that night, and I hate friggin' saying that, but it's just, how in the hell did you not see that? And when they went back and watched it, like, I would love to be in the video room, like, okay, guys, come on, everybody, come watch the screen here. Oh, boy, how did we miss that one? Frank, you got my cut? I mean, Frank, we need to make a better job of it the next time around, because there's no way in the world, and so many camera angles from everywhere. You mean to tell me, and especially when Nick Nurse pretty much ran out of court and the players telling them to time out, there's no way in hell. So that apology was just absolutely meaningless to me. But again,
it always is. I don't even know why they bother with that report. Here's where we fucked up.
Yep.
I've watched that possession now, I guess 20, 30 times. It was great. Tyrese Maxey, you would have thought, I don't even know that Charles Bronson and the Vigilante was in as much jeopardy as Tyrese Maxey was in terms of pressure. You were actually thinking that Curtis Sliwa was going to come out of the stands and bust this thing up. Brunson grabs his jersey before he gets a chance to get his hands on the ball. Then they knock him to the ground. You're thinking Richard Steele ought to come in there and step in and stop it.
Yeah.
And, the business with the timeout, that's just absolute blasphemy to ignore that as all 20 guys. I think even Spike Lee was trying to get a timeout for the Philadelphia 76ers in that spot. Everybody saw it. And to have the game end up with that result after all of that, and what are you going to do? It's like we were talking about yesterday, where every Little League game I ever played in was under protest. These protests, I mean, you may as well just go outside and scream to the wind, or even consider walking off the St. Petersburg Pier, because nothing's going to change except for the fact that you now have Philadelphia in an 0-2 hole where all kinds of ugly numerology becomes applicable, where no team has ever come back from an 0-2 deficit. The Philadelphia 72. You hear all of that kind of narrative and rhetoric, and yet, I mean, there's nothing you can do about it. I don't know that they would have won the game had they called it right. I mean, we can't say that, but they definitely would have had a far superior chance of winning the series if things had gone a little bit more favorably for them in that particular spot. There were a couple of possessions there that were just atrocious.
Yeah.
In terms of officiating. We're going to find out that Jonte Porter had something to do with this game, no?
Could be.
He had released inside information. Did you ever get inside information on anything and it turned out to be correct, or you found out that it was actually valid?
No.
It doesn't always work in the favor of the degenerate gambler. A friend of mine years ago when Marcus Camby was playing for the University of Massachusetts. He gets a call. He knew the sports information director there, and they were playing Rutgers, and Rutgers was getting like 16 points. Game was in New Jersey, in Piscataway. And he gets a call that says, well, nobody knows this, but Marcus Camby's not going to play tonight. Now, the UMass team without Marcus Camby, wasn't all that good. I mean, they weren't great shakes. So certainly worth taking a shot with Rutgers with 16. So Camby, turns out he doesn't play. That information was accurate. My buddy makes a substantial wager on Rutgers in this game, getting the 16 points. Rutgers is up like 20 points in the first half. And so he's now up 36 with 20 minutes to go on one of the biggest bets of his life. And what happens? I mean, this was in volatile times, and the Black Panther Party had decided to stage a sit-in at center court as the game got to halftime. And they ended up calling off the game. And it was kind of like that Robin Ventura home run. I remember when if you ask 100 people, 50 of them had the over in that game when Robin Ventura hit a grand slam home run, but he only ran to first base. And so they only counted one run, and the over players got fucked.
Yeah.
And it's amazing how everybody had that. I don't know. I mean, were you really betting over-unders in baseball games, at that time in your life? But this guy made no money. He got his money back. But he made nothing on one of the greatest pieces of inside information you could ever have. But you would have to think that somebody knew something about the way the officiating was going to go, unless the league is just willing to accept that it's flat out horrendous. They may as well appoint Tim Donaghy as the commissioner of the league if they're going to allow those kind of results to stand. But very little you could do about it. And as was the case in my Little League days, it was a futile thing to go ahead and start screaming about the fact that you were going to play the game under protest.
Yeah. No. I would agree, as I'm trying to update a couple of things here as we're going live.
What shows aren't you on, Angel? I mean, you should just announce that. It's amazing what you're doing, kid. I don't know how you do it. And then you're watching these games at night, like I was, because you were following along with me on the Lightning Panther game last night. And it seems like you're a part of every show. It's great. An amazing phenomenon.
Sorry, no, listen, thank you. I try. I got the shows that I make sure they're lined up here on the network throughout the day. And then in the evening on my side of the house, everybody can see behind here, Broad Street South. And the continuation of Sports Radio 102.9. I have 3 shows throughout the week that come on at 8 o'clock, 8, and 8 during the evening. One lasts till 9:15, the other one till 9. And tonight's show, Talking Hoops, lasts till about 9:30 usually, depending on how the crew ends up making out throughout the day. And then Thursday, I get sometimes somewhat of a break, not really, but sometimes. But then Pete in the morning, producing the show for him, the executive producer for the network and for himself and for my own network.
And you can't just mail it in during the Pete Sheppard show. I mean, you got to be on your game during the Pete Sheppard show, no?
Yeah. Oh, no. Yeah.
It's not like you're just sitting there going, okay, Pete, you done? Oh, all right, I'll play some spots. No, you got to be razor sharp for this stuff.
You do. Yeah, because when things happen fast and furiously, like it always does when we're on air, you got to make sure everything's good. And even when Mia came on at towards the very end, we were trying to get an email out to her to make sure she was up. So in transitioning from the dealership, she dropped off her car going back to the office. It was the quick turnaround, send her an email so she can come on. And thankfully this time she came on, it worked, and it was a beautiful thing. But it's just... you learn how to multitask without driving yourself crazy, and then definitely without drinking. So the good thing for me is at least tons of water kind of gets me through it, and sometimes some Cheerios. But yeah,
I would go with tequila, I think, at this point. It's kind of like the early stages of ESPN, right? Where you had SportsCenter on for 19 of the 24 hours, and the rest was women's field hockey, and you were waiting for Tom Mees to come on with some baseball scores. We'll look back on this, I think, sooner than later. And say, and I think, Angel, you will be named the MVP of Riptide Media. And I think we'll look back when we're all cashing a big fat paycheck every week and say it was all well worth it, the foundational stages.
I hope so. Because that's I'm waiting for that as well. But no, listen, when you love what you do and you want to make it work, you want to make sure everything looks good, sounds good, and just kind of keep pushing through it. And then there's other times you got to do stuff on the fly and restart things and hope that everything magically comes back to work. But yeah, it's enough to believe me. At the end of the night, sometimes I wonder how in the world I end up sleeping because the brain doesn't shut down. I might sleep, and that's the REM sleep for me is the first 5 to 15 minutes. after that, the brain kicks back on. I'm like, okay, it's time to do it all over again. And Debbie knows that I've done it where some nights I've gone on for about an hour, and because I can't shut things down, I'll get back up and then start working on things for the next day and just keep rolling right through. And that's why with the intro, the eat, sleep, riptide, repeat, that's what's going to happen, because in my brain, that gerbil is constantly going over and over again. So it's one of those things. But
you can't help but get caught up in the enthusiasm, though. When
Yeah.
that, eat, sleep, riptide, repeat, or whatever that is, when that thing comes on there, I mean, it doesn't matter what you're thinking, whether you're a viewer, a listener, and or like you and I are here, the hosts of the show, you can't help but have a little bit of a pulse upgrade.
Oh,
As you're getting into the thing. And let's face it, it's not like we're going to be starved for material here over the next several weeks, because you really do. You need to be gargling with Visine to watch all of this sports. I couldn't really follow everything. I was so happy, though. I know you're going to play this clip, because this is, you always think the latest thing you saw is the greatest thing that you ever saw. When you're talking about sports, it's just like, the old thing, how was your last film? And that's what everybody's judging you on. But this save by Bobrovsky, and under the circumstances, might have been, I'm sure people have, at times where they thought, hey, this was my favorite goal or whatever. This might be the greatest stop. It would have to rank in the top 5 all time of the greatest saves in hockey history. Whether it was luck or not, there's always an element of luck involved. Let's face it, if it doesn't hit his arm, it's not like, he saw the puck clearly and reached out and stabbed at it, but the instincts that it took for him to flop back. And this was a guy, you can't imagine how crucified Bobrovsky was when Dale Talon signed him for, I think it was $70 million. It might have been a 10-year deal.
Mm-hmm.
He had just had that sensational playoff run with the Columbus Blue Jackets where, and you know this, I mean, from watching hockey, a goalie, the hot goalie is usually an essential ingredient of any team that has any aspirations of winning the Stanley Cup. You have to have a guy that's literally standing on his head. Maybe no matter how good he was in the regular season, he has to be even better when they get to the postseason, if you're going to win 4 best-of-7 series against the best teams in the league.
Oh, yeah.
And Bobrovsky, his first year here after that sensation, we thought, wow, great move. This is something the Panthers sorely needed. They were still trying to sell us on the idea here in South Florida that they had this core of young players that included Ekblad and Jonathan Huberdeau, who they eventually traded to get Tkachuk, which turned out to be just a monstrous upgrade for the Florida Panthers. And Huberdeau was a well-liked player. Barkov was another guy. And they had those 3 guys, Vinny Trocheck. They had a bunch of guys that they were trying to build around, and they thought, well, the one missing link was a goaltender. So they get Bobrovsky. The credentials were there. Everybody saw what he did with the Blue Jackets the previous year. I think he got them to the finals, the conference finals, and what was spectacular while he was doing this. And he comes in here, and I had guys from inside the team telling me that I think that money's weighing him down, man. He can't move. And that was the rhetoric that was going around. He was horrible. And then he was even suspect in the first part of last year. And then he got hurt, and they brought in some guy, some bag lady of a goalie that they found from the minors, the AHL, and he did well for him for a while. And then Bobrovsky came back, and actually he was a giant spark for them in the postseason last year. He had a real good year this year, but I'd love to see this again, because this was so spectacular. It would be hard to find any clips of any saves made by a goaltender in the history of the league that were much better than this.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm going to play this, and I'll add my comment there.
This into the Panther zone, has a man trailing in, let a shot go wide off the end board, played off front, Stamkos back, and what a save, Bobrovsky! Bobrovsky with the trapper to deny Dumba, the defenseman who was open in front with a yawning cage. Sergei Bobrovsky displaying acrobatics to keep this game tied at 2.
Acrobatics, he looked like Mitch Gaylord, man, on the pommel horse.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. He's flat down, face down on the ice. He looks like me at the racetrack there. On the left side of the net, and all the action is over there. To have the instinct not only to right himself and get into a position to even go to the other side of the net, that you would have thought would have taken more time than it took for the Lightning to go ahead and cash in on that opportunity.
Yep.
And it was a 2-2 game at the time. It was spectacular. Vasilevsky, though, should not be ignored, even though that was a circus play. But he should not be ignored because right after that, he made a couple of plays on breakaways. That was great. That was a terrific game. I don't know. Are the hockey playoffs sort of overshadowing in terms of action the NBA playoffs? Pete was talking about his survey. Now in Beantown, they certainly do. People hate it when you call Boston Beantown. Am I going to get reprimanded by Pete Sheppard?
Not really.
No, you think Ordway might send me some kind of hate mail? I don't know, but
He may.
yeah, I know they don't like that, but in I say it endearingly, but in Boston, you would think yes, the Bruins Maple Leafs probably takes precedent over what everybody thinks is going to be a gimme, including the odds makers in the Celtics Heat series. Which if the Celtics don't win this game tonight, then there ought to be some kind of investigation conducted because they seem to be vastly superior to what the Heat have to offer. And like I said, I mean the Heat are looking for the exits already, not necessarily looking to get in there and steal a game, at the TD Center, but. Yeah, I mean that was the hockey playoffs have been spectacular so far. NBA started out a bit of a brick fest, but the action has certainly been far more compelling in the last couple of nights, including some of the games that we saw last night in the NBA.
Yeah, no, it probably is overshadowing it, and not taking anything away from the NBA either because there's been some pretty good games in the NBA as well. But no, you got to figure. I mean that game you could have not had a more spectacular game than what it was yesterday. And yeah, not taking anything away from Vas, because Vasilevsky, he tried his best last night. Boy, did he try his best. He had an onslaught of shots coming his way, especially in the first. I mean, you had almost 20 shots in the first and almost matched in the second. But Tampa Bay, again, they found a way to come back and tie it. That ridiculous save that he did. And you got to think about Defoe. What happens, let's just say hypothetically, between the broadcaster and obviously Bobrovsky, but how about if they end up going and winning the Stanley Cup Finals? That will probably then be the ultimate, play of any time that we can think of in the past, a couple of decades. So right now it would be top 5. I think it'd be the number 1 if they end up winning the Stanley Cup because the Panthers has been every season they tend to get a little bit better. They were there last year and they're missing out. You're playing Tampa Bay, which they had been, as of recent back-to-back Stanley Cup champs. Not playing as well as they should. I'm pretty sure coming back here to Tampa, being on tomorrow night, Thursday night. Hopefully,
are you going? I mean, can we get tickets to this thing? It would almost be worth taking a flight up there and going to the game with you, Angel, because I think this is going to be spectacular. I really like John Cooper, the coach of the Tampa Bay Lightning. Talk about the epitome of cool. And we used to think that Paul Maurice was a joke as a coach when he first took over the Panthers. It didn't do well in the initial stages of his tenure here, and we had actually labeled him as the French Joe Philbin. I don't know if you remember Joe Philbin as the head coach of the Miami Dolphins. Of course, I guess he's still in the league. Is he still coaching with the Green Bay Packers? Smoking Joe Philbin, we used to call him, because he was totally lacking in excitement. Was one of those guys that fans came to despise because he was constantly complimenting the other team. And he would say, well, you know what? We just lost to a better team today. Football fans don't want to hear that. They want to hear excuses. They want to hear all kinds of, ideas about how you got fucked by the officials and screwed. Mm-hmm. So this guy was so mild-mannered, and so tepid about saying anything. And he certainly wasn't any dynamo as a public speaker or on the sidelines. You didn't even know if he had had a lobotomy before the game. I mean, he had that look on his face like a catatonic. He looked like Todd Bowles, actually. Where you're thinking, does this guy even know that he's a head football coach of an NFL team? As he's on the sidelines there, just with that look on his face like, I don't know what's happening. And sure enough, Paul Maurice turned out to be a hell of a guy. He's got the weird distinction of having the most losses of any coach in the NHL, and yet he's really done a clever job with this team. And then the real MVP of the Panther organization, after years and years of suffering the indignity of being mediocre and maybe just slightly better than average. Dale Talon was the general manager, and many people were wondering how he kept his job. And his guy, Bill Zito, comes in here, and he has been dynamic because they did not stand pat after going to the finals last year. They had to make some changes. They made some real subtle changes at the bottom of the roster. And then they went ahead and made a bold trade at the trade deadline to try and bolster the team. So this guy's been very aggressive, and they have gone from being somewhat of a distant consideration among the sports fans here to now very much being in focus and stuff like that. That circus play that was made by Bobrovsky is certainly going to go a long way towards putting him in the spotlight the rest of the way in the postseason.
Yeah, no, that was outstanding. And by the way, speaking of, because for the fans who love obviously the Panthers, for those who listen in, thanks for listening here to Martinez and Devo Unscripted, 10 to 12 Monday through Friday on the Riptide Media Network. But this was the celebration, at least what it looked like off the Panthers bench last night.
That's a winning goal in overtime there. Verhaeghe, who's been a clutch player, like I said. I think Fidel Castro would have been more popular coming to, and certainly Isaac Guillen might attest to that. He lost his job over making statements about that, about how much he admired Fidel. Not a very popular opinion anywhere in the United States, but especially here in South Florida, where we have a huge Cuban population. Is there a big Cuban population up there in Ybor City, Angel?
It's getting there. It's I think it's as the years have gone by since I've been here the last 5 years. I think it's kind of picked up a little more steam. But it seems like Ybor City is.
Isn't its essence really that of Cuban descent? I know they make a weird version of the Cuban sandwich there that the South Floridians really don't like. What do they put on there? Salami or something?
On the Cuban sandwich here, not salami. They put some people put the ham, which again it's their thing. Ham. One place I think put bologna. Don't ask me why.
Bologna on a Cuban sandwich? Get out of here.
Yeah, well, because it was a makeshift one. But
that's a disgrace.
We've seen. And matter of fact, I have to get Debbie and tell me, because the last place we went to, which was locally in Hernando County, they made a Cuban sandwich and it was outstanding. But there's a shop that I want to visit down there in Ybor City that they just opened up. And according to them, they have the most authentic Cuban sandwich that you can get other than being in Cuba itself. So I'm dying to get there just to get the taste. Debbie loves Cuban sandwiches.
Who doesn't, man? I mean, if you don't like a Cuban sandwich, there's something wrong with you. It's something un-American about not loving a Cuban sandwich. But you could have sold Fidel to people here more than Bobrovsky after that first season. So nice to see. Those are good stories, aren't they? When a guy kind of redeems himself. Instead of just curling up in the fetal position and hiding in a doorway somewhere and collecting all of his money, it really, it comes back. And, you talk about paying tribute to the Russian goalies there. I mean, Bobrovsky and Vasilevsky, between the two of them, they were brilliant last night. You know what? They must be fueled by some really clean water, do you think? Did they have the filtration system? The Palm Beach filtration system, I would think that had to be helping them, because to make an acrobatic move like that, I mean, you either have to be a circus performer or you have to be really healthy.
It could have been. Well, if you figure if they went to the locker room and they gave obviously Bobrovsky the puck, he probably turned it into the Palm Beach water purification system, because that's the only way he was able to be literally standing on his head last night. And by the way, Palm Beach water purification whole house water filters are ideal if you want filtered water throughout your home, including for showers, bathroom sinks, and running appliances like your washing machine and dishwasher. Even if you only want filtered water from the sinks in your home, a whole house system can be cost effective and time efficient versus purchasing several under sink or countertop filters that need to be installed to maintain. A whole house water filtration system from Palm Beach water purification will reduce or totally remove contaminants in your water, give you healthier skin and hair, improve the flexibility behind the net, as it also improves the flavor and quality of your food and drinks, provide healthier water for your pets and plants, give you brighter, longer lasting, softer clothes by removing chlorine, and also allows you to breathe easier by removing chemicals that evaporate in steam. Call South Florida's top-rated water guys today and schedule a free water test and consultation at 561-801-7337, 561-801-7337, or visit them at pbwaterpure.com. Once again, pbwaterpure.com, and make sure you tell them that Deep One Eye sent you, and you get a 10% discount on that first visit, just like the Panthers did last night, except for they probably got a 100% discount with the win. I
think they should just give one to Bobrovsky if he doesn't have one already. I mean, that might be a stretch to imply that was the reason that he was able to make that save. But
Yeah.
nonetheless, I mean, you're picking up on these weird transitions, AJ, which is great. But we recommend this wholeheartedly. If the water's coming out of your tap and it looks like it came from the muddy Mississippi, you start singing some blues, and you're asking yourself, how can anybody in their right mind drink this? Like we said, I mean, you automatically start considering signing up for the Camp Lejeune lawsuit. Then get this thing and get your health back, man. Get yourself back on track. And I like the fact that the clothes look better, right?
Yeah.
You don't want to look shabby if you're doing something like this. So we couldn't recommend it any more highly. A lot to talk about here, AJ. A lot to talk about. We ought to sell some stuff and come back because this is definitely good. And you have the right highlights today. So going to be very exciting to be here till 12 o'clock with all of the good people out there.
Yeah, should be a good time. But thank you to everyone who's listening. And by the way, those folks are listening over on, actually watching as well on LinkedIn. Don't forget the feed will cut off at 11 a.m., but you can continue to party with us over on broadstsouth.com, so you won't miss a thing. Also over on Sports Radio 102.9 FM, The Game, the app itself, so you guys can listen in on the app. And of course, right here on Twitter, X for those who like to call it that, Facebook, LinkedIn, as I just mentioned, Rumble, and over on YouTube. But you can always catch up with everything over on broadstsouth.com. So we will be back. Devo and myself, it is 10:39, 71 degrees here, at least in my neck of the woods.
We just killed 40 minutes here, kid. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's nuts, isn't it?
We haven't even stretched out yet. We haven't gotten into anything. It's beautiful.
Yeah, exactly. So we will be back as Devo and I are live from the Miami and Tampa Naples Wealth Planning Studios on the Riptide Media Network.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
All right, class, let's hear what everyone did this weekend.
Jill?
Well, I raised my older sister to a big oak tree. It was at least 100 years old. My mom said I must have set a record or something. And then we went down by a stream and perched up on this huge rock and saw all of these little minnows swimming around way below us. And then I rescued my little brother from an evil slug king who was guarding him at the bush fortress. And my sister and I brought him back to our super twig fort for safety. And then we all laid out and told stories until it got dark. And the Big Dipper led us all the way home.
Awesome. Where were you, Jill?
Yeah. We went to the forest. It's not that far away. Anyone want to come this weekend?
Ask your parents to take you and your friends to the forest this week and find the fun, adventurous you. It's closer than you think. Check out discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Now, for those who don't know, Defoe had requested this, so I made sure I put it on. He gave me the request last night. I think it was about 11 o'clock when he wanted to hear some old school California love, so I wanted to make sure that I brought it up for Defoe.
I really enjoyed my days in California. I went there after I got out of school. I kind of hung around New York for a little while. I was looking for a job, and then I realized I don't want to fucking live in this place. I can't stand it. So there was a movie out many, many years ago. It was a surfing movie called The Endless Summer, and it had a great impact on me. And I guess two movies did in terms of my geographical life. And The Endless Summer, I just wanted to follow the sun. So I went out to California, Los Angeles, and got started there. And it was a great beginning to everything. I really enjoyed my time out there. I ended up in Miami, and that was more or less following. You remember the movie Midnight Cowboy?
Yep.
That was like my Ratso Rizzo dream, right? Dustin Hoffman character there. Everybody's talking at me. And, some schlep, you're about to pass out on a bus on your way down there. But turned out to be terrific. And, awful lot of fun being here. Great place. What wasn't the best sports town, Angel, when I got here? I was amazed. I remember covering University of Miami football. And they had really, in fact, they were on the border of extinction. When I came here, Howard Schnellenberger had become the head coach a couple of years before I got here, and was like in his second or third season. He had replaced Lou Saban, and the conversation was that they were going to abandon having football at the University of Miami and concentrate strictly on academics. Imagine how that would have changed the course of NCAA football history over the next 20 or 30 years. When the Hurricanes went on a run there, they called it the decade of dominance, but it was essentially 2 decades of just sensational stuff. But I remember going to a press conference with Howard, and were you familiar at all with Howard Schnellenberger? He had this voice that was extremely distinctive, where he sounded like he had been, he sounded like he'd been smoking weed for like the last 24 hours, because he had one of those, voices that was like, we feel like we have a really good football team, and they have a good football team. When 2 football teams that are good get together, it's going to be a real good football game. He would say things like that.
Right.
But it was very insightful and a really tremendous guy. I mean, think about how he changed the face of college football, because Howard brought that pro-style offense that he had exhibited as the offensive coordinator with the Miami Dolphins, and he implemented it into the college game, and people didn't know what the hell they were dealing with, right? I mean, they were still running a wishbone. Hey, Barry, you gonna, throw the ball once? They're talking about Switzer, and they were running option plays, and this guy says, hey, you know what? We're going to drop back and chuck this fucking thing down the field. So it was great. So I was all excited about that, and then I'm thinking, well, what do we do after the football season? Let me introduce myself to the basketball coach, and they didn't even have basketball. It was crazy. I mean, we were bereft of virtually everything. So a lot of this stuff is relatively new by the standards of, say, Boston or a Cleveland or a New York. And it took a while to assimilate itself into the consciousness of the people here, because I don't know that they've been awakened yet, Angel, to what's happening. The Heat are popular. Dolphins, the NFL is always going to be popular. But the Panthers are still kind of scratching and clawing, literally, to establish an identity where they're in the forefront of the thoughts of the South Florida sports fans, which has largely been a bandwagon jumping town. Is every city? No, not every city is a bandwagon jumping city, right? Chicago, you couldn't say that about Chicago.
You
They
can't say
follow
anything.
their teams no matter how horrible they are.
No, the same way in Philly. There's that you're not
Philly too, yeah. Boston.
The one thing that would drive Philly fans nuts, and yours truly included, was you live in Philly, but you could tell the ring chasers because they would support if it was the Bulls, Dallas, obviously back in the heyday, Kansas City. It's like you guys live here. You're not from there. You're born and raised in Philly, but you're ring chasers. So yeah, they don't have, especially Chicago. Chicago's the same exact way. Debbie would tell me all the time as far as the even the rivalry between the White Sox and the Cubs. Which, if you take the train like the way we did 2 years ago, we went up to Chicago. I mean, you have New York, which you have the Subway Series, which literally could be sitting in the same thing for the Cubs and the White Sox because you jump on the train, head north, and you're right there. Except for when we got off the train, the guy said, "Where are you guys going?" Now, mind you, the White Sox, they weren't in town. So we just went up there because we wanted to enjoy it and look on the outside of Comiskey Park, even though it's called the Guaranteed Field or something like that. But the guy says, do you really want to get off here and you want to walk over there? Yeah. So we walked. I mean, nothing happened, but whatever. You know, he just kind of gave us a little bit of alert where we were. But Debbie's from the area. So
Detroit's like that, too. I mean, areas of Detroit. I guess Cleveland. Every place, major cities, they all have their areas that you're thinking, am I lost here? Excuse me, sir. I mean, do you really want to take all of my money from me?
No, exactly. And speaking of, as you say, Detroit, why? This is where, now the booze won't come out, hopefully, because of us. The booze will come out because when it comes to Roger Goodell, I don't know why this guy, why? It drives me absolutely insane when either he tries to be hip or something else. During COVID, we saw when he was at home doing majority of the stuff, and even then he tried to be hip. So now he comes with Eminem. This is like one of two commercials that they have, which will run, I'm pretty sure, all day long. He's got another one with Eminem, which he calls him M to be hip.
I'm sure he's familiar with all of the Eminem lyrics, I would imagine.
Oh, yeah.
He's a huge rap guy, though. I mean, there's a columnist in the New York Post, which I have established here that I get every day because I like a good sports section, and there isn't one here in South Florida. And these guys keep up with virtually everything. Gives you a lot of fundamental material that you otherwise wouldn't find. And I'm not an online guy. I'm really old school because I just enjoy. I can't have a bowel movement without having a newspaper in my hand. I don't know about you. Well, you're too young to be in that kind of mode. But yeah, I mean, Phil Mushnick despises Roger Goodell's phony embracing of the hip hop world. Because he's thinking, would Goodell ever read like a Snoop Dogg lyric to his daughter? Never. But he would have Snoop Dogg pop up at the halftime show, which is supposed to be the big family hour. I mean, it's almost like you're gathered with your family to watch the Waltons or something back in the day. And he thinks it's highly inappropriate that the NFL is embracing this. And we all know the reason why, because not only is it all about the capital, but I would imagine many of the people that are big followers of the rap music scene and hip hop are also sending in thousands of dollars every game on FanDuel and DraftKings, his two partners now that he has in the National Football League. But yeah, I would think Roger Goodell would have great familiarity with all of the lyrics of the Eminem songs. No, he probably saw 8 Mile, about a dozen times.
Oh, I'm quite sure. He probably wore a hat backwards like you fill with a suit, so he feels like he fit in. But yeah, no.
For $70 million a year, though, Angel, would you sell your soul? It's like asking whether or not you would join the Live Tour. I mean, if you're Roger Goodell and you're making $70 million for essentially doing nothing, I mean, what does this guy have to do in reality? The television contract is up. It's not like Pete Rozelle didn't carve the path for him. They would line up with wheelbarrows full of money. It was like the recruiting of LeBron James when he decided that he was going to leave the Cleveland Cavaliers the first time. Yeah. And all of these owners are billionaires, and they're falling all over each other. They can't do enough. It was just released recently, the video that the New York Knicks made to try and entice LeBron James to come there. But Goodell has to do nothing in terms of enticement. He just sits there and they grovel at his feet with suitcases full of cash. And, that's got to be, I would think that's the easiest job in the world. Would you not? And especially, per capita or per the paycheck, Roger Goodell's got to have the best job in all of the universe. So, whatever he has to do to keep it, I would imagine he's willing to go ahead, regardless of his feelings about, whatever it is he's embracing.
But of course, you got to figure, well, they just gave him a new 5-year extension or something like that. It could be 3 years for all I care. But he's probably, I mean, he's got to be one of the worst commissioners. Although he'll said he's been the best commissioner ever. But he was horrible when he came to Philly. For when the Eagles made the run, beat the Vikings in the NFC Championship game, was in the booth, and Ron Jaworski was next to him. So he comes out, puts his hands out like he's the Pope, and the boos rang out. And I was fortunate because I was only 7 rows up from the booth where he came out from. So he could hear all the boos, and then he's doing one of these things like, just give it to me. And I was like, really? And it rung out even louder. Like the TV could not do justice when they finally put him up on the super screens inside the link. But he's the worst, but he tries to make himself so hip. And, I'm the cool guy, this, that, and the other. And it does things that's beyond belief, because you just had Rashee Rice, where the same, before I played the clip here, but he's getting, I think it's like a 4-game suspension, 5-game suspension. You left the scene of an accident, and they put it as an aggravated assault. Via vehicle, not obviously physically, meaning punching someone, but he did it via vehicle. And the reason why they put it aggravated was because he walked away from the scene of the accident. Now,
endangered many lives
right.
in the process of having this Indy 500 run on some local highway.
Yeah, and so now here you get a mild punishment, mild for all intents and purposes, where thank God like no one died. That's the great thing. But you still wrecked people, no matter what, and vehicles. Vehicles can be replaced, but people can't.
Look at Calvin Ridley. I mean, he's out for like a year, and you've had other guys that were constantly for smoking marijuana. They practically lost their careers.
Yeah.
So, but times have changed, my friend. I'm curious to see this thing with Eminem, too, to see. I would imagine it's a very comfortable interaction between the two.
Oh, yeah. They're buddies. Yeah, here you go.
I'm Eminem, and this is Roger Goodell. And Roger Goodell here is in Detroit looking for a little street cred.
Can you help me get some?
Absolutely not.
Well, I mean, at least it's somewhat honest and transparent there.
Yeah.
Of course, Eminem has no desire to have anything to do. He was a part of that halftime show, though. It was one of the better ones. The halftime show, which this year it kind of bombed with Usher. I thought there were people that thought that was good, but it was some serious strange ugliness. I mean, Goodell's in a perfect spot. You couldn't have a better job, could you, AJ? If you were giving money away, and you were some guy that just had a stack of bills and you were giving money away to people, whoever came up to you, you wouldn't be in a more favorable position than Roger Goodell is as the commissioner of the National Football League. Racism, yeah, I'm sure they're doing plenty to do away with that. Bring up that guy Nowitzki, the guy that first brought up the CTE and the concussions. Mm-hmm. Roger Goodell relatively silent about that, but here he is with his arm around Jay-Z and Eminem and all of these hip-hop culture guys that, as Mushnick always points out, he wouldn't have the nerve ever to utter the lyrics of the songs that these buy. And not to condemn that. I mean, it is what, it's fine, but it's not exactly something that you would see Roger Goodell running around being a big fan of.
Well, of course not. Of course not. You would have even if you got caught in if everybody remembers the movie White Chicks, when the brothers say, you can go ahead, you can say it, and the girls, they drop the word that's in the movie. But you would imagine Roger Goodell one day just in his office, and you happen to have a meeting with him, and they knock on the door, and here he's pouncing around inside his office trying to be hip. It was like, throws out a couple of words. He would not make it. But then again, as long as I guess you throw money to certain people a certain way, sometimes they make it that way. We've seen it with a lot of stuff that goes on today, but he's such a double standard, never sticks to what he says. I mean, you had, who was the other one? Ray Rice, that, he had the unfortunate incident I'm trying to remember if they had just gotten married or they were just getting married, but they had the incident that was caught on the elevator cam. And they both admitted that they were both wrong. No matter what, they went through counseling, they went through all the steps, because it wasn't like he said something, she said something different. And originally, when they were both upset with each other, the story was never coerced. It was just one of those things that was a heated exchange. It got to be too much, but they both said what they had to say to make things better. But here,
he completely mishandled that. I mean, that was what did they suspend Ray Rice for like a half a game? That was kind of like that Johnny Manziel suspension by the NCAA, where they suspend a guy for the first half of the Rice game, while this guy's chucking a rock for 5,000 yards a year with Texas A&M and was the hottest commodity in college football. Of course, they weren't going to do much to him, but there's always been inequities in that. I love the phony hug. I'm waiting for some guy to actually crush his spleen with that hug that comes out. Now he's never met any of these people.
Of course not.
I mean, if he even happened to, does he even go by the green room there and say, "Okay, guys, good luck"? But the phony hug is my favorite thing. It's second only to when they used to have Susie Colbert on ESPN ask everybody who came off the stage, "How would you describe this journey? It must feel so wonderful." And you're thinking, what am I watching here? The fucking Bachelorette? I mean, let's find out something about this guy. And the phony hug, the man hug with Roger Goodell is probably my favorite aspect of the draft. It even eclipses finding out, which teams are going to bungle away their highly regarded draft picks.
Yeah. No, it's ridiculous. And every year it gets worse and worse because he tries to make it more hip every single year. I think one of these years he's just going to throw out his actual hip, trying to be the same exact way. But I just...
Well, wouldn't it be something if he came out like for the fourth pick with a back brace on after the third guy just crushed him like a grape?
Could be. I'm even surprised that the fans in Detroit have done something to make sure he doesn't appear on stage. But and nothing harmful, folks. Don't think that I'm saying they're going to harm him. I'm just saying they don't.
You're advocating violence, Martinez, right here on the show, which I don't know that that's a favorable position to take. Although, wouldn't you love it? I mean, you were mentioning the old school wrestlers like Killer Kowalski and San Martino the other day. I think it was yesterday on the show. It'd be cool if a guy, instead of the bear hug that they put on each other, just picked him up, put him in an airplane spin, spun him around for a while, dropped him on his knee, and did the old Italian backbreaker and said, "Thanks, Raj. That's the kind of stuff you're going to expect from me once I'm playing on Sunday, so why not just demonstrate it for you right now?"
Exactly.
That'd be great.
That'd be fine.
But it should be exciting. I mean, there are a lot of curious things. I'm sure we'll get into it in the next hour of the program here that are happening, and we've barely scratched the surface on the action from last night and upcoming stuff from tonight. So, Angel, I don't know. Maybe it isn't Roger Goodell that has the easiest job in sports. It might be us right here in the Riptide Media Network.
It could be. But speaking of, before we go into our next break here, though, this was breaking news just over an hour ago that Reggie Bush is getting his 2005 Heisman Trophy. That's pretty good.
Look at the trouble OJ went through to get his Heisman Trophy back.
Yeah.
Think of that. The guy has to, go to the Palace Station with a bunch of scrubs, and unfortunately for OJ, he happened to bring a gun there. And, after getting away with a double murder, one of the most hideous crimes in the history of the world, in terms of just brutality, he ends up doing 10 years for stealing back a rubber Heisman. That was one of the strange pieces of justice that I've ever seen.
Yep. No, for sure.
But Reggie, you know what? People just overlook that, right? I remember supposedly Reggie Bush's parents were like close to being homeless. And I remember they were playing in San Diego, and they show Reggie Bush's parents, I guess, had a horse in like the Del Mar Debutante or something. I'm thinking, wait a minute, you're going to tell me there were no under-the-table payments to these guys? They're staying in a hotel, in La Jolla, and they were essentially like royalty running around. And I don't know why that would arouse suspicions that maybe Reggie Bush was on the take, but I guess the NCAA or the Heisman people realize that what a joke that is to take the trophy from this guy when everybody in the world was doing the same thing.
Yeah. It's well. But wait,
he gets to go to the ceremony now. Is that one of the most boring ceremonies you've ever seen?
Oh yeah.
I don't know how Chris Fowler gets through that hour. Right? It seems like it's so stuffy there. New York Athletic Club. Mm-hmm. And I mean, when are you really surprised as to who wins the Heisman? I mean, have you ever, just been in shock? I guess when Peyton Manning didn't win the Heisman that year, that they gave it to Woodson. That was kind of a surprise. But other than that, you pretty much know who the guy is going to be.
Yeah, well, you figure, was it last year? Was it radio? Where were they last year? Or was it LA? They were somewhere else. They finally they get a new venue last year.
Is that right for the Heisman Trophy? Isn't that always at the New York Athletic Club? That was their whole big thing. I don't even know what the New York Athletic Club looks like, but
No,
Is there a gym there? I'm not sure.
There could be, but no. Either it was either Radio City Music Hall. They changed the venue up because
Maybe Radio City. That's possible.
Yeah, because they wanted to change things up. They had like one room where they had the athletes and their parents or whoever they thought was their mentor to help them out, because some of the athletes, we know that mom and dad either they had passed away, something happened, one or two, it just they've not been in the picture, but they had, because they showed the walk in between, and they've never done it over the athletic, but they were showing them coming from one room to the next, almost like it's draft night. Because Jane Daniels, as soon as he was done talking to his parents, then they showed him making the transition from the green room they set up, come all the way back to the main stage to get ready to grab his Heisman Trophy. But yeah, they I think last year was the first year they switched it up, and they could probably end up doing it again next year as well. But
it's always struck me, a bunch of old stuffy guys that look like they came out of one of those Smith Barney commercials from way back, just sitting around, maybe smoking cigars and having a couple of gin and tonics. Hardly, as you were saying, I mean, about as relatable to the guys who were playing college football as Eminem and Roger Goodell would be. But I mean, and Jaden Daniels, he's a real curiosity piece in this upcoming draft. Are you going to unveil your first round mock draft, Angel, in the next hour of the program?
Oh, yeah, sure.
I have a lot of people that have been asking me, hey, when is Angel going to do his mock draft on the show? So I don't know when you had time to put it together, but there are some very interesting aspects to it, even though, we'll come back, I guess, and my history with the draft is entirely different than most people's, because the draft was nothing when I was growing up. It literally was something that, as we were saying the other day, I mean, it was in the agate type underneath the British soccer scores at a time where nobody gave a shit about soccer. The players didn't even know they were being drafted or who they were taken by. So it's changed a lot. It's evolved over the years, for sure.
That it has. That it definitely has. No, but I'll bring it back. I'll see if I can. I'll find my spreadsheet somewhere, and everybody can kind of they can follow right along with with what I came up with, which is nothing endearing. Nothing. It's almost invincible. You can say it that way. But yeah, no, we'll talk about it when we come back. Don't forget, guys, you can make your comments here on the social medias as well, on the live shows, and also on at 727-858-6650, 727-858-6650, as we had some texts that came in earlier today on the Pete Sheppard Show. And also you can call at the same phone number as well if you guys have a topic you guys want to talk about, by all means.
Well, we have to get a call in here, sooner than later, I think.
We did. Yeah.
All right.
We'll get it. More like as things keep evolving and things get better, we'll make sure that there's a call that's coming in.
Hey, you two guys suck. Even that. We'll take a death threat. Yeah, that'll be fine.
Yeah,
that was going to be the working title of my book about my career, Death Threat on Line 2, where you've been just, babbling your brains out for hours on the air, and, snot's coming out of your nose, and you got phlegm in your throat. You can't say anything more. Finally, the guy that's producing the show in the other room says, you got to call on Line 2. It's a death threat. And you're sitting there and you go, you know what? I just need to talk to somebody. I'll take it. Go ahead.
That's it. Well, it's like the people in the overnight. I know we're going to get the commercials here, but the same way. How many overnight shows, though, Defo? We've seen them in the movies as well, where the guys are just, especially if you're a brand new, whether it was a disc jockey, a broadcaster, because everybody has to kind of get the feel of who you are and what you're all about. So you think about in the middle of the night there, as you're doing your show, and then all of a sudden this person calls in, hello, who am I speaking with? And then you have the DJ saying, oh, this is Bob, the DJ overnight or whatever. And now you're hearing this story about how their day went and how relationships are going and this and that. And there's been few in Philly that I can think of. There was an overnight DJ, and it was a person who called up, and they were telling their life story. And the guy thought, all right, it's not the worst thing in the world. But then the story got a little more interesting. Not as interesting as Joe Dirt, if everybody remembers that phone call from that movie. Yeah. But it was interesting enough to keep the person on until the next DJ came on at 5 o'clock in the morning.
Well, that was probably the host saying, hey, look, I can't let this guy go. You start interviewing the caller.
Yeah.
Hey, so how long have you been a sports fan? Desperation is the mother of invention, my friend. We all know that.
Exactly. It's all about fun. That's what we try to do here as well. But anyway, when we come back, we'll get into my goofy little mock draft and other things as well.
Oh, you do have one. Okay. I was, kind of just, sticking it to you a little bit there, because who doesn't have a mock draft? I have the first 5 picks, I think.
Oh no, don't worry. I gotta find the sheet. Hopefully, as we go into.
Oh, I'm glad you have one. That's some excellent research being done for the show here by Angel Martinez. No wonder this thing's destined to be a success.
That's because I tried the best I possibly can. But don't forget, you guys, listen to us Monday through Friday from 10 to 12. Martinez and Evo Unscripted, of course, Pete Sheppard in the morning from 7 to 10 a.m. And then Coach Gene on from 4 to 6 p.m. Last night, he was down on because he had an obligation with his football team, rightfully so, as spring football comes around. And then, of course, Bleacher Brothers, they're on tonight. They will not be on air come tomorrow. And
well, what happened? AJ's making so much money betting that he's not going to do a show?
Well, that's you got to cash in at one point or another. No,
my God, this guy is amazing. He's clairvoyant.
Yeah,
I've never seen anything like it. I mean, all the handicappers that have been out there over the many years, and I've talked to a zillion of them. Every pick he sends me is a winner.
Yeah. Well, no, I have to change things up. AJ will not be on tomorrow night, but Robbie LaStella and the rest of the Bleacher Brothers crew will, as they have draft and a couple other things they're talking about. So originally the Bleacher Brothers were not going to be on tomorrow night, but I forgot that Robbie LaStella will be on along with the rest of the Bleacher Brother gang. Robbie, of course, is on tonight from 9 to 10 p.m. He normally does a show Monday through Wednesday. And so more shows come here, and God knows if I don't end up popping up on another show somewhere on the network here. So.
I think you need to do more shows, Angel. I really do.
I mean, I'm just about showed out.
Yeah, it's only Wednesday, too. Oh, no, you've been at this a few weeks. We came in a little bit late to the party.
Yeah, that's okay, though. We'll end up growing on people, almost like the itchy clothes. Well, that's why we end up getting a water purification system, and therefore we can just be as smooth on everybody as the pbwaterpure.com. So after the break, we'll get into a little bit more. You guys are listening to Martinez and Defoe here, unscripted on the Riptide Media Network, the Miami and Tampa Naples Wealth Planning Division. We'll be right back.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
The following is made possible by Dad.
Why was the basketball court all wet? Because the players kept dribbling all over it.
The dad joke. Corny, grown-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
Why do you have to be careful when it's raining cats and dogs? Because you might step in a poodle.
And kids that spend more time with their dads grow up to be smarter, more successful.
Can I tell you a cat joke? Just kidding.
And with any luck, funnier adults.
Why didn't the skeleton go to the dance? Because he didn't have any body to go with.
Dad jokes rule. So take a moment to make a moment and give your kid a laugh. It's as easy as going to fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
That's really funny.
Okay, men. This is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping, cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. No, you won't. Because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen. Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
You got to do a little throwback every once in a while, here and there, late 80s, early 90s. Those who like to go to the clubs like I used to back in the day. And I used to get in before I was actually 21 years old, thanks to my cousin Jerry. He would love to go to the clubs and the local bars, and he would tell me, come on, cuz, we got to go. And I'm like, dude, I'm never getting in. He goes, no, listen, don't worry about it. I got you. So we go to this place called the Electric Factory out there on Delaware Avenue, for those who are listening in Philly. Little throwback knowledge there, but... So we go to the place, and he tells me, listen, just don't act cool. Whatever you do, act cool. I'm like, all right, that's fine. So there's about 15 people in front of us. We get up to where the bouncer is, and you have to go up these steps in order to get in. So the person before me, the bouncer says, can I see your ID? And I thought, oh, I'm screwed. There's no way in hell I'm getting in here. I was 16, about to turn 17, so I was nowhere even freaking legal. And the guy looks at me, gives me an up and down kind of look, and gives me a head nod. So I walk up the steps. So I look back, and there's my cousin getting ID'd. I'm like, that's bizarre. So we get in, and he goes, hey, what gives? How the hell did you get in? Didn't even see your ID. I'm like, hey, genius, we're inside. Why would you want to out me here in the club, dum-dum? He goes, all right, you got one over on me. Said, that's all right. I'm like, listen, this was your idea. So later on, he used to drink Miller High Life was his favorite beer. So he sends me up.
Which, by the way, I think overall, and I drank it for a period of time. It was an awful beer.
Yeah.
Not only Miller, the regular Miller, but the champagne of beers, supposedly it was called. I would rather suck down a case of Rheingold, which was an awful beer that was big in New York. In fact, they were the sponsor for many years in the beginning, the outset in 1962 of the New York Mets. And the big thing was everybody had gratified themselves thinking about the picture of Miss Rheingold, which was in every subway in New York. But the beer itself tasted like sand. You may as well just go to the Mojave and stick your tongue in the ground. It was awful. And I find now that Miller High Life was not only disgusting in its regular form, but Miller Lite, I think, is one of the worst beers. They had great commercials, but a really lousy beer. Miller Lite. I'm not a fan of light beers anyway. I mean, if you're going to drink a beer, you're going to have a drink that just makes you fat and maybe gives you a little bit of a buzz. You may as well go all in. You go Johnny Chan on that, man. Just shovel all in and hope the other guy just shits in his pants, even though he has a full house and folds, because that's the way to do it. But yeah, Miller High Life, I think, was a highly overrated beer. Is it still made? Yeah, I guess it is still made, right? The regular Miller? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's the same way like we're in the military. And I'll finish up the story here in a second, but we're in the military. So in the barracks, God, it wasn't. So you had past Blue Ribbon, but there was another one.
That was disgusting also, yeah. Schaefer, another one that was really bad.
But there was one, and it was in a blue can.
Yeah.
It was and it wasn't even Bush, because Bush was a major upgrade compared to all the other ones. But the guys used Keystone, I believe it was.
Keystone, that would have to be a local beer, no? Pennsylvania beer.
It was, but it was in reference to like Keystone. It was like almost it was the not as good version of Keystone. It was like matter of fact, if you had the unfiltered beer, that was basically this beer. But because it cost $3 a case on post, these guys would end up getting it. So every Friday and Saturday, they would get hammered. And it was rare that we were back in the rear for the most part, only because we would be either training or deployed all the time. But they would go out there and get these cases of beer, and they'd come back. The barracks would be trashed. And then Saturday morning, of course, we have supposed to be surprise inspection, but we were told that everybody was coming. My room, it didn't matter because it was always cleaned up. I only had one bunkmate, my battle buddy, until he got married. And then after that, I didn't have anybody because they wouldn't stick anybody else with me. I had 2 open beds, and I just pretty much turned it into a party room after that.
Beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah. It made it worthwhile.
That's the way to get through it if you're going to be in the military, I would imagine. I mean, you certainly don't want to be dispatched somewhere.
No, well, without losing your mind either, because Lord knows when you come back from certain things that you can, it's definitely a dark place to come back from. But over to the club, what made me laugh was my cousin had give me $2, which was a $1 for the beer and then $1 for the tip. So I said, so you think...
You were tipping 100%. I like that, Angel. I knew there was something about you I really admired.
Listen, that's what it's what I try to do. But he gives me these $2, and I walk up and I looked at him like, this is never going to work. So the bartender, she walks up to me and she says, can I help you? And I said, yeah, can I have a Miller Lite, please? And she goes, okay. And looks like deep into my soul, I'm like, I'm so screwed here. But in my eyes looking at her is like, yes, I'm 21. On the inside, it's like, I am so not 21. I'm going to get thrown out of here in a second. But she gives me a beer. I give her $1. She goes, oh my God, thank you so much. I'm like, sure. I walk away and I hand the beers. That's it. I'm not doing anything else because you're going to get me into so much trouble. I'm going to get arrested. You're going to go to jail, and the family's never going to hear the end of it. But the rest of the night ended up being just fine. But yeah, another time too where Devo, I could have talked to someone in the club, but again, being a nerd,
you were coming out of your shell. You were just. I'm surprised you were even there, Angel, based on the information that we got yesterday. That's a key in everything. And I used to, I took great pride in being able to sneak my way into virtually anything without tickets. Crashing Super Bowls, World Series games. And the big key was act like you belong.
Yep.
And you'll do just fine. And I've seen people just like your buddy that you went with, or your cousin, to this club you're already in. You're 2 feet past the security people, the people they gave a yellow jacket to, that all of a sudden figure that they're more powerful than Attila the Hun. And this is a guy that's working in the back of some warehouse somewhere, but he gets a yellow jacket now. He's at a stadium, and he's a massive authority.
Yeah.
And but act like you belong, and people always cave under the pressure, it seems like. But if you act like you belong, you can do an awful lot of stuff. I literally have gotten into World Series games without having a ticket, just by acting like I belong. You try to follow the wave of the media in there, and you flash something, and they don't. It's a credential from some activity that took place like 20 years ago, but you show it, and okay, yeah, go on through. So it's always good. All right. So what are you thinking? This story. Well, a couple of things that struck me. I just saw this. I wanted to touch on this here because. A friend of mine says that Nikola Jokic's family, when they're in the stands,
right,
they look scary, don't they? I mean, I wouldn't fuck with these people if you were smart. Were you a Ray Donovan fan? Did you watch the show Ray Donovan on Showtime? I was a big fan of the show. Liev Schreiber, and he was always carrying a baseball bat, getting out of these situations. But there was an episode where he was, a few episodes, but one where he gets into a shooting confrontation with this Romanian mafia family. And they look very much like Nikola Jokic's, not to cast aspersions on anybody, but his family in the stands looks like that Romanian mobster family that was in the Ray Donovan show. So I guess his brother punched out a fan at a at a Nuggets game recently, and now was in some kind of a jackpot on that. So not surprising, though, having looked at these guys in the stands. You knew it was only a matter of time before they got into some kind of physical confrontation there, and probably ended up on the triumphant side. And then the other story that's working right now, are you buying this, that Jim Harbaugh is going to go ahead and cash in his chips with Justin Herbert, which you would have thought the fact that the Chargers have Herbert might have been one of the big incentives for Harbaugh to take the job.
Right.
But then he's so infatuated with his Michigan quarterback, J.J. McCarthy, who's the big mystery man, I think, in this year's draft. The 2024 draft will largely be about who the hell ends up with J.J. McCarthy, and does he end up justifying their faith in him? because all the speculation is that somebody's going to trade up way high to try and get McCarthy, and that they're going to go ahead and stake their future on this kid who we were saying yesterday, if he was so great passing the football, and who doesn't look good in their highlight film?
Right.
But if he was so great, why did Michigan run the ball like 80 times in the plays that they had against Ohio State? They didn't even let him throw the ball, not even once.
No.
Now he may acquit himself very well as a pro, but are you buying that the Los Angeles Chargers are going to go ahead, get rid of Herbert, and work their way into a position to draft J.J. McCarthy, and that Harbaugh is going to stake his entire NFL future, his second run in the NFL, on the fortunes and the attributes of his former Michigan quarterback? Do you think that's really going to happen? I can't see that, but that's what everybody's saying.
I doubt it. I don't see that happening. If it is, that's absolute, lunacy and insanity all in the same sentence. But why would Harbaugh then leave from, unless that was his original setup, and that's why we've seen all of a sudden J.J. McCarthy's stock going up to top 5, which I don't even think he should be in the top 5. Top 20, okay. Top 25, probably even better. But I don't see him in the top 5. And why would you get rid of Justin Herbert in the first place when I think he's much better, I think, upside than McCarthy is? But if that's what you're banking on to resurrect the Chargers, then you might as well go ahead and fold up shop right now, because McCarthy will be swallowed and in that division. But there's no way. How could he bother to even think that? And hopefully that's just a made up story. It's like an April 24th April Fool joke later on. As we
big news on ESPN this morning. I was watching a couple of shows there, and I've heard this from other places where the Chargers are supposedly under Harbaugh seriously considering bagging Herbert and finding a way to get in a position to draft J.J. McCarthy. Now, you can understand where there's an affinity there, and Harbaugh thinks this kid is really the goods, but they didn't trust him to throw the ball when he was at Michigan, for God's sake. How's he going to do this in the pass-happy Western division of the AFC? I mean, it's insane to think that that move was going to be made. But stranger things have happened. But that's one of the. I think they're going to be pumping this story until the Los Angeles Chargers actually make their pick. I don't know where their draft position is. It would have to be somewhere in the top half of the first round of the draft. But is it enough to go ahead, unless they trade Herbert to this team that's in that position? I mean, if I was one of the other teams, if you were the Commanders or the Patriots, would you not say, hey, I'd welcome a chance to have Justin Herbert on my team as opposed to drafting a rookie, an unproven guy, whether it was Drake May or Daniels or even Caleb Williams? So wouldn't you take a shot with a proven quarterback over somebody with a howitzer for an arm over the opportunity to draft any of these guys that are available right now?
No, yeah, I would take it. If I'm the Commanders, I would definitely, if he was available, if that being the case and it being true, I'm the Commanders, I'm jumping all over that to improve the NFC East teams, and especially the Commanders that right now are in disarray of a quarterback. So I would end up doing it. I mean, hell, you look at Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh right now said that they weren't picking up the option on Justin Fields, and neither on what's the name, Russell Wilson. So who knows what they're going to do with those two guys? And supposedly, allegedly, there's not going to be a fight for the starting quarterback. I don't believe so at all. To me, if Justin Fields is going to outperform Russell Wilson, there's no way in the world you're going to tell me you're going to stay that loyal to Russell Wilson to make him the starting quarterback. So I don't believe it for a minute. But since you were mentioning here about ESPN talking about it, here's apparently what some people think it could be fake, but here's the guys from Get Up this morning and their take on if McCarthy is actually going to be worth the good.
Because this was brought to my attention this morning, and we need to dive into it. What you were looking at are the prop bet on ESPN Bet for the chances that the Chargers draft a quarterback with their pick in the first round. It opened at 100-1, which sounds about right. They have Justin Herbert. What on earth would they be doing taking a quarterback? Earlier this week, it moved to 15-1, which seemed odd. As we speak, it is 6-1 that the Chargers will draft a quarterback in round 1. Bear in mind that their coach is Jim Harbaugh. Jim Harbaugh, and no one knows this better than Shefty does with his Michigan connections, waxes rhapsodic about J.J. McCarthy every chance he gets. They love each other. They won a national championship together. I'm just putting 2 and 2 together. Shefty, what should I make of the fact that the odds have moved from 100 to 1 to 6 to 1 that Harbaugh takes a quarterback?
Well, here's my question. Is it that the Chargers draft a quarterback, or is it that a quarterback goes in the 5 slot?
I asked the same question. Yes, I asked the same question. It is the Chargers taking a quarterback.
And to that I say there's a sucker born every minute, because there's no chance in hell that the Chargers are drafting a quarterback tomorrow night.
Okay.
None. Not happening. Now, would Jim Harbaugh love to have Sure. They just signed Justin Herbert to a contract extension last summer. They are not drafting J.J. McCarthy, and I don't know why those odds would spike like that. Might there be a quarterback that goes at the 5 spot? Yes, I could see the Chargers trading their spot to a team that wants to move into that spot to go draft maybe J.J. McCarthy. That certainly is possible. But the Los Angeles Chargers will not draft a quarterback at number 5 on Thursday night.
So, well, what are we talking about here? The Packers and the Green Bay? Are the Green Bay Packers and Aaron Rodgers? It seemed preposterous, but the odds dropping like that, Harbaugh himself would have had to have bet his entire salary on this to drop the odds from 100 to 1 to 6 to 1. My God, I mean, if you see something like that at the track, you're betting that horse. I mean, it would take a substantial amount of capital to knock the odds down that much. Are you inclined to bet on these things? I would imagine A.J. Johnson, degenerates like our good friend Pete Sheppard, that they may have some wagers, some prompt wagers on what's going to happen in the draft. It does seem fairly straightforward, but that would throw a twist into it that a lot of people would find astounding if somehow J.J. McCarthy was drafted and Herbert was dealt. But so the Chargers, do they have that number 5 slot? I didn't really look at the full draft order.
I believe that you had the number 5 slot.
Okay, well then they would be in a position to take him without having to trade Herbert. So
yeah,
it's not out of the question. But I can't imagine that it happens.
I don't think so. Now, by the way, that was courtesy of Get Up on ESPN, which can be found all over the social medias there, YouTube, before you guys decide to put kibosh on certain things. But so again, courtesy of Get Up, and it was not live. That was already preempted from 2 hours ago. So again, nothing that we're tampering on.
But they threw it out there. They dangled this, what most people would consider to be, absolute 100% BS. They threw it out there. What kind? I mean, have you covered a lot of drafts? I mean, will you be interested in what the Buccaneers do? Do you follow that, Angel, or were you involved in draft coverage in Philadelphia or the other places where you've been?
That would be no. And the reason why I really don't is because it's just there's too many moving parts. And I've seen shows where I've been maybe behind the scene to see exactly what's involved and the round table to put together. And all these guys have their sheets and papers and this and that before tablets and all that fun stuff came out. And no matter how much they lined up what they believed that, oh, no, here's who's going here, here's who's going there. No matter what, in the end, none of it usually comes together unless you know that it's guaranteed. Okay, we know this number 1 pick definitely is in need of a quarterback. Yes, here's what they're going to go with. Unless at the last minute they decide, you know what, we're going to trade down to number 3 because these guys need this guy a lot better and we can get some more value out of it. But I never get that intense when it comes to the NFL draft. It's never been my thing. I'll listen to it like everybody else and watch it like everybody else. I've even been asked if I want to do an NFL draft show night. I don't, because first of all, I got too many freaking things going on in the first place. And then on top of it, there's so many different things that you have to pick up with. And then also look at the guys from college and see what they're doing and put a spreadsheet together. It's too much involvement at least for me. I just think it's a little bit insane. Just the way I see it. But as I mentioned before, I did put up a draft sheet, and you guys can see it up there, which is absolutely nothing.
Oh, look at that. Wow, you did it.
Yeah.
Angel, nice job. I've covered a zillion drafts. I used to be involved in many draft shows, especially when I was in Miami. And we were usually I was working for the flagship station of the Dolphins because they would be the main sports station in town. And they would put together these elaborate parties at the stadium. The Dolphins would stage them. They bring in some of the old players and have them sign autographs. And then they offered a gift bag, which is usually a bag full of shit, where you were getting some lip balm and a bunch of stuff that would be irrelevant, that nobody would ever even consider waiting online for. But it amazes me, and you'll find this being in this business the longer you are. Any free stuff is attractive to the fans out there. They'll be lined up at the gates there as if you were giving money away, and come in and they go running in. They also had this combined with like a select-a-seat thing. But my experiences with it, nobody has a clue, and nobody knows what they're talking about. And they change their mind very quickly. I do remember when Randall Hill was drafted by the Miami Dolphins. I think they had there might have only been 30 teams at that time. And they had either the 29th or 30th pick in the first round. Drew Rosenhaus, who was kind of a fledgling agent at that stage, but he was starting to get some more premium players, especially with his. He lives in Miami and what was well known here, and maybe not so much around the country because he hadn't really established himself as this. A mega agent. Which does Drew have half the players in the NFL right now? Yeah, he might.
Oh, he might.
Yeah, I mean, and he actually looks a little bit like Jerry Maguire. He claims that the movie Jerry Maguire was based on his life. But
That's what I heard.
I think Lee Steinberg would dispute that because supposedly that was the guy that they were basing the Jerry Maguire character on. But if you meet the two of them, Rosenhaus fits the MO, fits that portrait far more than Lee Steinberg would. Maybe he's changed and become more reserved, had a battle with alcohol, and now he's sort of reformed himself and, seems far more distinguished than the guy that was depicted in Jerry Maguire. Whereas Rosenhaus was that guy. He went so nuts. I thought they were going to have to put a jacket that ties in the back. When Randall Hill, who had actually plummeted to the bottom of the first round, was finally taken by the Miami Dolphins. And my job that day was to be in the booth and get the reaction from Randall Hill when he was taken. Mm-hmm. And it was one of those deals like the Aaron Rodgers thing in the draft where Rodgers – was sitting in the green room. Remember, he started out at the table, and everybody thought it was either going to be Alex Smith or Aaron Rodgers taking number one, and that whoever wasn't number one was certainly going to be taken either number two or somewhere almost immediately. And that year, the Dolphins had the number 2 overall pick. I had received some inside information from a friend of mine that they were going to take Ronnie Brown, the running back out of Auburn, who wasn't even the best. You had Cadillac Williams, remember, at Auburn that year. And did he end up at Tampa? Were you? No, you weren't living there then. But
no, I wasn't there then.
Williams appeared to be the better player, but the Dolphins went ahead. They stuck to their convictions based on supposedly frugality. A little bit of cheapness was involved, and they took Ronnie Brown at number 2, and people were stunned. And then you'll remember the scenario. And this is why I do enjoy this business where they cover the draft on TV, and Aaron Rodgers is sitting there with like a very attractive young lady, and he's at the table with his family, and then he continues to plummet, and they go through 10 guys, and then they go through 15 guys, and by the end, he was like face down in a plate of mashed potatoes in some room in the back there when they finally selected him for the Green Bay Packers. Everybody completely whiffed on that. But I mean, it's always a strange scenario. But Hill plummeted just like that. And the level of depression in the room and concern continued to escalate all through the first round, where finally he was taken. And I thought Rosenhaus was going to fall right out of the they were in one of the suites. And I thought he was going to fall all the way to the ground when he went wild with this. It seemed to be a little bit of a contrived celebration. And, of course, Randall Hill pissed off Don Shula right away, so we traded him for Troy Vincent, it turned out. And, got the better of the deal, although Randall Hill, a very good guy. And then also involving Drew Rosenhaus, so we're doing hours and hours of relentless coverage on the draft. And finally the Dolphins picked, and they took a guy named Tim Bowens, who nobody had ever heard of. Tim Bowens turned out to be a pretty good player. He was a very effective defensive lineman on the interior of the defensive line. And that's when they were foolishly playing like a 3-4, remember that? Mm-hmm. Configuration, like these old stodgy defensive coordinators. Yeah, we're going to play a 3-4. Do you ever see that anymore? I mean, does anybody play a 3-4? Never.
No.
Never see that. I mean, and that's something that you would see at some low-level Division II college where they didn't have enough guys that could play up front. But Bowens was a relative unknown and, was not particularly flatteringly depicted in these draft guides. And I was doing a show with a guy named Jim Mad Dog Mandich. You may remember Jim Mad Dog Mandich, who was a tight end and was the captain of the Michigan football team. He was a #1 pick of the Miami Dolphins, had a great career here, and went on to win a Super Bowl, I believe, also with the Pittsburgh Steelers. So he had a bunch of rings, and he became a broadcaster. And he was a partner with me, and he knew nothing about Tim Bowens either. So we called Drew Rosenhaus over to see if, he was walking around the area there. And we asked him about, hey, what do you know about Tim Bowens? He says, nothing. This is the worst pick in the history of the Miami Dolphins. They've made a huge mistake here. I don't know how they could pass on this guy and that guy and that guy and this guy. And he names like 20 guys, probably all clients of his. And then it completely condemns this pick as being a disgrace. And then I'm watching one of the late night sports rap shows, and they had a big thing, obviously about the draft and what the Dolphins did. And who's on the set there with his arm around Tim Bowens but Drew Rosenhaus, who had signed him from the time that he was on our show. He had gone ahead and signed Tim Bowens to be represented by Rosenhaus and Rosenhaus Sports. And now, instead of this condemnation that he had expressed on the air on the show, he's like, my man, Tim Bowens, this is going to be the greatest guy we've seen since Reggie White. So, a lot of bizarre speculation happens during the course of draft coverage, but it was always wild seeing what happened and then trying to justify the home team selection or pan it completely. Mm-hmm. And yet nobody knows what the hell these guys are really going to do once they get to the pros. I think that's once in a while you see a guy. I mean, Patrick Mahomes was what, the number 15 pick?
Yeah.
Brock Purdy was Mr. Irrelevant, for God's sake. I mean, a guy who's about to cash in a max contract if San Francisco is smart. So it's amazing to me how blind the scouts are in the National Football League and, how out of touch they might be with the ability to judge the potential of a guy to transform his ability as a college player into being a solid pro. So always fun from that aspect to see the blunders that are made, see the reaction that different people have on the set. Kuiper's hair is going to be standing up like Don King on a couple of these picks. Yeah. And they inevitably turn out to be the best players. They go straight to the Hall of Fame. They waived a 5-year consideration that they have to sit through to be in the Hall of Fame. And they appoint them and anoint them right away. And it's always incredible to see how dead wrong everybody is about something that they spend so many hours trying to understand and trying to make deductions about who's really going to be taken and what they're going to do in the league.
What I would like to know, and for those folks who live out there in the desert of Arizona, and by the way, your comments are always welcome here, 727-858-6650, 727-858-6650. Also on the social medias, but are people still so default that Kyler Murray is still the starting QB out there for the Cardinals? I don't see it. What was it, 2 seasons ago when he cashed it in? As far as taking himself off of social media, he wanted out from Arizona. He may have wanted to stick to baseball. I think baseball would have worked out better for him than what football did, because I'm not sold that Arizona is not thinking of, and as you stated earlier, if Justin Herbert, that might be another team that may be calling Herbert. If they say, you know what, we're letting him go. If I'm Arizona, I am calling him 10 ways from Sunday.
Holy John Elway, what are we talking about here? Remember when Elway used baseball, which he was never going to play, as leverage?
Yeah.
To get himself, into a better situation than the one he was in when he got drafted. That was great. Kyler Murray, I think, all the speculation is, are they picking fourth? They're going to take Marvin Harrison Jr., which probably is not a bad move for any team. I don't know that you lose it because the wide receivers are a very supposedly deep group this year, and what we've seen demonstrated ability on the field. Harrison should be a solid pro. Odunze, is going to be good. This guy Neighbors is very, very impressive. Any number of other guys. So as I was talking with a guy earlier on another show, and he was saying there may even be a proposition wager on this that about 23 of the 32 players are going to be offensive players taken in the first round of the draft. Can you bet on that? I don't know. We got to find some wild proposition bets to go ahead and cash in on. Where's Pete and AJ when you need them on this draft stuff?
That's why AJ's not going to be on. I'm telling you, tomorrow he's going to.
He's probably going to be at some sports book in maybe Atlantic City, or does he stay on the East Coast for this thing? Because I don't know that he'll be able to send the action in fast enough on his phone.
No, I think he might fly out to Vegas. He loves going to Vegas. So I can see him over there in Vegas, putting up the bets, because Lord knows you have enough screens when you go out there to bet I mean, we stayed in New York during COVID, and there had to be like 45 different screens that you can choose from if you're a betting junkie. And to me, it would drive me bananas. But no, knowing AJ, he probably would. I think that's why he's taking off on Thursday. I'm almost certain he's probably going to fly out to Vegas.
Wow.
And put
I like this guy's
out.
style. Wow.
Yeah.
That would be impressive. But it's always interesting. I mean, does it really take, I guess they give him now 10 minutes, right? Between picks in the first round. It used to be 15. That was dreadful.
Yep.
And then you're wondering, I mean, what's going on? How long will it take the Chicago Bears to announce that they've taken Caleb Williams? Can you just give us that as a concession and then skip to the next pick? Because that's where it at least gets mildly interesting, because nobody knows for sure if Jaden Daniels is going to be number 2, although I would imagine those are very prohibitive odds. But, yeah, I mean, why do they drag that out where the first pick, Chicago's on the clock, and then they still take like 9 minutes and 59 seconds. They almost missed the thing.
Yeah.
To put in Caleb Williams as number 1. But it should be a lot of fun. I mean, we're talking about tomorrow night. ESPN, they also had a countdown clock as if the world was coming to an end. And I remember when I looked at it this morning when they were floating the story about J.J. McCarthy, they had like 36 hours, 12 minutes, 28.9 seconds left until the first pick is made in the NFL draft. So it's gone from nothing, Angel, to being one of the biggest deals in terms of speculation that exists in the sporting world today, even without the drama of what's going to happen at the very top of this thing. So it should be a lot of fun. But, yeah, I mean, in general, a lot of whiffs, a lot of, I love when the guys on the set are stunned in the draft coverage.
Yeah.
I really enjoy that, too, when they first started televising the draft, because I was assigned to go out usually to the Dolphins training camp to get reaction from the people there, working for local Miami radio stations and TV outlets. And I remember when the Dolphins selected Mark Super Duper in the second round. They were training in this dump of a facility. I couldn't believe a pro team was actually working out there. It was St. Thomas University. And when I first drove there, the first time I went out there to cover a Dolphins story, I had just moved to town, got a job here at the station. And they said, yeah, go out to Dolphins practice there and get a couple of cuts here from their early preseason practices. And I drove into the parking lot, and there was like a sinkhole there. I had an MGB. I was a California guy, and I literally was beneath the ground as my car went into this sinkhole. And I thought, fuck, I'm completely lost. I'm going to blow this entire assignment. I had just gotten this job at this radio station, 940 Winds. And sure enough, it turned out it was the facility. And then one of those years that they were training at St. Thomas, they drafted Mark Duper in the second round, and nobody knew who this guy was. I had no idea. And I remember the collection of press people that were out there. There might have been a dozen guys that were covering this thing on a regular basis. And every one of them said, what a shula, the old man has lost his mind. He took a track star from some obscure school. And then, of course, Duper turned out to be, I don't know that he was a Hall of Famer. I think Mark Clayton probably should be there before Duper. But tell me that the Marx brothers weren't one of the most exciting combinations. With Danny Boy, who dropped the number 27, 26 that year in 1983. It turned out to be one of the most exciting combinations of wide receivers ever featured as a tandem on any team. And even the Marino thing, that's why I loved it that they were televising this now, because my desire was not to go out there and sit there for hours and during this boredom while you waited for the team to announce its pick and then condemn it. It was to get to the track that day. So when they started putting the thing on TV, which I think might have been, was 83 the first year that ESPN actually televised these events? It might have been.
It might have been.
And I was so happy because I was able to plug a cassette tape recorder into the speaker on the television set and then go to the racetrack all day. And I had all of my clips and all of the quotes I needed right there on the cassette. So I could act like I actually had full-blown coverage, even though I was paying zero attention, my friend.
It's okay.
Always trying to find a way to circumvent, the brutality of having to cover the National Football League draft.
Well, because it's such a long day. That's a problem leading up to it. Just like, you were talking about ESPN. It's the same way. And by the way, good morning, Joey B, as he says good morning to us as well.
I'm a big fan of Joey B at this point. I really am.
Yeah. He listen, that guy is very, very loyal. I've had the pleasure of knowing him for the last 4 or 5 years when I started on Brushy South. Yeah, he's a great guy. Absolutely phenomenal guy. But you got to figure it's been... So ESPN this morning when I was watching SportsCenter, on the left side of the screen, it was like just about every player that they're going to pick and so on and so forth. To me, that's where it gets to be too much. Like, I know some people don't like it when it's in all-day coverage leading up to the Super Bowl. Now, it's up to you as a viewer, right? Change the channel if that's not what you want to do. You don't have to. No one is telling you you have to watch this all day long. When the draft came to Philly, what I did was I didn't go up to the stage up until, or at least got close to it, until the Eagles were going to actually make their pick. But what I did is, I enjoyed whatever the NFL brought up there, on the side stage and all kinds of different things. There's all these little nuances that go on for you to take a look and see exactly what's going on. So for me, I don't make a big deal about it because there is too much coverage. I would imagine for the reporters, especially when you're first starting off, you've got to pick up all these little different things. You can push your articles out there. If you write for The Athletic or anybody else, it's too much info.
And inundated with minutia. And who cares about any of this shit? It never turns out to be accurate for the most part. I mean, there's certain look, you don't have to be a genius. You see certain players, and you're saying, "Wow, that guy's going to be a really good pro." Guys have made such tremendous blunders. Matt Ryan, who just retired, was available to the Miami Dolphins, who were in desperate need of a quarterback, and they took Jake Long, a left tackle. And that turned out to be a disaster. I mean, Long was a good player, but he was injured quite a bit. And Bill Parcells, he was choking on this. If you ran into Parcells at Saratoga when he was enjoying a day at the races, and you said, hey, Tuna, man, how about that Jake Long pick over Matty Ice? He's liable to sock you in the face like he was one of the Jokic family. If you were making some kind of disparaging remark about that. But no, it's always entertaining to see. And I love the exasperation when you see Mel Kiper and the crew that's on the set there, and they go off for like an hour about 7 different guys that are the best available. And Belichick is the guy that always fucks everybody up. He's not involved in it this year. But I would think, is Belichick not going to be part of the coverage? That ought to be interesting because
no, supposedly he's supposed to be with Pat McAfee. They were supposed to do like some coverage.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I think I'm not too sure if he was going to be on his show or not because I don't think Pat's show is on until 12 or something like that. But and some people I know don't like Pat McAfee. I don't mind it. I thought he brings a lot of humor to obviously his show, and even though to me I think personally, he should have kept going the route he was going, but I know ESPN, they award him this huge contract, and now basically he owns ESPN for the most part after that silly nonsense that went on just before Vegas. But he's supposed to be doing something with Pat McAfee, I think, today, and I believe also during the actual NFL draft. He's teamed up with him because Pat was saying that he wanted to really get in and figure out what he's done behind the scenes for all those years that no one's been able to see him. But Joey B, by the way, he says, Defo and the sinkhole story, he says, laughing my ass off, can't get enough of his stories. Great content and listening here as I am home from work from home. Riptide, keep it going. And then he follows up with Defo. Let me see. Defo, how bad would the traffic be in Miami area with the F1 in town and then the Panthers Lightning series in town? A traffic shit show.
Well, it's always a traffic shit show. I mean, you can't even go from here to the Publix, which is half a mile down the street here, on what should be a very lightly traveled road where I live on A1A here, Lauderdale by the Sea. The Formula One is something I really don't get. I mean, I've been following sports my whole life, covering just about everything, one way or another. I'm not a big auto racing guy. I always found that when Wide World of Sports was on, this probably, I don't know, you're probably familiar with the show. Yep. Get the skier getting creamed as he falls off the ski jump. And it was great. And it was a nice anthology show on a Saturday and had a lot of boxing on it. I was a giant boxing fan. But whenever they got to car racing, I mean, the big thing was to see whether Cale Yarborough, who was kind of rotund for a race car driver, could get out of the car without being able to open the door because, you can't open the door on the NASCAR vehicles. So this big fat fuck would have to climb his way out of the window, even though he was a very good driver. And that was something worth having action on. How long would it take Yarborough to squeeze his fat ass out of the window? But this Formula One is the most boring shit I've ever seen. It even eclipses soccer in my perception as being one of the most boring sports. The same guy wins every race, right? Verstappen.
Yeah.
They don't change position. It's like watching a rigged harness race at Vernon Downs in Syracuse, where the horses are already assigned what they're going to do, and they don't want to jeopardize the fix, so they all stay in the same position. Nobody passes anybody. There aren't any crashes. I mean, what the hell is it? What accounts and to what can you attribute the popularity of this stuff? Where every big time, I mean, you're a nobody unless you show up at one of these Formula One races, especially here in Miami, which takes place in an environment. I mean, it's not like this is Monte Carlo where they hold this thing. I mean, they hold it in the parking lot of Hard Rock Stadium, which they've converted into not only a tennis center, but into a Formula One racetrack configuration. I don't get it, Angel. I mean, are you inclined to invest hours of when they had it in Las Vegas? They pissed off everybody because everybody had to stay in their hotels. They weren't in a casino. It must have cost us. It could have bankrupted the state of Nevada having that race there. And yet everybody acts like it's this big, glorious thing. They got champagne like you're at a polo match or something. I don't get it. I don't see the fascination. I would almost rather watch cornhole on TV than watch a Formula One race.
Yeah, no, I don't get it either. But what I don't get how
am I missing something? Maybe it's me. I don't know. Maybe I'm just too old
because
school.
you got to figure you have what is it, Coachella? That was just I don't understand that either, other than spending an ungodly amount of money for nothing. But the same way with F1, you have all these stars that come out, and I'm pretty sure it's paid appearances because I don't see where. I know it's Miami. Don't get me wrong, but the infatuation, like who says that Jennifer Lopez, for example, and just throw her name out there, whether she's been there or not, but I don't see J-Lo coming there to the track and saying, this is my venue. I really enjoy it.
She's not going to Miami Gardens. This is a city that's, I mean, not exactly, the kind of place that you would expect the South Beach crowd to gravitate towards.
Correct. So I don't get it. Honest to God, I don't. Who's our DJ Khaled? I understand if he wins.
He's at everything though. This guy. I mean, he's at, what did he ever do anything really? Has he accomplished anything? I don't understand this man. The popularity of DJ Khaled. What the hell did this guy ever do, man? I'm missing something. Is he a record producer? Is that why he's so popular? But what has he accomplished that would make him so popular? And that he's at every sporting event and everybody wants to talk to him. It's incredible.
It got me. He said he, from the backstory, which again I'm not too certain, but he said he as he was growing up, didn't have obviously a rich background, none of that stuff, and which is he mentioned over and over again. But he said he was just never in a good spot in his life. And just having to strike gold. And that's how pretty much how he came about. And great for him because literally the first time he ever got any kind of record was all he did was say DJ Khaled and that shot through the roof.
Nothing,
it's the goofiest things. There was a girl a couple years ago.
Flo Rida is another one, a Florida guy that I don't get the fascination with. I really don't.
I don't either, but there was a girl, and I know we have to wrap it up soon because the MLB dugout's coming up here at 12 o'clock with Toby. But I don't understand there was a girl that all she did was she went to Dunkin' Donuts, and I'll grab my water bottle, for example. She ordered just an iced coffee. She may have had like, I don't know, a little twist or whatever version of it. Takes the actual drink, takes her camera, quick selfie, boom, sends it out, right? You would think on an average person, no big deal. But apparently put some cute little captioning on there. Dunkin' Donuts thinks it's the greatest thing since sliced bread. And they offer this young girl, God bless her, because she was able to cash in. They give her $7 million for 1 year to represent Dunkin' Donuts. So she had to go to these different Dunkin' Donuts. It was like Carly something. I forgot what her name was. But it's just, you have to strike gold with the silliest thing. So we got to think of something creatively, Defo.
Well, we're doing it. I mean, we're unscripted, my friend.
Yeah, well,
if this doesn't turn out to be, generating a massive fortune for us within the next couple of weeks, Angel, then we were probably wasting our time. I think this is going to be it. I believe this is a formula. Talk about Formula One. This is Formula One for success, for financial freedom.
Yes.
And never having to worry about paying a bill again. I think this is going to be the story. You and I are going to do it, my friend.
I would have to agree. So those who want to
either that or we're going to be trailing AJ Johnson to Las Vegas and hoping he gives us a little bit of insight into who he's wagering on that night.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Joey B says, by the way, DJ Khaled, Flo Rida, F1, sinkholes, and traffic in South Florida. Tifo just covered all 4 subjects in this segment. Phenomenal.
Maybe it's just, I'm an old fart or something. And I'm a fan of all music. I'm a big, music fan here. We have some wonderful musical venues. But, the mistake we made, Angel, is that we didn't become rappers because I think every fucking rapper is rich. I mean, if you're a rapper and you're not filthy rich, there's something wrong with you. I mean, is there anybody struggling at the bottom of the heap there trying to find a record contract?
I seriously doubt it.
Every rapper is filthy fucking rich. It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's pretty incredible.
Should have learned years ago how to rap.
Yeah.
That probably would have been just fine. That's it, Defoe. I'm coming to Miami. We're going to put the greatest rap album.
Let's get a record together. I can write some poetry. I mean, I'm pretty good with rhymes.
Well, we're going to do it. Come on, all the tunes, and we'll be just fine.
It's going to be our calling, maybe. But yeah, the Formula One thing, to answer the question, traffic there will be insane because it is anyway. This area isn't equipped to handle all the people that they have here now. That's true of a lot of places, and everybody wants to be here. Why? Because it's sunny all year round. It's amazing. Even in the dregs of summer, when you can count, you could set your watch to when the first lightning bolt is going to hit at 3 in the afternoon. Well, when that dark cloud is hovering over your head and over your life and over everything that you're doing, you can still put up with that just to be here the rest of the year. So I would imagine it'll be insane. I don't understand the popularity of it for the life of me. It's kind of like I do get. I mean, soccer has really gained a momentum. I mean, when people used to mention soccer, it was a joke. I believe it's a game that was invented by a mutant society where they had no arms. Otherwise, why would you have a sport where you don't pick up the ball with your hands and just throw it?
Exactly.
Kind of sick, and I'm amazed by the absolute evolution of the popularity of this game. I mean, hell, we have Messi who does nothing. Messi being in the MLS, is that not the equivalent of LeBron James being in the G League at the center of his prime?
Yeah,
and yet everybody's all psychotic about this. They sell out games. Nobody used to. You wouldn't even be able to find this stadium with a GPS device in the past, and it became very popular. But fascinating to me that Formula One racing enjoys the popularity here that it does in other places. Because every time I'm checking out one of their races, you happen to be scanning channels. You're like, okay, who's winning? Verstappen? Yep, he did it again. There's no variety to it, no excitement to it, no drama to it. It's just strictly people that, like you were talking about with this young girl who, want to be seen maybe with the possibility of striking it rich.
That's pretty much it. And that's pretty much going to wrap up the show.
That's it? We did it?
Yeah, well, if not, I'm going to get kicked off, and it's going to get dumped on me because the next show needs to come up right
Let's
behind
get
us.
out of here then. We don't want to mess this up.
No, not at all. So thank you all for watching here. Martinez and Defoe Unscripted. You guys can keep watching the show here Monday through Friday, 10 to 12 on the Riptide Media Network. Follow us also on BroadStreetSouth.com so you guys can keep up with all the shows. Not follow us, but you can view the shows, I should say, on BroadStreetSouth.com. Also, BleacherBrothers.com, where the next show is coming up here, the MLB Dugout with Toby. So tune into that. And then don't forget, Pete Sheppard starts the day off from 7 to 10 a.m. Thanks to Defoe. Thanks to everyone else who tuned in and watched the show. And thank you guys for the text. We will talk to you guys once again tomorrow. Don't forget to enjoy whatever coverage comes up from the draft. So we will see you all tomorrow at 7 a.m.